Test, test. Texting. All right. We in this bitch. Hey, hope you're doing well if you're here. Um, we're gonna do another one of our React type things. I once again, like I have a plan for these things, and then the plan kind of falls through because I see like another video that I like. I might do 3 videos today, which means it'll be a very long stream because if you've been watching these, then you know I have an issue with like staying on target. Well, not staying on target. It's not. It's more like I have an issue with like containing myself. Really, right? Like it's like I mean, the point of the React thing is to deduct my own thoughts, right? Not just to watch someone else's video. At least I think it is. I haven't really done React content most of my time on Twitch, so maybe I'm wrong. Who knows? But any which way, might as well get started. See, are we good? Get ready. But yeah, hope you guys are enjoying your time. Okay, switch. Browsing. Browsing. Great. So this is the channel. Are we gonna be all right? By uh, by Jeff Wiggins. Yes, that's his name, Jeff Wiggins. You can see the name here. This guy used to, where I first saw this guy, he used to work for TYT. TYT had like brought on a lot of independent creators. It was this whole program. I remember when it started, right? They're like, hey man, if you're like an independent creator, you want to join in, like consider doing so. That'll be fun, right? Like then you can make videos for us and you can grow your own platform. And I mean, look, he's at 65,000, almost 65,000 subscribers now. But it didn't end up working out for him with them. Like he had a whole video about his experience of TYT, and it wasn't entirely positive. And a lot of creators actually left that program under various circumstances. So, but yeah, I mean, I got no thoughts on that really. Not too many thoughts. But in any case, that's where I first saw this particular individual. I was watching his videos on the TYT's network, right? His videos there. And then you know, he was advertising his spot here, so I decided, you know, come through. In any case, so I have this one video that I wanted to watch, right? About with Brianna Joy Gray talking about the Democratic Party. And all the L's it's been taken, and you know, like and what we should do, like should we be on a third party trip, you know, like that kind of thing. That's what I was going to focus on. However, then I saw this video. This is the DNDEI, the last video here. I saw that, and I figured, okay, we'll do that instead. Or at least like it attracted my attention, and I watched some of it. I'm like, okay, we'll start with that, and we'll go forward. But then I saw this video. I escaped from the Democratic Plantation, which is what I set up for the title, obviously, right? You can see below me. And that really interested me as a good thumbnail because it grabbed my attention, and I want to talk about it. So here we go. I'm going to start with this one, and we'll go from there. So we'll start. So my plan right now, right, is to start with this one. I haven't looked at this one at all, right? I have looked a little bit at the DNDEI, the last one here, but I haven't looked at I Escape from Democratic Plantation. But I think I understand what it's about. And so we'll check it out, see how that goes. Go to 1, 2, then maybe the Brianna Joe Gray thing. Let's see how long it takes me to get through these 2 videos. And then yeah. So that was a long intro. Or not much. Alrighty.
All right, kids. I recently made an episode about a group of young black adults who create reaction videos here on YouTube. And I said that they don't know what they're talking about while zeroing in on the economy. And their defenders or apologists called me a hater, told me that I'm jealous, and claimed that I'm mad just because they left the Democratic plantation, which is what I want to focus on today. You should know that the angry part of my comment section didn't address what I actually said about presidents inheriting economies and response lags delaying the effects of policies, by the way. Couldn't tell me I'm wrong, just called me names, which is fine. Remember this for later. Now, this Democratic plantation thing is an anti-black term used to describe the voting habits of the African American electorate. It's an insult. Conservative.
All right, let me go back to that. It says, why black voters are stuck on the Democrat plantation, explain opinion. When will black voters stop being so loyal to the Democratic Party? Where is the Republican plantation with all the white people who vote against their interests? How did we escape? Yeah, okay. So, that's how they're choosing to define Democratic plantation. Yeah, basically focusing on, and I guess he's about to expand on this, but that Democrat, so that I never heard. I've heard this term many times before, but actually, I guess no one ever defined it for me. I just knew it was negative, right? It was a pejorative, but actually, like, come to think of it, I've actually never like definitive had an answer for that. But like, if it is the case that it's like, well, Democrat or Black Americans have a loyalty, right, and don't want to loyalty, we feel they're trapped, like with the Democratic Party, right? Like you're trapped on a plantation. Then okay, sure, guess I can see that. But like, white people shouldn't be saying this to me, right? Like white people shouldn't say this, right? Like this seems weird, right? Like this seems like an like black community thing, all right, where we have to talk to each other about this. The griot right here, this the website that he's got up right now, that's a black website, and that makes sense to have these conversations. But like, I believe I've heard white politicians talk about the Democratic plantation, and if this is what they're talking about, yeah, kind of go fuck yourself, right? Actually, I don't want to hear anything else you have to say. If you talk about the Democratic plantation, go fuck yourself, right? These people, yeah, like I don't appreciate the racial undertones. Like you can make the same case about like, hey, well, maybe you should consider other voting options. I think that's a fair conversation for anyone to have. But if you choose to use that kind of imagery, all right, some white person saying it to me and things like I'm gonna have a calm conversation with them. No, go fuck yourself. Actually, no, I won't accept it. Like immediately that makes me suspect of you. If you choose to use that kind of language. So we'll start there, right? But yeah, let's go. Fine.
Used to describe the voting habits of the African American electorate. It's an insult. Conservatives will say that runaways have been red-pilled, they've come to their senses, these darkies have seen the light, and boy is this magnified when conservatives feel like they got a celebrity escapee. Sure, both sides of the aisle yearn for big name endorsements, but Republicans will claim race doesn't matter to them, pay for an appearance from a black entertainer, then act like getting somebody's money right isn't the reason why they left the left.
So ain't nobody gonna perform for Donald Trump, huh? Which one of you jigaboo ass niggas gonna be the first one to do it? I'm waiting. I'm gonna roast the out one of you calm ass niggas for doing it. Which one of you niggas gonna do it first? Osby's the one that performs for himself.
Big Snoop, who executed a Trump lookalike in a music video of his, has an album called Make America Crip Again featuring a blue Maca hat or Massa hat. Soft C versus hard C. One of these options is definitely funnier than the other considering what we're talking about. On this album cover artwork for the extended play in MP3 format only, and is standing behind a dead body in a morgue with the name Trump on a toe tag for the cover of the physical copy of the Massa album. Snoop performed at the Crypto Ball ahead of the inauguration this past weekend. Positive for the right, problematic for leftists.
And we met Snoop Dogg and talked with him, and his audience and even himself a few years ago was just so anti-Trump, such a hateful rhetoric towards him. But now everyone's jumping on the bandwagon. They're all getting behind him. They're all supporting him. And I don't think it's going to stop. I think the support's only growing.
We need to keep that same energy for Nelly, Rick Ross, and Snoop that we had for Chrisette Michele. Or we owe her an apology, or both. With that said, I
Oh,
want
all right.
Michelle.
So let me explain this thing. All right. Some other things. One, Snoop Dogg. Snoop Dogg performing at that concert. Interesting, right? And this just kind of seems the path that like black people go down when they're about to start grifting, right? Like him performing at the crypto ball, right? At a Trump. It's like, oh, it's not a big deal, right? Like you saw like the smoke he had for Trump originally, right? You saw that kind of energy that he had, and then like literally like executing a Trump look like, I mean, like it was pretty hardcore. It's as hardcore as you can get, right? That was even, I think that's even harder than like what Eminem was saying about Trump. He had like an anti-Trump song, like an anti-MAGA type song. But that was like the music video was like, I think they were just in the parking lot. Anyway, sorry, I'm getting distracted. Doesn't matter. Point is that there was a change, clearly, right? There's a shift there. Hard shift. Oh boy, sorry, it was just like, oh my god, there was just such a shift. Yeah, so there was a shift in his rhetoric, and now he's like performing for like on the inauguration night, right, at a ball associated with Trump. I don't know if Trump was actually at the crypto ball. He might have been. He might have been actually. Or in any case, like the crypto ball was in support of Trump. That part is definitely true. No matter what. But he might have been there. The only reason I say that is because of you know, there's rumors about like well, Trump's involvement with crypto. Like there's not rumors, I mean he actually did that. But like there's rumors about like how the Trump coin and Melania coin were launched. And I'm curious if like some of those deals might have happened at the crypto ball. So that's where my mind's at right now. But in any case, right? So moving on, I'm all over the place here, right? Not a great start, but we're pushing forward. This headline that he has up, oh boy, it was the wrong thing to do. Chrisette Michelle opens up about being quote unquote canceled after performing during inauguration and why she believes Travis Green didn't receive backlash. I don't know who Travis. I've heard the name Travis Green, some other singer. I guess a black singer. I didn't receive backlash. So this is in 2021. So Chrisette Michelle is a black female performer, right? Like a R&B type, I believe. And I hadn't heard of her like before this incident, but like I heard of her after the incident. So Chrisette Michelle ends up performing at the first inauguration. And it was a big deal because like we were wondering who they were gonna get to perform. Like there was very little musical acts. Like in general, the music industry and like the performing arts have shunned Donald Trump, shunned conservatives in general. Now we don't. It's not like they don't have um conservative like creators, right? They exist, but like they tend not to be big or important. They tend to be like whatever, like C-level individuals like Ted Nugent, right? Like or Kid Rock, like those types, right? Chrisette Michelle, she ended up performing, and I remember thinking at the time, because I didn't know anything about her. I just like heard this one was performing. I'm like, sounds like an op, right? Sounds like an enemy. like like why would you be performing for the Trump administration coming in, right? Like the black community was just not about this. She received a lot of backlash. She talked about this, and I'm not sure if I've seen this particular article, but I've seen I did read a article about Chrisette Michelle and her perspective on what happened, and it seemed like, well, this gig was like made for her, I think by her husband or something, or maybe an ex-manager. I don't know. But like it was a whole thing. Like the way she tells it, like she seems like a lot more sympathetic. Like, hey, I didn't really one, I didn't really choose to do this, but then like, it was a job, so I did the job, but I also wasn't thinking about it because I wasn't particularly political. So I'm like, all right, like maybe I could use this as an opportunity to bring people together. But her audience was not about that. And she was only up and up, right? So apparently this woman, Chrisette Michelle, was like her career was like rising. She was a rising star and apparently quite talented. And she would like, fill like her wherever she performed, it would be standing room only. She had like a strong fan base, a strong and growing fan base. But after this, opposite. I remember the article that I read. Again, I'm not sure if it was this article. And especially I don't remember the Travis Green part. I don't. Did Travis Green also perform? I don't know. But the article I read was talking about, like, vividly described her performing in front of like a very sparse crowd. It was like some sort of auditorium type place, and like there were fans. There were a few, but like there were a few. There were a few. It was not good. Not good. And it's like this one performance like destroyed her career. Um, so again, I didn't know anything about this one before, right? So but before the incident, my first thoughts were like, oh, okay, we got a black conservative here. And fuck that. Fuck that. Um, fuck that noise. But like I hadn't even heard any of her songs or anything like that. But it seems like she wasn't really conservative. Um, and she wasn't like hardcore Trump, like this is a hill I gotta die on, or anything like that. Just from at least the way she says it, it's just like just happened to do the job, right? And then she didn't realize just like how big of a deal it would be. I think the worst part for her is that unlike Snoop Dogg, so so this individual, uh, sorry, the video essayist here, right? He is comparing her to Snoop Dogg, right? Snoop Dogg has an established name going back decades, right? So like this isn't gonna destroy his career, right? The fact that he performed for Trump, like it's not the end of uh of his aim of like it's not going to take him out of his place within pop culture, right? I had just seen like this is again, see, this is what is my problem with doing these things because I change all over the place, all right? I had just seen that Snoop Dogg was in Fortnite. I, I had no idea, right? And he has some attack, right? At least I think he has. This was in the animation. It was like it wasn't gameplay, it was just like an animation they were doing. So I'm not sure if this attack's actually in the game, but like basically he throws a projectile, and then if it hits you, like it forces you to dance, like with Snoop Dogg. I don't know, whatever, right? But like he's a skin in Fortnite, at the very least. He's a skin in Fortnite, and just like one, Fortnite is kind of shitty, right? It's just like a bunch of like intellectual property, like all thrown together that doesn't make any sense. It's just like nonsense. It's just content. Here's something you recognize, whatever, right? It's a whole bunch of nothing. But in any case, right, like the fact that he is there shows just how like culturally significant he is, right? How deeply embedded he is within the American pop culture landscape. So like everyone knows it. I don't have to explain who Snoop Dogg is, right? You know who Snoop Dogg is before you clicked on this video. Um, so um, so Snoop Dogg is in a position to survive like massively bad press within the black community, and also, right? I think there's another big difference between Cassette Michelle and Snoop Dogg. Is that Snoop Dogg, right? Obviously bigger star, but bigger to the point where he has like escaped the gravitational pull of like his origins, right? His origins was the streets, right? And making black music for black people. That's where he started out, right? But he's long ago escaped that into the grander universe of a white majority audience, right? Like that's what he appeals to. That's where Snoop Dogg makes his money. This happens with any rapper who goes like super mainstream, right? Like and ends up being the people who are consuming their music the most. It's not black people, white individuals, right? It's the white artists, white teenagers, white young men, white young women, right? They become the big fans. When you go to their concerts, right? For the bigger ones, the bigger rappers, you'll find see a white, right? And that's okay. The guy, I'm fine with that. That's not like not a negative or anything, right? One, get your money, right? Like if that's where the money's at, so get your money there, right? And two, I just like I like when white people or any people of one culture enjoys the works of other cultures, right? I like that. It's a good thing. right? In general, right? That's overall was a very, very good thing. But in any case, that's where he's set up, right? Like he has a white base who, for the most part, I'm not gonna give a fuck about this, right? They're not gonna care. It's not that big of a deal to them, right? But Chrisette Michelle, she didn't escape that, right? She was up and coming, but she was not a household name, right? If you're watching this, right, we got people who are watching this, then you know who she was. Unless you knew about this specific incident, you had no idea who this woman was. So her audience was specifically just black, specifically black. So performing for Trump's inauguration back in 2021, was no, not 2021. Oh, 2017. 2017. It's the articles from 2021, but this is 2017 is when that happened. But anyway, performing for his inauguration was disastrous. That audience cared. And that audience felt betrayed when she performed there, and she just it was tragic. I think I ended up hearing a little bit of her, at least one song or track of hers, and she sounded like she was a great singer from what I remember. But this is years ago. But yeah, it's a sad thing that happened. But it is, I mean, it be what it be, what it be. And let me know what you guys think if you're on it. I'd love to hear your thoughts on this. But here we go.
We owe her an apology or both. With that said, I went looking for the origin of this black plantation problem. So we already know that the vast majority of black people vote for or lean Democrat. Yet, as Michael Harriot points out, every major minority, ethnic, racial, and religious demographic in America votes Democrat, including most Asian Americans, Hispanics, Muslim voters, and Jewish voters. Add women in general in there, shout out to black women, and those with college degrees, and somehow none of them are on a plantation. And black conservatives who have faithfully voted with white America, many of whom do so against their own interests, exclusively for Republicans since the 1960s, they're not only not engaging in groupthink some way, they're not on a GOP plantation. These white people aren't enslaved, even among the Irish were enslaved in America peoples. That gives us an idea of where this black plantation thing came from, who it's aimed at, and who shielded from it. So I came across this article from the Washington Post, liberal media. Jeff Bezos hates the environment and unions and being taxed. He's supposed to be a leftist. Anyways, historian Leah Wright Rigger, author of The Loneliness of the Black Republican, noted that black Republicans criticized the plantation politics of the Democratic Party as early as 1964. Then, this plantation rhetoric was maintained by Richard Nixon when he mentioned it in an interview with Jet magazine in 1968. Yet, author, syndicated TV and radio host, and syndicated columnist Armstrong Williams was arguably the most powerful purveyor of the phrase. He talked about the Democratic plantation for years. He's against liberal policies that led to the destruction of the black family. I hope he outlines what the GOP has already and will do about that. You know what? I should allow Armstrong Williams to tell you what he's about.
I see the government with its form of slavery in a different way. What it does through its social programs, the government tells you, don't take care of yourself, we'll take care of you. You don't need to think, you don't need to provide for yourself. We'll give you welfare, we'll give you affirmative action. Well, let me tell you something. A government that is big enough to give you everything is big enough to take it away from you.
He will go on to say, that's why he believes in the entrepreneurial spirit and the spirit of your own ideas. Well, the Bush administration paid Armstrong Williams $240,000 to promote its No Child Left Behind education policy on his syndicated radio and television shows in 2004. That per USA Today. My regular viewers and subscribers know what I'm about to do, right?
But I believe this. See, I don't trust the government, even though I love this country, would die for this country in its wars, would defend her to the end. I do not trust the government. I don't think that you can pass laws and expect within a few days that people are going to do the moral thing.
Doesn't trust the government until he does. In 2002, President Bush signed into law the No Child Left Behind Act, which was itself a redone version of the Elementary and Secondary Education Act of 1965. According to a Media Matters search, Williams mentioned No Child Left Behind in only one article prior to accepting the money to promote the law in December 2003, and specifically praised NCLB in at least 5 columns afterward. And we can go over how NCLB impacted students, or I can tell you that it led to the end of Reading Rainbow. Hold up. When Tribune Media Services terminated Williams' syndication agreement, they said, under these circumstances, readers may well ask themselves if the views expressed in his columns are his own, or whether they have been purchased by a third party.
So to be clear, how I feel about that, and I'm a little confused, right? Like he said, because he criticizes NLB, No Child Left, or NCLB, No Child Left Behind. Does that happen after he was paid or before he was paid? I'm not exactly sure. I'm still confused on the timeline here. But one or the other, I don't think it's wrong to be paid to promote something, right? Like it's a sponsorship like any other, right? Like if you want ambassadors to go out within the community, a community, and represent you and say like, hey, this is our plan, right? This is our policy, and we'd like you guys to hear about it, all right? Like find a messenger you think might be appropriate for the community at hand, whatever it may be, right? Find a messenger that's appropriate and say like, hey, like this is the plan that these individuals are putting together, something that they're putting forth. These policymakers, here it is laid out. Maybe you might find something that you like about it, all right? And you have further questions, I can answer those questions for you, that type of thing, right? I think that's perfectly fair. As long as you like let you know that you're paid, right? As long as it's very clear to the audience that you are a representative, right? That your opinions expressed are affected by whatever financial benefit you've gotten, right? Or maybe that just not even your opinions. Like I'm not even expressing my opinions. I am simply a representative of this organization, right? And this is a job, right? This is a job. I'm going to put forth these thoughts, right? And you can do with them what you will, like simple like that. I'm overcomplicating it, but yeah, you get it, right? So that's fine. As long as you make it clear. However, if you don't make it clear that you got paid for it and you're paid to do that and you're working otherwise, even if those thoughts match your own, right? Let's say that like he had genuinely looked at No Child Left Behind, that policy, and thought this was a good idea. The moment he gets paid for it, it doesn't matter. Like if he like happens to match, like his thoughts happen to match perfectly of the policies, right? That he loves it. Like you have to disclose that, hey, you're being paid. It's something that people need to, add to their understanding the context as they're chewing through your words. So that's dishonest. If that's what happened, he didn't disclose that. And like all the time in editorial pages, like in major newspapers, there are people with a bunch of conflicts of interest who like get space, like within the New York Times, within the Washington Post, within the Los Angeles Times. I don't know. I mean, newspapers, I guess. I'm sorry, but anyway, like within those pages, these things happen. Where like, hey, like I love nuclear power, and you should love nuclear power too, right? And then it's like some 3-star general, right? Who wrote the article. It's like, oh, okay. The reason why they're being allowed to speak is because they're a 3-star general. Well, yeah, sure. Okay, they're the type of person who would be allowed to talk within those mainstream pages. However, they also like after this retired general, after they left the military, they went to work for a nuclear trade advocacy group, right? Like that needs to be disclosed. Put that in there. You can still have the same opinions, and maybe you're making a great point, right? But that needs to be disclosed. And so if he didn't do that, long way around to saying that's messed up.
Zone, or whether they have been purchased by a third party. In the past, he has also settled a sexual harassment case. Was it more than one? And that doesn't speak to his political ideology. It's more of a shout. Williams would later apologize for the No Child Left Behind pay incident. This interview I've shown came after the fact. And if I let it play out, he can be reasonable.
I think even in affirmative action was something it was reparations, is what affirmative action was. But I don't think the lawmakers ever had any intention of it benefiting black people the most. Because if that were the case, they never would have included white women. I mean, white women, and we know about women's suffrage, and we know about their plight in this country, but never to the extent of what blacks endured in this country.
He acknowledged his wrongdoing even when Bush's education department wouldn't. Oh, and HW's White House said the case was an isolated incident, not a practice widely used by the administration. Except the two other columnists who were paid hundreds of thousands of dollars to promote Bush's marriage initiative. Speaking of marriage and unreasonableness, kind of.
I can no longer identify with the Democratic platform because the Democratic platform is anti-God, anti-family, anti-country, anti-military, anti-unborn child. I said, I can't identify with that anymore. Can you forgive me? And God said, oh yeah, no problem.
Jesse Lee Peterson, what he considers
God seems pretty relaxed, pretty cash, right? Oh yeah, no problem. It's not a big deal. You know, do your thing, buddy. I'm sorry. I just found that very funny. But I'm sorry. We can go.
family, country, military, and unborn child isn't in scripture or spoken of in the Bible. Not that any of that has to do with any of this. And wait, anti-unborn child. Poor choice of words from a person who supports a party that wants nothing to do with a born child. Peterson later said, I am 100% a Republican conservative. I'm so far right, I can't even see myself. And I believe him.
If racism is holding me back, why is it that it's not holding the black people back who are telling me that it's racism? They were married, their kids were going to good schools, and that's when I realized I had been lied to, that it wasn't about racism, that white people were not holding me back, and the Democrats didn't care about me. They were lying to me.
Democrat politicians and the liberal media telling them that Trump is racist and or racism is holding them back. I get a feeling this is going to come back up later. Question, are you a free thinker if your thoughts are shared by others who parrot what they've heard? Where are those thoughts free from? Proof and evidence? He's admitting that once upon a time he believed the stories being told to him, whether it was on the news or on social media, without fact checking. Are we supposed to believe that suddenly he is studying himself? Look, I clearly watch stuff on the internet a lot in order to get you these clips, and I regularly talk about the existence of systemic racism, never touching on how or if it impacts me personally. Despite that, I'm told that I have a victim mentality by people who listen to Jesse Lee Peterson, a man that just admitted that he doesn't understand the nuance of being told that racism is a thing that's happening versus racism is a thing that's happening to him in particular. Kamala Harris doesn't believe in systemic racism, man. And is there a name for the people who make money by denying the existence of systemic racism? Plantation hustlers?
Why is it that white folks are the primary creators? You know, they make things right. And the other races can't seem to do it.
Notice he didn't say inventors, although I tell people I invented my kids all the time. I get the feeling that Peterson is referring to his parents who created him and made him black, didn't make him right. Sadness. So it's not that he can't see himself, he doesn't want to look at himself.
I want to see human beings judging each other based on character and not color, the way it was when I was growing up.
We are judging y'all by the content of y'all's character. He wants there to be a White History Month.
And we're going to get to that later. The White History Month thing is included in the other video that I first got me thinking about his channel like tonight. So we're going to get back to that White History Month thing because that's... Whew. But yeah, Jesse Lee Peterson, this guy, what a trip. Mr. Fanatic, who's on Twitch, it used to come on this platform. He had a conversation with Jesse Lee Peterson, which was particularly entertaining. You can go and find that online. But you gotta, if you're not black and you're watching this, man, like Jesse Lee Peterson, it's just like if you are black, right? Like I'm trying to put you in the shoes of a black person. Oh boy, that man's suspect. That man is suspect, right? Like you've heard the idea of a self-hating Jew, and you've heard the idea of closet gays, right? Like, oh boy, like these types, they can be the most vitriolic. Uh, and I mean, Jesse Peters is quite vitriolic. Not so much in his demeanor, right? He just like he's always like usually just placid. I don't know. He's a weird character. Fuck. Like the more I think about him, like the more question marks I have about this individual. But just like in his rhetoric, like it's quite hostile. And also then like he seems quite lonely. Right? Like earlier in the video, this video, it was reference a book, The Loneliness of Black and Conservative. I've always wanted to read that book. I've seen that cover. Like there's that cover of that woman, and she actually looks really lonely there, right? Like it looks like I imagine it's supposed to take that's a black conservative speaking in front of some sort of political convention or something, right? About to like make a speech and like hold on, let me see if I can find it. In this okay. Is this it? No. I don't know if I can find it. But like oh, here it is. Let me bring that up. We're at 10:36, so we come back to that in a second. Like this cover, like it seems like really powerful. I actually really want to read this. Because like yeah, like and you can see on the side, if you look at the podium, it says Republican and then convention. So it's it looks like it might be the GOP convention at some point. They had this black woman go at this, and like this picture, like it's obviously just a moment in time, right? And she looks like she's like gathering her strength, but she just might be just like pausing and blinking, and then like getting ready to, you know, just jump back in it. She might be fine. But like this does look lonely to me, right? Now she's surrounded by people, white people. This actually looks lonely to me, and it makes me like feel for this woman. I don't know who she is. I have no idea, right? It's just an evocative photo for me. Like like I don't know. I don't like ostracizing people. I don't. However, right? I don't know what this woman's views are. And if you got some fucked up views, then I mean it is what it is. I don't know, like I mean she's at the Republican National Convention. I don't know at what point in time this was. Is this before the Civil Rights Act was passed? Or is it after? Because that makes a difference as to what kind of Republican Party she's dealing with, right? I have just so many questions about this one. That's why I want to read this book, right? Like more than anything else, I actually really want to learn about this woman. Like, who is she? What's going on with her, right? Like this cover has always stuck with me. I just need to read the book. I just need to read the book, and to like get an idea as to who this person is. But the point is that Black Republicans, yeah, they can be quite lonely, and like, okay, reverting it back to Jesse Lee Peterson, right? Like, it seems to me these people are people like him, like are lonely. They're like rejected from the black community often, right? Unless your family is like a bunch of black conservatives, then it sounds like you're gonna be ostracized from your family, and you are going to have to find a new community, and that community is gonna be white. That community is gonna be super white. That community is gonna look like that background to that photo. They're very much white. And it's fine if you like community white people. That's fine. Yeah, I like white people. That's cool. But you're gonna be missing something. You're gonna be missing something. You're gonna feel like alone. So like people talk about like coming out to their families as a black Republican, right? Like a lot of families would much prefer you're gay. Would much prefer to have a gay son or a gay daughter than a black fucking Republican in the fam. I would be happy to have a gay son or a gay daughter, but a black Republican? I'd feel like I failed, right? I'd feel like how homophobic families feel like when one of their children comes out to them, right? Like did I do something wrong, right? Did I not take them to church enough? Like was it did I expose them to Jesus enough? How could they be gay, right? Like I'd be like, hey, did I not take them like well, I'm definitely gonna be political with my child, right? So that part's not gonna be a problem. right? Like, but my first thought would be like, well, did I not explain my thoughts? Did I not? Is this a rebellion for me? Like, is a rebellious spirit phase in your life? Is that what's going on? I have all kinds of questions. Um, some of them fair and some of them really unfair, right? Like, I can recognize that maybe that even my reaction to my hypothetical child coming out as a Black Republican feels harsh, right? Even thinking about it. But this is the reaction that we have in the Black community, right? Like, I'm even being self-reflective about that. I think a lot of Black families would not. Like, what? You're a Black Republican? We cannot have that. Like, we're done, right? Not that you can't disagree with us politically, right? Black people disagree with each other all the time within their social circles, their spaces, right? Within their families. That happens all the time. We disagree with each other. And we saw that in All Black Everything, right? That we would disagree with each other constantly. But we're pretty much all Democrats. Or sorry, at least vote for Democrats. We vote for Democrats. Voting for Republican, it's rare. We had a few on the panel, but it's rare. And yeah, it's an ostracizing experience because once other black people know that you're a Black Republican, oh boy, they got questions or they're just not going to talk to you. The best thing is if they have questions, maybe you should explain yourself. Otherwise, they'll just ostracize you. So anyway, again, like I'm just trying to explain why this image is just so evocative for me, right? Like you can see, like I'm just like pouring out emotions and thoughts and everything, right? Just from this image, and I have no idea who this woman is. No clue. I don't know who she is. No idea. I don't understand the context of the picture. But just like it speaks to me in all kinds of ways. Oh, there you go. All right. That was a lot. Okay, I can go back to where we were before. Okay, all right.
Would be judging each other based on character, not color, the way it was when I was growing up.
We are judging y'all by the content of y'all's character. He wants there to be a White History Month. There's 12. Before I continue, Jesse Lee Peterson was born in Alabama and raised by his grandparents for a while on a plantation that his ancestors tended to during U.S. chattel slavery. He lived with his mother and stepfather in Indiana at some point, while his father had a separate family in the same state. That man didn't acknowledge Jesse early on or acknowledge he got his mother pregnant in the first place. Peterson can't stand the idea of step-parents. Odd. All of this marriage and nuclear family talk from him, and he's not even married. I don't think he's ever been married. He says he's been engaged twice, though. Not a fan of premarital sex, yet has at least one child out of wedlock. Look, before I move on, he is the founder and president of BOND, Brotherhood Organization New Destiny, a nonprofit aimed at offering spiritual counseling for boys being raised without a father. So there's that.
And that's one reason why I'm pro-Trump and I'm a conservative, is because I truly believe in the individualistic approach to the problems that we see within the Black community or in America as a whole. And you can think about it, Black Wall Street, Harlem Renaissance, all that time, we was doing great. But when the policies came in and started destroying the Black community slowly and slowly.
I know what you're thinking. That was Topher Townsend being interviewed by Garrison Hayes. Garrison addressed the cognitive dissonance of Topher wanting rugged individualism while using Tulsa, Oklahoma, a community, a large group, as an example. And no, Greenwood wasn't destroyed by policy. It was destroyed by a mob of white people.
So you can't say it's policy when when Black people do what they need to do and build for themselves, and white people destroy it. Yeah. So why is it that you would frame it as a policy thing?
I didn't frame it as a policy thing.
We can rewind it.
You can think about it, Black Wall Street, Harlem Renaissance, all that time, we was doing great. But when the policies came in and started destroying the Black community slowly and slowly.
So to be clear, in case you don't know, Black Wall Street, that like was in Tulsa, Oklahoma, right? That was in it was the Greenwood neighborhood. That's Black Wall Street, what it was called. Then it was destroyed by a white mob, not democratic policies. It wasn't the wokeness that destroyed that. Yeah, it was an angry white mob of individuals who killed, raped, and pillaged because they didn't like that them Black folks were getting too uppity and gathering too much wealth for themselves. So that was a problem. Yeah. That's unfortunate, but that's what he's referring to.
Who built the highways? over and through and around black communities. Was it a GOP president? It was. Eisenhower.
I said it wasn't white people, it was those white people. And the reason why I'm saying that is because now we're trying to categorize all white people as evil.
No.
And what I'm trying to say is, back then, because a lot of people don't know this, I'm gonna put this on record, Black Wall Street rebuilt themselves after that. 4 years after that, Black Wall Street rebuilt everything they had, and they prospered for the next 40 years until policy came in and destroyed it because they decided to build a freeway over their town, and that destroyed. So what I'm saying is, if we look at policy and the cultural essence of most things, right? It's not just policy, it's culture.
I find it interesting that he wants to get all in the details when it comes to which white people bombed stuff consecutively, repeatedly. You should have heard what he had to say about Project 2025 on TikTok. Man, he got drilled for that. Topher mentioned the Lyndon Baines Johnson, "I'll have those N-words voting Democratic for 200 years" quote. And whether or not he actually said it, let's say he did, because there's also, if you can convince the lowest white man he's better than the best colored man, he won't notice you're picking his pocket. Hell, give him somebody to look down on and he'll empty his pockets for you.
Yep.
Duality. There's a 1994 crime bill and mass incarceration. Liberal policies, conservative policies. We can say both. Not to both sides too many things. Not everything is equal. Still, as I've said before, it's not are Democrats racist or are Republicans racist. It's and.
I would rather, given the fact that even back then we still had our families together, communities were stronger back then, I would rather deal with the dangerous freedom of not knowing and controlling people with policies as much as possible versus the peaceful slavery of being married and tied to the government.
I get it. Not what Topher said. What? But it would appear that after LBJ began his war on poverty, the marriage rate plummeted in America. But if you did like 5 more minutes of searching, you'll see that the marriage rate declined in many countries all over the world at the same time. Couples seem to be okay with shacking up instead of, getting the government involved in their personal.
I'm thinking the marriage rate probably fell because of the pill, right? Like the pill was invented, and I mean, there's lots of reasons why, but like one, the feminist movement and the pill, right? Like they give women choices so they didn't have to necessarily attach themselves to a man like immediately, right? So like, I don't know, man, like that seems like a bigger thing. And to be clear, right? Like people are saying, well, marriage rates fall and that's a bad thing. I think this is a bit of a sidetrack, but like that's fine. I actually prefer you have people more in marriages, right? That the marriage provides a stable family unit, right? It doesn't have to be a nuclear family, right? So marriage, we can have high rates of marriage, but we don't have to be nuclear families, right? We can have more extended families, right? Or maybe smaller families. However it looks like between these individuals, but like I'm in general in favor of more marriage, but like I also want people to go into those marriages completely by choice, right? So if women feel like they don't have to get married because sex doesn't necessarily equal pregnancy, right? It's like, okay, well, I'm gonna like actually be intimate with a partner. I need to marry them because like that'll otherwise like intimacy means pregnancy. Intimacy almost certainly means pregnancy for me, right? And if that's the case, I have a baby. I need this partner, my sexual partner, to be attached to me, and so I got to marry him beforehand, right? Like that's like the thought process. Once the pill comes in, then you don't have to do that, right? Like you can have intimacy without necessarily pregnancy. So that like changes the math for women. And yeah, marriage rates are gonna fall. And that's a good thing, right? Like when they do though marry, then they can do it for the right reasons rather than like biological coercion. Which is what I think a lot of conservatives actually want, right? They want biological conservative coercion. They want it to be so that these individuals, these married, these women, right? They go into it because they have to, not because they want to.
Personal lives, you would think Republicans would be happy about that. 5 more minutes of search will show you that data displaying babies born out of wedlock isn't a measure of a father's involvement. Could still be together with the mother without nuptials. as I alluded to, can be a father while not living in the same home. And 5 more minutes of search will show certain offices used to support families with welfare were gone by the time Reagan got in office. Check out King versus Smith, a Supreme Court decision in 1968, if you got another 5 minutes. And add 5 minutes on top of that, and you'll find out that white women are currently the fastest growing demographic to have babies born out of wedlock. And that's for all that culture talk. That's like 20 to 25 minutes of your time. I've lost count. That's
Yeah, I kind of want to see this. So the percentage of births to mothers who are unmarried has nearly tripled among white women since 1980, increasing at a faster pace than unwed births among Black or Hispanic mothers, whose rates remain higher. Okay, all right, okay. So, okay, the percentage of births mothers among women. Okay, so he's saying, all right, that there are still more married women, women of other races, right? So the top line, you might be hard for anyone here who's watching this to read this, but the top line here is the green is the Black community, right? So according to this chart seems to end at around like 2016, I guess. It's 2015, 2016. That the top line says the unmarried rate, like unwed mother rate, is 69.7% in the Black community, which is much higher. Oh fuck, it's actually much higher than I thought. That's so much higher than I thought. Holy fuck! Actually, I didn't know it was that high. That's really unfortunate. But it seems to have plateaued a bit. Looking at that chart, I'm curious what it is now. Right, that's 10. This is like almost 10 years old data, so I'm really curious where it is now. In fact, maybe we could just search for it. But anyway, then it says Hispanic is at 52.6%. The black line there is just total, but it doesn't tell me exactly where. Almost at, it seems like 35%. And then white mothers, that's the last line, so red line. That's at 28.6%. Basically, the difference between the rate of change here is faster. The rate of increase is faster for the white group than the Black and Hispanic groups. However, as of now, the total is still more Black and Hispanic mothers. So I just had to like wrap my head around that. Okay, so he's just saying the rate of increase. That more of them are. This is an increasing trend within the white community, where it seems to have, like, at least again for this like 10-year-old data, seems to have stabilized for the Black community. I'm actually kind of hold on. Actually, kind of want to figure out on unmarried rate. Sorry, let's try rate of unmarried mothers. Let's see. Let's just try to figure this out. Especially the babies born to unmarried mothers by state. That's close. Well, let's look at this. Hold on. I just kind of want to. This is not all what we came here to do. Again, I'm sorry, tangents. But I want by race. Birth of unmarried age, race. Okay, this might be helpful. CDC. Data. Sorry, we're just doing a little bit of research here, guys. I'm just curious. Okay. This is by age group. Don't care about that. Give me race. Where's race? Birth. All right, up. Let's see. Oh, maybe I can just do it here. First one by race and Hispanic origin. Dashboard. Okay. Oh, it's okay. This is birth rates of unmarried women by race by Hispanic. Black, Hispanic, Asian. Okay. So this ends at 2015. I'm a little confused. So this is birth rates of unmarried women by race. For birth rates. Maybe this is not like the total percentage. Maybe I'm a little confused, right? Maybe maybe what he's showing us here is total number, the percentage of births. No, this is percentage of births. Is percentage of births different from birth rates? Now I'm unclear about that. Percentage of births of mothers who are unmarried. Is this like that has to be per year, right? Or is that total? Like of mothers currently, like from like if you're a mother now, like you're a mother for 18 years, let's say, right? And then your child's an adult, and so like you're not technically a mother. Maybe that's how that works. And then this is showing us the total number of people who still have a child and are unmarried. But this is saying essentially the births to mothers. I don't know why there's such a huge discrepancy with this data. I don't know. Child trends, source child trends. The CDC seems to be saying something different. So, the black line here says rates 31.5% at 2015. Again, this is 10 years old, but like it's way different from nearly 70%. I'm just a little confused by that, you know? And it's either bad data or I'm like they're measuring two different things. And I don't know which one. I don't know which one to say. But anyway, it says non-Hispanic white. That puts them at 13.9%. These figures illustrate trends in births to unmarried women since 1940. Highlighted here are a number of births and birth rates by selected demographic characteristics. Data for some race and ethnicity groups are not available for the entire period. Please, demographic. Select the dashboard, download. Notes, methods of collecting information, marital status. Yeah, I'm just a little confused as to what's the difference here. There might be measuring two different things. It might be measuring two different things, and I'm unaware of that. But then, sorry, this is by age group. Oh, okay, hold on. Let's see. Oh, okay. All right, okay. So before, what I was just looking at was the 15 through 19, right? So on the side here, it said this is 15 through 19-year-olds. So this is among the age groups of people who are 15 and 19 years old, I guess. Yeah. It's that. But then if you go to 40 to 44 year old individuals, they got a lot more. That seems to make sense. So so unmarried mother, the rates of unmarried mothership among the youngest age cohort is dropping precipitously. But the older age cohorts, right? Well, they still have those kids. Okay, that's helpful. I wish I'd like to see the total instead of just that, but all right, I think I've taken enough time on this. I'm sorry. All right. I'm sorry, everyone. I cannot keep focused. Like I said, I go on tangents. Okay. All right. I just found this interesting. Go on.
Women are currently the fastest growing demographic to have babies born out of wedlock, and that's for all that culture talk. That's like 20 to 25 minutes of your time. I've lost count. Embarrassing. Or you can watch my videos where I've talked about these things multiple times. This episode should be under 20 minutes. And hey, if any race in these United States is married to the government with the knots tied together using handouts, then white America has to be it. I mean, have you seen all the free stuff they've been given? And black Republicans apparently will sell their
8 times U.S. government gave white people handouts to get ahead. Why don't we just bring this up? The American Atlanta Black Star. Okay. Let's take a look at this. Atlanta. 8 times. What does it say? 8 times the U.S. government gave white people times the best government gave white people handouts. So this is the 1830 Indian Removal Act. With the help of the United States Army, Cherokee, Creek, and other Eastern Native American tribes were forced to relocate west of the Mississippi River to make room for white settlers. Is this the Trail of Tears, or is this another thing? There's multiple times we forced Native Americans out. I actually don't know if there's a Trail of Tears or not, but like yeah, it's an ethnic cleansing campaign. That's what this is, right? This, the 1830 Indian Removal Act, that's an ethnic cleansing campaign. That's what that looks like, right? Israel has entered the chat. But any which way, the 1862 Homestead Act, this act gave away an overwhelming number of acreage to white settlers out west, land that had been previously settled by Native Americans. According to California News Reel, nearly 270 million acres of Indian territory was converted to private property for white settlers. 1862 Homestead Act. Wow. Away an overwhelming number of acreage to white settlers out west. Yeah. Okay. So furthermore, yeah, pushing the boundaries here. All right, next page. The 1790 Naturalization Act. Under this legislation, only free, quote-unquote, free whites were allowed to become naturalized citizens of the United States. Thus, the doors were open for European immigrants, but not anyone else. The right to vote, serve on juries, and hold office was exclusively reserved for American citizens. Okay. I'm not sure I would classify this one as a handout. The other two, yes. I mean, they're just like giving land away, right? They're clearing land out of the original inhabitants, right? This is what settler colonial societies do. And they're giving it to their to the preferred race, right? That would be a handout. I wouldn't call this necessarily a handout, but like it did, like, you know, concentrate a lot of power within the hands of a preferred race. So there's that. But I don't know, right? I can see where you're going with that. So okay, the Social Security Act of 1935 under President Roosevelt's New Deal, the Social Security Act provided a financial safety net for millions of workers and guaranteed that they would continue to be paid after retirement. But this luxury didn't extend to everyone. However, the act excluded agriculture and domestic laborers, many of whom were Black, Mexican, and Asian. Yes, that's exactly why they excluded those professions, right? There's nothing special about those professions, but they excluded them any which way, and because they knew that's where the Black people were working, right? Black people at the time did work a lot more on farms, you know, coming off the plantation, right? So, and of course, Mexican and Asian individuals, they didn't like the Chinese specifically. They didn't like them. Okay. That's definitely a handout. The GI Education Bill, Veteran Administration Housing Authority, and Healthcare System. Because of these government programs, mostly white members of the armed forces were able to continue their education, guarantee private housing loans anyway, and granted access to a public healthcare system. I guess the VA healthcare system, like the Veterans Associations. Many of these benefits were reserved for white veterans. However, for the handful of Black veterans who could participate in these programs, their benefits were still fewer than those of their white counterparts. So, yeah, they excluded us from that. That's a huge handout, especially right this guaranteed private housing. I'm not sure about I'm a little confused about this one. My understanding is like they had government-backed loans, like cheap money, but I don't know about guaranteed private housing. But at the very least, like this helps, you know, like make the suburbs happen, where all these veterans could come back and then they could take their families out to, you know, a better place, which meant away from the cities, and build out the suburbs that way. But in any case, yes, this is a huge handout to white people. Then there is the Wagner Act, also known as the National Labor Relations Act. This Okay, sure. Also known as the National Labor Relations Act. This legislation gave labor unions the power to collectively bargain, um, defined unfair work practices, and established consequences if those rules were broken. As unions excluded non-white workers from better paying jobs and benefits like health care, pensions, and job security, millions of white workers were able to work their way into the middle class. Yeah. Uh, yeah, this was a bit of issue. So I guess maybe the because I don't know how the Wagner Act is written, right? I'm not sure if the Wagner Act specifically says like has like anti black or anti minority aspects to it. I suspect not, but I don't know. I don't know. But in any case, the unions, right? Were against, especially the construction unions. Construction unions were quite conservative, still quite conservative. There was a riot, I believe, in New York. Like it's a whole thing with the construction unions. Um, so that happened, and that yeah, a lot of them were excluded. Now that's changed a lot in like later decades, but I'm not sure if I'd call this necessarily a handout. Though this one seems a little iffy to me. Is that a handout? I don't think so. Especially if maybe like you could look at it that there weren't protections for minorities built into the bill so that they can. I mean, this was made in 1935, so like, there might be some anti-black language in there. All right, 1935, there was this written. A chance. Maybe at the very least, weren't any protections put into place. Make sure that African Americans can continue to work. Federal Housing Administration, under this bill, white families were granted home loans, making it possible for them to purchase their very first humble abode. Unfortunately, mortgage eligibility was often tied to race, while those living in integrated neighborhoods were deemed a flight risk and denied loans. So this is a whole redlining thing. So yeah, these are FHA loans. So yeah, granted home loans. Maybe I'm not sure if I'm getting the FHA mixed up with the VA bill. I'm not sure. I don't know. But at the very least, yeah, they this was a this was a big handout, and specifically then denying black individuals. And then this last one, this picture's not coming up. The picture's broken, but just Jim Crow. 1960s, the Jim Crow laws, these outwardly discriminatory laws, not only barred African Americans from drinking at the same water fountains as whites, but also reserved the best jobs, schools, neighborhoods, and hospitals for white people. That's a huge handout. It's a huge handout. Absolutely. Sorry. This was quite interesting to me, so I just wanted to check that out. But okay, we can continue on. If anyone has any questions, let me know. Hey, Nicodemus, it seems like it would be the same to me. What do you mean? Yep, slave owners got reparations. Hey, BK Messiah. History is repeating itself. Nicodemus, I'm not sure which. I'll just call you Nico. It seems like it would be the same to me. What are you referring to? But thanks for being here.
Their votes for less. Pennies on the dollar.
Yes.
Mentos, the fresh maker.
It's
You
so
can tell that he wasn't actually a Biden voter. Not only do
right. That's such a good jingle. You gotta admit, that's such a good jingle. It's such a good jingle. I love it so much. Right? Like, it's really good. We used to have great jingles. I'll bring back the good jingles. All right, I'm moving past it. Okay.
to us not wearing shirts with Joe's name on it, where would he even get that thing? But we're aware of the fact that gas prices have almost nothing to do with the president. Besides, gas prices weren't $1.79 when Trump left office. The national average was $2.19 in December of 2020, and $2.18 during that same time in Phoenix where that TikTok was created. Homie's name is DeAndre Rippey. He's the assistant director of Blexit, Arizona, with Blexit being a conservative campaign created by Candace Owens to encourage black people to exit the Democratic Party, which is something Rippey said he did, and that's fine. Following his TikTok, he was interviewed by Real News Network and Larry Elder. Here's how the two of them discussed their experiences as black Republicans.
It's a white leftist worst nightmare. They can't stand it. A black person is standing up for their own belief because they have to keep us in a Democrat slave plantation. That's the reason why they're trying to replace us.
There it is. People from one plantation telling others that they're on a plantation. Look at the chains calling the shekels gray. I could have done better. Too many people have a fundamental misunderstanding of what slavery was in America to make such statements. And if anybody's on a plantation, it will be those whose highest honor is to be invited from the field into Donald Trump's house at Mar-a-Lago. Is it in the state or a plantation in the South? They want his brand on them. They call themselves by his name, which is what those in chains did with their enslavers. But whatever. I'm not going to call them names or say anything mean about them. But Snoop did.
I tell him straight up, motherfucker, if you like that, you motherfucking racist, fuck you and fuck him. Now what?
Maybe Snoop shouldn't. We've made too many too comfortable with saying this nonsense. So now the metaphor of the Democratic Party as a slave plantation can be heard from the likes of Mitt Romney, Pat Buchanan, Louis Farrakhan, Dinesh D'Souza, and of course, Candace Owens and Kanye West.
Kanye too. Nigga, don't forget about him too. Fuck you too.
Well, this is what I was going to say about that. I was going to bring up Kanye.
And you throw him in the bag too, because he right with them motherfuckers.
I can understand why anyone wouldn't want to vote Democrat. I don't either. And I don't think I've told people how to vote or who to vote for. With comment sections in mind, if correcting the record with black Republicans is black people tearing each other down, then is getting told that you're in a dim plantation bringing us together? Am I supposed to be getting saved from these people who are contrarians at best or have Stockholm syndrome at worst? The insinuation that black people's voting pattern is a result of naivete, ignorance, or a lack of political sophistication actually echoes the principles of white supremacy. The idea that black voters are blindly throwing their votes at Democratic candidates because of groupthink or tradition is antithetical to history and facts.
I'm going to say one thing about this. So, in general, I agree with the statement here. That it's like infantilizing to say that black people don't understand. Like in general, right? Making a generalized statement that black people don't understand their own interest here. However, that doesn't mean individuals can't understand their own interests, right? We see this within the Republican Party, people voting against their own interests. It's a thing that people do. And also, yeah, there is a sense that some people vote a lot of people get their party affiliation from their parents, right? And aren't doing like a new critical analysis saying like, hey, should I be voting for this particular party, right? People who are unpolitical, right? Or non-political. And so like they're basically voting for it because their parents voted for it. That happens, and that happens across racial lines. I kind of that's why I feel like pushing back against this, because it's certainly not a statement. I'm not saying this that one race is worse than another race on any of this. It's just that across political lines, because your parents are Democrat or Republican, you will most likely be Democrat or Republican, right? That's just the way that works. That happens there are white people who they're Democrats too, because they haven't put much thought into their allegiances, right, and their values or whatever. They just vote for Democrats, right? Like you see them sometimes. Sometimes you interview voters like this, and you drill down on why are you voting for the Democrats? And they're like, oh yeah. And we're talking about white people, oh yeah, it's because my parents did. Basically, right? That's really the reason. It's I guess we always have. My family always has, so I just am. That's the thing. That's true. That is a thing. But if you generalize this to everyone, certainly not I. Certainly, my family does vote Democratic, but I didn't in the last election and vote Republican because, of course, fucking not. But I don't identify as a Democrat. Like I I mostly vote for Democrats, right, each election, because like they're the least bad, basically, right? But I feel like the Democratic Party doesn't really represent my own values. But that's because my values are farther left than the Democratic Party. Um, I would stop voting for Democrats if there was a great alternative. That's actually what this original bit of stream was going to be about. Another video talking about this, right? We'll see if we get to it, but yeah. But in any case, so my thoughts here. My thoughts here is that this statement, while I think it's a generally good statement, that like we also can't blanket say that like you know all black people are critically engaged with politics, right? Just the way that all white people aren't, all Asian people aren't, all Hispanic people aren't. Most people aren't critically engaged with politics, and so they rely on others to get their opinions about what's going on. They just like hear headlines, have a general idea of like the zeitgeist of like politics, and then they make their decisions based on that. And most of these times, they just kind of follow like what they established before. Yeah, but I voted Democrat in the past. I'm going to continue voting Democrat in the future, or Republican, right? And my family did it beforehand, so there's no reason for me not to. My community does it, right? And so I'm just gonna keep doing it. All my friends are doing it, right? Like these are the reasons why some people vote that way. So let's just keep that in mind for everybody. For everybody. It gets racist when you're pulling out just for black people. That's when it gets fucked up.
And again, I'm not the one treating politicians like celebrities. I don't own commander-in-chief merch. I don't put up bumper stickers and yard signs or wear hats for war criminals. I've heard so many times, well, Sleepy Joe can't even get 100 people to hear him speak because his voters, me being one of them, don't want him to talk. We need him to do stuff. How do we go from that to being on the dim plantation? Pick a lane. When the right was still saying, let's go Brandon, I was saying the real thing. Meanwhile, the black men I covered today did everything in their power to keep their master's name, image, and likeness clean. He's been so good to us, you don't even know. And do you know why entertainers appeared at Trump's events and Kamala's events? This won't explain everybody, but...
You know how much I got paid?
How much?
A whole lot of money.
Going back to rappers, Snoop Dogg, Rick Ross, and Nelly, among others, performing at the Crypto Ball, the objective was getting paid. And I'm sure Nelly can explain this away the easiest of the three of them, seeing how all he has said in the past about Donald was, Bill Gates, Donald Trump, let me in now. However, Rick Ross has lyrics in one song that go, assassinate Trump like I'm Zimmerman, now accept these words as if they came from Eminem. He also mentioned crying watching a Kanye interview, going from battle raps to wearing MAGA hats in another song. Never golfing with the Trumps. How they cannot get shut up and dribbled is beyond me. And for all the Wiggins, you're just mad that Kamala lost. Wiggins, you support the party of slavery and started the KKK. For one, I'm not a Democrat. If there were a viable third party, I'd be that. Forgive my whataboutisms, but I only use them to combat the I know you are, but what am I of all of this? Two, the Republican Party of the 1800s was liberal and progressive. That's why the diversity in Congress was with the GOP at that time. The KKK was trying to conserve whiteness. They still are. Who are the Klan with today? And which party is the diversity with now? It's almost like they switched. I'll leave you with this quote from Leah Wright Rigger. Might be the subject of future content from me. The GOP of today bears little resemblance to the party of Lincoln, to which black voters have been fiercely loyal since the era of Reconstruction. Instead, the modern Republican Party is indelibly associated with Herbert Hoover's Lily White movement, Operation Dixie of the 1950s, and Richard Nixon's Southern strategy. It is a party whose 1964 presidential candidate voted against the landmark Civil Rights Act passed in that year, and whose 1980 nominee launched his official presidential campaign with a now infamous states' rights speech in Philadelphia, Mississippi, the town in which 3 civil rights workers were murdered 16 years earlier. Groupthink. We gonna be all right. And go Buckeyes.
That issue as a statistician or a political scientist, or no, as a psychologist, which I'm not, is how abstract you handle the race thing. In other words, you start out, and now y'all aren't quoting me. It's all right. You start out in 1954 by saying, by 1968, you can't say nigga, that hurts your backfire. So you say stuff like forced busing, states' rights, and all that stuff. And you get it so abstract now, you're talking about cutting taxes, and all of these things you're talking about are totally economic things, and the byproduct of them is blacks get hurt worse than white. And subconsciously, maybe that is part of it. I'm not saying it, but I'm saying that if it is getting that abstract and that coded, that we're doing away with the racial problem one way or the other. You follow me?
Yeah. So that is a great way to end that. So it was Lee Atwater, who was an advisor to Reagan. Was that Nixon? I forget. But anyway, that was the Southern Strategy. A part of it. He's talking about like, yeah, we just don't say the N-word anymore, right? That's what he was saying before. He was saying the N-word, the full word. Like before, we used to just say the N-word, like, hey, we don't mess with those N-words, right? We can't stand those N-words because N-words are the problem. But then you start saying like inner city or states' rights instead, and they start representing these concepts, and then you just keep abstracting from there. The point where like, you got those same people talking about cutting taxes, and you can get them to, get on to these policies, these Republican conservative policies that, hurt, like it'll hurt them, but they'll hurt blacks more than whites, and that's good enough, right? And so that's where white people aren't voting for their own interests, like it's crazy. All right. So that was the one video. I actually wanted to watch another video of his, and then we'll see what we'll go from there. It was a reference to the metrics from earlier. Okay. It seems like it would have been this. I said, okay. I'm not going to tell you who to vote for, but fuck Democrats. Okay, Chief. Gonna vote for, but okay. Are you referring to me, Muffin, or someone else? Or like someone in the video? I'm not sure. Always has been. But yeah, thanks all for being here. You're doing well. Okay, let's go back to. So let's go to the other video. So I had seen this video, the D&DI. I started watching some of it, and then I'm like, oh, I wanted to start the stream off of this, but then I saw this other video, the I Escaped from Democratic Plantation. I'm like, oh, that's interesting. I hadn't watched any of it, but I figured it was going to be good, and so that's what we just watched. But now we're going to watch the D&DI, and then from there we'll see what happens. We'll see if we'll continue past that. But
all right, kids. When you're not a Republican or a Democrat in these United States, it's common to tell people that you're independent. And while that's true for me, when I get asked what political party I'm a part of, I usually say that I'm black. I'm for the advancement of my people. NAANP. And in times like this, I'm glad that I have the freedom to express that.
Yo, my coworkers always ask me, Brandon, why you so quiet? Because I'm the only nigga up in here, baby. I have nigga thoughts. I make nigga observations. I can't go around speaking my nigga mind in this non-nigga place full of you non-niggas. I get fired so motherfucking quick.
NKWIO.
That is. I love that. I love that. Sometimes, yeah, you gotta keep I'll use the word black, your black thoughts in your black mind. When you are with white people, because man, white people say some crazy shit to you, but you may not be in position to like express yourself. You may not be able a position to express yourself freely. So yeah, you just keep your black thoughts in your black head, right? And people will be like, yeah, why are you so quiet? Because you're black. because I'm black. Now I'm the only black person here, and you guys say some fucked up shit on the regular. But it is what it is. You gotta get the money. So I hear that.
Today we're going to talk about groupthink, which is something I'm told that I engage in. Black groupthink, to be specific. And it's kind of like the Democratic plantation thing that I discussed previously, where people are telling me that I can't escape while they're enslaved themselves. Groupthink is a psychological phenomenon in which people strive for consensus within a group. First made prominent by social psychologist Irving Janis, his 1972 study specifically focused on the psychological mechanics that led to foreign policy decisions such as the Pearl Harbor bombing, the Vietnam War, and the Bay of Pigs invasion. This article from PBS goes on to explain that the term groupthink was inspired by George Orwell's novel 1984. You may recognize how the words Orwellian and groupthink are both misunderstood and misused and applied to others when it comes to in-group, out-group dynamics. Social acceptance is a big part of groupthink too. No matter, see, those who may lob this groupthink accusation the most do so when the existence of systemic racism is brought up, or when reparations for U.S. chattel slavery is demanded for, or what have you. Middle America thinks they think for themselves. Never mind when they break a bone and need to see a doctor, or require legal advice from a lawyer, or treat politicians like celebrities, or are the type of hundredaires to defend billionaires. We could be having serious discussions about the impact of groupthink on policies, war, hazing, the Enron collapse, cults, and so on. Nope. Groupthink is for me, and people like me, you know, Android users.
Nah, because I feel like people with Androids are enlightened as because y'all really don't give a fuck what society think about y'all. Y'all are real as hell, to be honest. Cause Apple low-key shitty as fuck, but we just not trying to see them green text bubbles. And what's wrong with green? Bitch, we love the color green.
As you're about to see,
I got an Android phone. I'm just saying. I just got an Android phone. I just putting it out there. I mean, that's definitely not why I picked this video. I'm just saying I got one. I'm saying I'm experienced with iPhones. And I'm saying I choose to go with Android instead. But also, both of them are kind of shitty. Like, we could have better, unfortunately. We just don't have very many options. We need more options, honestly, in the marketplace. Because both of them can be really fucking shitty. All right, moving on.
There are many reasons that all the black kids are sitting together in the cafeteria, so to speak. So we're told. And there's a connection between social groups and identity and politics. Therefore, I'm going to focus on political ideology, sexual orientation, and race because people who claim they would sit together in a lunchroom due to their ideas and values do so. Let's start with...
I started White History Month the 1st of July 2018.
Told you we'd get back to it.
The reason for doing it is because if you notice, we have so-called Black History Month, we have Women History Month. Why do we have all of these months to celebrate and don't have White History Month? What's something wrong with that?
It's February, y'all.
I mean, look, this will be the last stream of the month of February, right? So, keeping it blackity black here. And, like, seeing that part again, I saw a little bit of this video, not too much, only a few minutes of the start of it. And I saw that, I'm like, okay, we gotta talk about this. Black Republicans say weird shit like that. Black Republicans say weird shit like that. The reason why there's no White History Month, in case it needs to be said, that's all the months. All the months are White History Month. All of them. In the history books, it mostly focuses on accomplishments of white individuals, and plenty of people of other races were involved. They section off Black history, right, to one side, and good luck if it has a Mexican or Asian American history section there at all, right? But most people were involved. History isn't ever sectioned off. History right now is being made collaboratively, like in this country, between people with different ethnicities, races, backgrounds. It's all happening at the same time, but we tend to section it off, right? I haven't seen a like a child textbook, right? History textbook in a long time. I haven't read them. Maybe they write them differently now. But when I was growing up, that's how it was. It was a sectioning off. And that the only time you could get, especially certain schools, right, certain white schools, to even discuss Black History Month at all was during, or sorry, discuss Black History at all was during Black History Month. People have told me about like how during Black History Month, they would have a bulletin board and they'd put, the that the African pattern, the yellow, black, like red, green pattern. They would put that up, right, around on the border of the bulletin board, and then they'd put up a picture of Martha King and maybe Malcolm X, if they were feeling frisky there, right? Another like of the standard Black luminaries, right? Maybe put a blurb there, and then that's it. Black History Month accomplished, right? These are places where they just don't care to teach. So it makes sense to instead have a month to focus in on these things. But that doesn't mean that it should be the only time we talk about these things. Accomplishments were integral to the country that we now have. These people were around, they were a part of it. In one way or another, whether they were within the halls of power or not, it doesn't mean they weren't shaping history. But we don't tend to look at history that way. That's why we don't have a White History Month. That's why we don't have a Straight History Month, right? We have a Gay History Month. We don't have a Straight History Month. Why do we need a Straight History Month? We understand the compliments of straight people, right? We get that. We don't have to have a month about straight individuals. We get that. That's why we don't have to have a Straight Pride March. Remember that? That was the thing. People did that thing. It was really embarrassing, like super fucking embarrassing. And like no one came to show up. But like a Straight Pride March, like what? Like, what? It's a weird ass thing. I wouldn't ask for that. I'm a straight person. I wouldn't ask for a Straight History Month, right? That's all the months. That's all the years. That's every time where we're talking about straight individuals. But it makes sense to take some time and to specifically, right, to make sure that we don't forget the inclusion of gay and queer folks within the the building of our society, or else us being the majority, right? So I'm included now in this one. Us being the majority might just tend to ignore it. Maybe not out of malice, right? It doesn't have to be a racism thing or a bigoted thing, right? It doesn't have to be that you're homophobic. Just that it never comes to mind, right? Because you don't have to think about it. I, as a straight person, don't have to really think about gay history and how queers, like have been around, and like some like I don't like think about like like the queerness of individual politicians or stuff like that. None of this necessarily has to come mine because I'm not part of those groups, right? Same thing with Black History Month, or in Mexican American History Month and Asian American History Month. Like those things make sense because otherwise the majority, the people and people who are minorities but just not part of those groups, right, won't think about it. Like maybe Asians won't think about Black history because they're Asian, right? It doesn't have to be a racism thing. But like we set this time aside. That's why, right? So in case you're ever confused, in case you're out there or confused, there you go. I explain it to you. And it's not like a dig at white people. Like we don't get to have that White History Month. Yeah, fine. Okay, you're fine. But okay, let's
White History Month. What's something wrong with that?
It's February, y'all. We can't have nothing. This isn't new, but there are 12 White History Months, and Black history should be celebrated all year long, not just the shortest month of the year. Whatever. If we were to ask Jesse Lee Peterson what it means to be white, or better yet, what whiteness is, other than saying my favorite, I doubt he would mention ethnicities, nationalities, or country of origin.
Because if it wasn't for white people, there would be no America. If it wasn't for white people, these people of color and all this crap that's going on, they would not have this country to come to.
People of color and all this crap that's going on. Not that they were considered black or brown, but once upon a time in America, Jewish, Polish, Italian, and Irish peoples were not deemed to be white. They were later brought into the fold. I only bring this up because Jesse has had his unseasoned fingers crossed, hoping, praying that would happen to him for a while now.
And so white history is not appreciated. And I have to tell you, if we don't appreciate white history, it's over for the country.
Jesus, I've seen what you've done for other people, and I want that for me. In tribute to all Irish Americans, Congress, by public law, designated March 1991 as Irish American Heritage Month. When President George Daddy Bush made his formal proclamation, he said, "I encourage all Americans to learn more about the contributions Irish Americans have made to our country and to observe this day with appropriate ceremonies and activities." One of those activities is evidently pretending like the Irish were enslaved in America. And instead of Jesse Lee Peterson appreciating or acknowledging European American heritage months such as Irish, Greek, French, German, and Italian all being represented on our calendars, there's even a Confederate month. He goes to whiteness, which was and is a construct created to advance their supposed superiority over blackness. And that's for why he chose July for White History Month.
If you notice, July just feels white.
Many reached out to me after that episode.
What? Okay, see, I didn't see that part before. This is past where I had watched. What? July just, is that the feeling you guys get? You guys tell me. Just July just feels white, right? If you happen to be white there in the audience, right? Do you get like a power up? Like, you know how like in Pokemon, right? Like if like you're a grass type and then like they use like the sunny technique, right? And it's like it's sunny now and it like empowers a grass type Pokemon and then their attacks are stronger. Is that the way for white people, that during the month of July you feel stronger, faster, smarter? Is that what happens? It doesn't translate to, for me on February. Sorry, nothing at all for me. I don't get that power boost. But does it feel white to you? Does July like feel more Caucasian to you when it's about, right? You're like, feels right. I don't know. Let me know in chat. Oh, and thank you, a Sly Magpie, for following the channel. Let's keep going.
So it was uploaded to question why I didn't mention that Jesse Lee Peterson is gay. I didn't bring it up then because it was off topic, and thus far, what we're aware of is alleged. Well, I got time today, and it's not like he's categorically denying these accusations.
You're not gay, right?
That's not your business.
Oh. But you make the gayness a lot of people's business when you discuss their...
I make it no one's business. Do you want to act like a man?
Do you live in hell?
Do you want to act?
Do you live in
like
hell?
A man, or do you want to? Hey, look. I put aside my time. I thought you wanted to deal with issues to help folks.
Mm-hmm.
Is there anything else you want to talk about? Because I don't want to play the woman's game with you.
You want to act like a man, and I don't want to play the woman's game would work on him and only him. In 2022, the Daily Beast dropped an expose about Jesse Lee Peterson. Two of his former male associates came out in June of that year with on-the-record interviews saying they engaged in sexual activities with him, while other men say he propositioned them. One of these men said he had a sexual relationship with Peterson for around 10 years, although he couldn't prove it. Also, the former manager of Peterson's all-male brotherhood nonprofit, the Bond House, a cult, claimed he witnessed Peterson acting physically affectionate towards men in ways that he deemed suspicious. So Jesse Lee Peterson was mad handsy. Furthermore, much of this comes from Church Militant, a not so trustworthy far-right Catholic group and website that made a documentary-style video about Peterson called Amazing Disgrace, where several white or white-passing men went on record with their unverified stories of sexual activities they had with Jesse. What can be proven is Jesse Lee Peterson liking a gay porn tweet a few years ago from his own Twitter account. Going back to that H3 podcast with Ethan Klein interview, here's what happened when they went on to ask Jesse about it.
You like this post from Your Daddy OnlyFans, part 2 with Sean Boy UK.
I have no idea what
It's
that
two
is.
men kissing.
I have no idea.
And they're
what
muscular
that is.
and very
Well, this guy
bear-like.
lied to me
They
about
really think that you're like running a Twitter and stuff. Like,
Yeah, I have no idea. what you're
Really?
talking about.
Wait, why wouldn't you be running your Twitter?
So why did you?
you really think he would?
Are you?
Yeah, why-
Is
Why
the
do you think he
producer?
is? What makes you think he is?
Oh, so did you like it? Yeah, did you like it? Are
Was
you
that-
gay?
I don't know. I have no idea.
Bro thought he was cooking
Well,
right
Jesse,
there.
this is important. The people want to know.
Let me.
Your producer got real quiet. What did he like the gay porn?
Self-report.
It was one of you two. Someone fess up.
They're hanging up.
Him and his producer hung up after admitting that doing so would make it seem like they ran. To be clear, it's okay for Jesse Lee Peterson to be gay. It's okay for Jesse and or his producer to like gay porn. It's not okay how they treat openly gay people. Whether or not this anti-gay man is closeted, just know that he believes women climaxing is them becoming like a man.
Women don't naturally orgasm? So says the all. You guys want to take a look at that? I mean, that one sounds like fun. Come on. That one sounds like fun. That one sounds like fun. Come on. Let's just take a look. Let's just take a quick look. It's fine. It's fine. Let's just take a quick look, right? Women don't naturally orgasm. So says all male radio. Okay. Take a look. Oh boy. Hopefully there's no spicy photos in here. Okay. Seems okay. Okay. We heard it all now. Do you ever just listen to a group of men on a podcast and think, why? Because it's exactly what we're doing right now. Well, how do we explain this one? Basically, an all-male panel got together for a radio show and spoke out on how women don't orgasm or don't have the ability to. Four men on the Jesse Lee Peter radio show were speaking about women and sex, and they all agreed that women only ever pretend to orgasm because they naturally can't do it. The clip has been doing some rounds on Twitter, and with over 100,000 likes on TikTok, it's fair to say that most people don't have the same idea as these lads. Unfortunately, it doesn't like Sarah anymore. Let's see what happens if I click on this. Okay, nope. Okay, it's not gonna do it. That's fine. One of the men very confidently says, any woman that is climaxing is becoming a man because it's not normal for women to do that. Did I just sleep here? I'm curious. Another chimes in saying, right, I think it's a lie. I don't think they do that. I think it feels good, but the climaxing part, I'm not sure about that. The first man then feels he hasn't said enough. Or maybe I can find it here. Maybe it's on this one. So he hasn't said enough on the topic and continues with, I don't even know if you're doing that or not, but don't even try, because if it's natural, you'd naturally do it. But the fact you're trying to make something happen, you're becoming a man, that's turning you into a male. That sounds like something stupid shit that Jesse Lee Pearson would say. A fake man, but a man, not a real man. A drag queen man. Oh boy. Does it do from Fresh and Fit? I'm not exactly sure. A third chap jumps in saying it's a perversion. Naturally, women were not too impressed by their statements, making comments to say exactly how they were feeling. One said he tried this whole life to please a woman, but gave up and said that BS. Never matter what, women have the capacity for more powerful O's and more O's than men. That's true. The third said this is the moment the other two guys realized they made a mistake in being on this show during this topic. Let me see. Is this
Should I ask you guys this or not? Should I or not? Y'all might embarrass me.
Oh boy.
You know, I can ask. We had an amazing women's forum last night, and this is a question for you, Joel, even though I'm afraid to.
What's the spirit telling you, Jesse? What's the
The spirit telling me to be still and know. So we had a women's forum last night, and one of the things that came up, we talked about a whole bunch of stuff. The ladies brought up that, you know how we were talking about oral sex on the radio? And I was saying that men should not be doing that because it's like eating out of a trash can.
Okay, this is what clearly I need to be reacting to. Hold on, let me just click on let's watch this on YouTube. Wow. Okay. First of all, multiple things here.
Oh,
all right.
yeah.
Right.
I think my main man Lactoid might agree with that. If you saw the end of the revelry on Monday night, then you know, all right. If you know, you know. Then he might might agree with that statement. I'm not sure. I'm not sure. I'm gonna put words in his mouth, right? Also, I won't put a trash can in his mouth either. Okay, all right. So there's that. But like this seems like a gay thing, right? Does it feel like, am I the only one? Does this not feel like a gay thing? It feels like a gay thing to me, right? It feels like a classic gay thing. I don't think actually gay men say these things, right? Like I don't think they like think about women's vaginas. I think it's probably not a thing to consider, right? If you're out and about and just living your life, right? I don't think that like I'm assuming, and I guess I don't have a lot of close gay men in my life currently. I used to. But so I can't ask them about this. Fair enough, right? But I think we're out on the limb and say that gay men aren't like spending their times considering female genitalia, right? And like, oh yeah, yeah. And I imagine lesbians like don't spend their time considering male genitalia. They probably have to deal with it a lot more because they get like dick pics. It doesn't matter if you're gay or not. Like women will get dick pics, so it probably comes up a lot more, right? But still, I feel like these aren't the I don't know. I can't be sure. These aren't the conversations they're having. But I think among closeted individuals, a closeted gay man, the person who likes vaginas, they say that. Is that what they do? To be clear, right, and the one last thing on that, right, and we're gonna continue on with this clip because this is gold, right? So we're gonna continue here. The one thing is that I know there's a lot of like macho mentality around these things, right? Which still seems gay, but just like hey, like I'm traditional masculine man and I don't want to be submissive, and that's why I don't want to do these things. Or like it's just like hey, let's insult female genitalia just because we're men and we got to prove we're macho. That's the thing that happens. But honestly, I think that must have come from gay men because I don't know why like a straight man would not be a fan of pussy. I don't get it. I'm a big fan. Straight, right? Would recommend 5 stars. Oh, depends. Not all of them are great. Sounds okay, but like they're at least okay. They're usually at least okay, right? Okay to fantastic. Right? That's the range there, right? I would expect a gay man to rate them 1 star, and I'd be okay with that. Like, oh, sure, that makes sense, right? but just if he's trying to pretend to be straight, he's doing a bad job of that shit. Holy fuck! All right, we're gonna continue on with this. Oh, thank you, Nina, for the raid. Hope you're doing well, Nina. We're talking about lots of things today. Evening came from Nina. I just brought The Invisible Man by Ellison today, but any other books you feel a cis white man like me should read? Also, to me, it's so damn foreign that I should have the privilege due to my skin color, but I've sadly had to accept that. As a man having sex with a woman, it's always good to have the rule that you make them come at least once before you focus on you coming. It's baffling how ignorant most men are to how women experience sex. Hey, thank you, Sly Magpie. Nice to have you here. Thank you again for coming through. Yeah, I think that I feel the same, at least with your second message there. That you take care of your lady first. Take care of your lady first. Seems like these guys don't do that. But you have any other books to feel like a cis white man like me should read? I don't know which books you should read. I don't know. to think about that. Maybe something from Bell Hooks. Probably would be interesting if you haven't experienced Bell Hooks. Maybe her. She's a feminist philosopher, black feminist philosopher. So anything. Bell Hooks, Bell space Hooks, Hooks, Bell Hooks. give that a try. But anyway, thank you for being here, Sly Magpie. Anyone else here? If you're enjoying the stream so far, we're talking about a whole bunch of things today. If you're enjoying it, consider following the channel, hitting the subscribe button or whatever. Hit the follow button if you haven't done so yet. We'd love to have you. Okay. But this is okay. So let's back up a bit. I imagine we're gonna get some more wild quotes.
Stealing, no. So we had a women's forum last night, and one of the things that came up, we talked about a whole bunch of stuff. The ladies brought up that you know how we were talking about oral sex on the radio, and I was saying that men should not be doing that because it's like eating out of a trash can.
Oh yeah,
right.
We can't forget.
I'll never forget that.
You have the dirt coming out, blood, other people say stuff.
Yeah.
Dirt? Blood? Depends on the time of the month, but like you can just avoid it there. Other people's sex stuff? You mean semen? Continue.
Disease. Y'all eat it out. Well, not y'all, but y'all men are doing that.
Definitely not
It's
y'all.
Gross. The lady said that to help women, I need to mention that a lot of women are now doing oral sex to men, but not oral. Do they call them oral sex men stuff when the women do it to the men?
Yeah, either way, I think it is.
Other things too, but
I had to correct you. It's not now doing. This is not now doing. This has been around for a long time.
Oh, and so I was
not new.
And so I asked the ladies, were there men and women that knew about this, and I was stunned.
Does he not understand that women give men blowjobs? Like that's like a very common thing, like a super common thing, like more common than men going down on women, right? Than cunnilingus. Like he doesn't know that. Like it's suspect, right? Like it's suspect. Like this is very suspect. But we'll continue on.
Not the answer. I thought it was like a slut thing.
It is.
There's a lot of sluts out there, Jesse.
I didn't know normal women did that to men.
Most women are sluts these days.
And y'all knew that normal women were doing that to men as men are doing that to women?
Yeah, I thought it was normal.
Yeah, in high school, they would say, like, well, not in high school, but some of my high school friends would say, they would say, I'm Christian, I won't have sex with you, but I will that.
What's the name for it?
Well, there's various names, but
is there a decent name that we can mention on the radio? Oh, there's not a decent name.
I mean, you already meant just oral sex, like using your
That's
mouth.
the most basic.
Oh, it's the same thing with a woman doing it to a man called oral sex?
Yeah, it's not specific to
Oh, I got you.
So, can someone explain to me what is Jesse Lee Peterson steal? I still don't understand, right? This dude's seriously like neurotypical. Like, has he had sex with anyone? Like anyone before? Like, is this dude a virgin? I wonder. Like, I wonder, is he a virgin? And like he's just like extremely neuroatypical, and just hasn't been able to do this, right? And you're like, motherfucker is old. He is old. This is a question like teenagers, right? Like middle schoolers should be asking, right? If he was 13, like, okay, well, he doesn't understand. He's like trying to get a handle on all of this, right? Being exposed to these new ideas, sexuality and all that, right? And that's fine. But this motherfucker is like 60. He's like in his 60s or some shit. This motherfucker is old. He doesn't understand this? Can someone explain his deal to me? I don't get it. I don't get it. Someone help me. Wow. All right. I don't understand. Like, how these others are like taking him seriously. Like, my problem is like, why aren't these other people asking these questions? Right? Like, why am I asking these questions? Like, you guys are sitting there, and I don't know if this guy within the Green Chair is producer or something. But in any case, like whoever is like, I don't know, the guy in the lower right quadrant. I'm not sure if you can see my mouse. But the guy in the lower right quadrant, he says like all women are sluts, or most women are sluts today. Fuck that guy, right? So he ain't coming to the rescue. the black guy in the lower left quadrant, he's having some stop having sex something. I don't see the bottom half of that shirt, so I don't know, but I can guess, right? If he's included in this group, I can kind of guess what his deal is. But still, even if you guys are like super Christian, right? Even if you're like super Christian, super conservative about your thoughts on sex, like you'd still wonder why you don't know these things. These are like basic things. Like, can someone tell me what the deal is with this dude? Right? Like he just feels like a lolcow. Like that's the key to his fame. That he just says lolcow shit. Like I don't know, man. Someone explain this to me. Help me out. I don't understand. Sorry, I've linked to you.
Thing with a woman doing it to a man called oral sex.
Yeah, it's not specific to
I got you.
either or. It's.
I didn't know it was so popular. I didn't know normal women do it. I knew sluts do it. You know what I'm saying?
Hello, can you hear me? Can you hear me now? Hopefully you guys can hear me now. All right, let's try.
Online comments.
Okay, all right, we're back. I don't know what just happened. Sorry guys, I don't know what just happened there.
Other things too, but
I had to correct you. It's not now doing.
I knew about this, and I was stunned at the answer.
Sorry guys, hopefully you all can hear me now. There we go. All right, thank you. Hey Spaniard, hope you're having a good day. Hope you're doing well.
I thought it was like a slut thing.
It is.
There's a lot of sluts out there. Jesse.
I didn't know normal women did that to men.
Most women are sluts these days.
And y'all knew that normal women were doing that to men as men are doing that to women?
Yeah, I thought it was normal.
Yeah, in high school, they would say, like, well, not in high school, but some of my high school friends would say, they would say, I'm Christian, I won't have sex with you, but I will that.
Let's move forward.
We can mention on the radio? Oh, there's not a decent name.
I mean, you already mentioned just oral sex, like using your mouth.
The most basic.
Oh, it's the same thing with a woman doing it to a man called oral sex?
Yeah, it's not specific to
I got you.
either or. It's.
I didn't know it was so popular. I didn't know normal women do it. I knew sluts do it. You know what I'm saying? When I was growing up, that was unheard of.
That's not true.
People. Now, I remember...
In the South, not in the city.
Yeah.
The city had to be different.
Scandalous.
With the blacks.
I bet.
With the blacks specifically?
I bet you do bet. I bet.
Because the cities are so degenerate.
Oh. I remember when I was a teenager, my uncles used to go, during the summer, they would go to Florida to work in the orange fields or whatever they did, or New York. And they would come back and they would talk about how white people were doing that kind of stuff. And we would all kind of laugh about it. Oh, white people nasty. Because it was unheard of. And there was no way a black woman would do that or let that be done
That's
to her.
a lie.
And no way a black man would do that. Now it's the thing to do.
Yes.
That is so crazy.
Well, I see. You know, I can't say that's a lie from him because this stupid motherfucker seriously might not know. Like, I think he's like I haven't spent much time like contemplating Jesse Lee Peterson. Like, I know a lot of other people would like watch his clips, but like I wouldn't do that. But holy fuck, just listening to this dude. I think he's just like wildly neuroatypical, which is nothing wrong with being neuroatypical. I don't have a problem with being neuroatypical, right? But like that must be the case. Like that, like his brain is just like different. Let's say different. Like what the fuck? Like, did you not know this? Like, I think you can't pick up on social cues that people were doing this. That people have been for centuries. Like for centuries, we've been doing oral sex. Or for millennia, oral sex has been happening for like millennia, right? And he's just like, well, this is unheard of. No one would ever do such a thing, ever. Ugh. Like a black woman would never do that, right? And then a black man would never want it done to him because ugh. And then these idiots, right? Like I feel like the lower left. I don't know. Maybe I'm just like speaking good thoughts into the mind of this this black man here in the lower left quadrant. But like this individual, like he's just quiet, and so I'm assuming better of him, right? But like do you believe that like when he was young, people weren't getting blowjobs and people weren't giving blowjobs? Does he believe that? If you do, you're an idiot. But I feel like he doesn't believe that. I feel like this guy doesn't. I want to believe that he doesn't believe it, and he's just like nodding his head along because I think he's ideologically aligned with the rest of his people, and they're just like, every like a modern life is degenerate, right? They're that kind of Republican or conservative, A modern life is completely degenerate, especially in the cities. The cities are just degenerate. Like wherever I live, or the time period that I prefer is a time period where things were pure, right? And people didn't give mouth love to others. Like what the fuck? So I'm thinking this black guy knows, right? Because he has to, right? Like these other white guys are just laughing at this. But I feel like the black guy's gotta know, right? I don't know.
And lady, what?
I would say it's a perversion. So the worse you get pervertedly, the more you do.
Say no more, Joel.
And yet, like, you know how I went to Christian college?
Christian college?
So-called Christian college. Yeah. One of the teachers said that according to the Bible, no Christian would be doing that, or something like that.
No,
if you were following the Bible,
even if you were doing it in your father's state. Mm-hmm. Once you're born again of God, there's no way you do that.
Right.
It would be impossible because it's so gross. It just makes your stomach hurt. It's so gross.
Christians love blowjobs. Christians love cunnilingus. Out there.
I don't want to ask you guys, have you ever had that done? But isn't that gross for a woman to do that to a man?
I don't know how you trust them.
No, the man could be diseased, could just finish with another woman, could be smelly after work. You know what I'm saying?
I think growing up, it was never a second thought whether it was bad or not. You just kind of knew that that's what was going on. You never really questioned whether, oh, she's this or he, especially if it's in a relationship. Because even people do it who are married now. Even Christians who are married, it's justified. Oh, if you're under the umbrella of marriage, you can do whatever you want. But it's still a perversion.
How would your woman know you want her to do that to you?
What do you mean?
Would you have to ask her to do it, or you bring her head down there? How would she know?
It would lead to that.
Just it's sort of a part of the culture. Like it just is part of the routine.
It's just part of the education now.
No,
part of the education.
Yeah, kind of. Now it is. Now it is becoming part of the education.
Well, I guess if you're saying sex education, actually, you might say that. Yeah, they might talk about within sex education. Hey, oral sex, because that's a thing that normal people do. Like that's like well within the boundaries of like normal human sexual behavior. These like these God freaks, these Bible thumpers, pretending, oh, this is something I wouldn't do. All these motherfuckers do it. Not Jesse Lee Peterson. I think he's on. I don't know if he's had sex. Like, guys and gals, if they're out there, I don't know if Jesse Lee Peterson has ever had sex. I know I'm late to the party. I'm sure you guys have all seen a bunch more Jesse Lee Peterson clips than me. I just haven't cared about this guy. He doesn't seem very interesting to me, right? But like, wow. I think that this dude does not understand human sexuality at all. He's like clueless about it, right? He also might be like asexual, and if he's asexual, that's fine. That's fine, right? That's okay. but like he doesn't have any idea. He's like an alien coming down and completely unaware of human sexuality. He's just trying to piece it together. And if he was, I'd forgive that. But he's not, so it's really fucking weird.
But back then, like just the streetwise people, it was just.
Do old women do that to old men too? My generation.
Yeah, maybe some of them. The city dwellers.
They absolutely do. Again, the city thing. The city dwellers. Right? Conservatives. Okay. All right, we'll move on.
What do we know?
Stuff like that.
Ladies, don't do that. Let me just say to the ladies, do not do that. Ladies, all right? They're making a slut out of you. All right? Really, men who are making you do that don't love you at all. They just love you doing that. It's about the sex. It ain't about, they have no respect for you. They don't love you. They're going to go and make another slut do it. It ain't that. And then one woman brought up, well, it's part of making a woman climax, and that's the word?
Yeah.
Right.
Doesn't know the word climax. He hasn't had sex before. People don't take advice from this individual. If you're out there, don't take advice from Jesse Lee Peterson, who doesn't know the word climax or Ryan. Does he understand what an orgasm is? Like what? I don't take advice from this person. Climax, is that the term? Unless he's just like pretending, but I think he's far too stupid to pretend.
Right.
Any woman that's climaxing, that's the right word, right, James? I know you wouldn't know. You're a virgin. Virgin don't know anything.
You don't know anything.
Any woman that's climaxing is becoming a man, because it's not normal for women to do that.
Right. I think it's a lie. I don't think they do that.
Oh, you don't think they do?
No.
You think they're pretending?
Yeah.
Really? That could be possible. You think when women act like they're doing that, they're lying?
I never thought about it, but you never know.
Yeah, because they would be
You never know.
He's really doing an amazing job.
Yeah. I think it feels good, but the climaxing part, I'm not so sure about that.
Yeah, women, I don't know if y'all doing that or not, but don't even try. Because if it were natural, you'd naturally
Don't even try to orgasm.
But the fact you're trying to make something happen, you're becoming a man. The man is turning you into a man. A fake man,
Not
but
the
a
right
man.
kind of man.
Right, not a real man.
All right, I think I'm covering this guy up in the lower left quadrant, but he's shaking his head. Yeah, you're becoming a man, women, if you orgasm. He's shaking his head. Yeah, that's true. That's a real thing. And they all lazily, nervously laugh at this. You're becoming a man. Conservatives, do conservatives take these people seriously? There's a branch of conservatism, not all of them, right? Like a lot of conservatives are down to fuck, right? They're DTF. Like, I mean, there's a certain section of the religious type that takes these people seriously. Yeah, you're becoming a man if you enjoy sex at all. Not a natural thing. It's weird. Jesse Peterson, he doesn't understand this because he's never made a woman orgasm. Certainly. He doesn't know how. He doesn't know he doesn't know what happens in bed. He doesn't know what happens in bed. He's like clueless, right? I think maybe he must have had some sort of sexual experience in the past, but like, he's like, doesn't understand what happened, right? Like, he doesn't understand. Like, it was very confusing to him. Like, anytime it's happened, like if those rumors were true that we saw from the other video, right, which we'll get back to, don't worry. If those rumors were true, then about him being quite affectionate with men, right? Then I can believe that he has some like male attraction, a male longing that he like reaches out for. He has desire to do something, but he doesn't understand what it is. Like a child, right? Like, you know, hey, I like this girl, right? And I want to be around her, and maybe I want to kiss her on the cheek or something, right? But other than that, I don't actually really know what to do. Right? I just feel affection for this other person. Like, I don't know what else? Like, is that it? Right? Like, I see my parents kiss. We kiss? What else do we do? I'm not sure. That's what Jesse Lee Pearson is doing, right? That's what's happening. Like that's what's happening. Okay.
A drag queen man.
Perversion.
Yeah. So, ladies,
Degenerate.
and I'm glad that the ladies brought it to my attention so that I can warn the ladies not to do that. That is sinking low as low can go. And no man, because if you're doing that to your boyfriend, live-in, or your husband, the guy's going to believe you're doing it elsewhere too. Okay. That is low. Don't do it, ladies. All right? If a man want you to do that, go home. Just say, no, thank you. I'm out of here, you dirty man. Right?
It should like go without saying that you don't even have to say that. You know what I mean?
Well, if you think if a, you know, we talked about it. Oh, go ahead.
Because that woman who called you your show yesterday, saying, "Oh, I know you always talk down about the women, and women shouldn't remarry, but the men can do whatever they want." But you never say that.
I know. I
if
tell the
anything,
men
you
not
say
to.
the opposite.
Right.
And what you say to the men also applies to the women.
Absolutely. It really does. It's just that men supposed to lead the way. If the men were decent men, they wouldn't bring the woman to that, to make her sink that low because the women are subject to the men.
But stuff doesn't go without saying. Like it's kind of good to make it explicit.
Sometimes it makes your skin crawl. I mean,
but I didn't mean explicit like that.
Oh,
but sometimes you have to point it out, not to.
Yeah,
do
we haven't forgotten that episode of the show. No, but you would think that if the girl was receiving it, she would do it in the other way too. It's not a shock.
Why would you think that?
Because if she's allowing that to happen, she's doing it. If she's that low to allow it, she's doing it.
Right.
That low. I mean, if she's that much of a slut to receive oral sex, and she's giving it, right? And well, I mean, I guess she's right. I wouldn't characterize them as low, but yeah, these are a bunch of fucking incels, right? Like a bunch of incels. Like I don't know what Jesse Lee Pearson's deal is. And thank you, Admiral Gibbs, for the raid. Shout out to Admiral Gibbs for the raid. Hope you're doing well, friend. Appreciate you. We've been going on a whole odyssey here, right? We've been popping around doing different things. We've been talking about the Democratic Party. I promise you that's the core of this discussion, is the Democratic Party. That's what I want to discuss. But here we are. And that women like don't naturally orgasm, apparently, according to Jesse L. Pearson, and that like if you try to force it, because it's not a natural thing, it's synthetic, right? When women synthetically try to force orgasms, they are becoming like a man. Wow.
Oh, she's doing it.
I just think she go and kiss somebody else in the mouth after he just finished with you.
Being a slut is normal these days, Jesse.
Maybe I should watch more. These clips get a lot of views. This guy's got 494,000 views. And he's like, looks like he's reacting to Jesse Lee Pearson. Maybe I should, maybe I should do that. Okay. I'm curious what the comments say. I can't believe this is real. There's no excuse an adult male for not knowing that female orgasms do in fact exist. I feel so bad for the women in their lives. Like I don't know if Jesse Pearson has a woman in his life, like at all, like not even romantic, right? Because he doesn't understand them, right? Imagine admitting so publicly that you have never and cannot please a woman. Imagine, because not just JLP, the other ones, right? Like I don't know what their backgrounds was, so I'm really curious, like where this came from. Catch the whole show live. I'm like a little curious. Oh, okay. So like it comes from a. Hold on. I'm just curious as to the background of those other three guys. Like, who are they? Because that's the thing. Looks like this like me might be a clip to the whole thing. I don't want to watch the whole thing. I don't care about watching the whole thing. Yeah, there's a clip to the whole thing. But I'm just curious, like the other three, what are their backgrounds? What are their deal? Are they like pushing celibacy? Is that what they're doing? Or no sex before marriage? Is that? I'm curious. I'm just really curious about that. Okay, and then we'll go back to talk about the Democratic Party. Oh, also, if you're enjoying this conversation, hit the follow button. If you're on Twitch, right? You haven't done so yet. Consider following the channel. We've been having a lot of fun today. This has been great. It's been a whole lot of fun. I like it a lot. Tell me, okay. I can't believe these people are on the internet showcasing their stupidity. Like, wow. They really want people to know how absolutely disgusting they are. 100% they do all the things they are talking about behind closed doors. Yeah, I don't ever trust conservatives talking about moral depravity. Now, Jesse Lee Peterson is a different deal. I don't think he really understands like women. Has he ever seen one like naked in real life? That's a question. I don't know. But anyways, like I don't think you understand. But the rest of them, right? I don't trust them when they start moralizing about perversions. Because they are always the most perverted. Always these people don't follow through. And the ones they do are probably the real freaks. I just want to see the beginning of the show. Okay, I promise that we're not going to watch this whole thing. I'm just a little curious as to the backgrounds of these individuals. So let's see what we have here. Oh, there's a playlist it's sending me to. Damn it. I think this is a playlist instead. Fuck. Because then I don't know. Yeah, it's a shame. I think this is just a playlist instead. Let's see. Explore, yeah. This is a playlist. Fuck. I'm just curious as to who all these other guys are. Yeah, I don't know who these other guys are. If someone knows in the chat, like, fucking let me know, please. Because what's the deal with these guys? Okay, we're gonna move on. We're gonna move on. Right? Let's get back to the original video. Sorry. I took us on an odyssey here. I didn't think it was gonna be that much be that real. Oh, thank you, Admiral Gibbs, for resubbing. He also resubbed. Thank you for the resub, Admiral Gibbs. But hold on, let me see what you guys have been saying. I'm pretty happy with these guys being openly signaling that women don't orgasm. I feel like between them and the people who they convince, it will be better overall for society and the gene pool for them to do what they do. Jesse Peterson's more known for funny clips than for full conversations. It seems like that's the case. Let me scroll up a bit more. Yeah. I'm just scrolling up to see what you guys are saying. Post slavery. Okay. So going through. I think with the ultra romantic. We get to him in love more. I'm a conservative. I agree with a lot of Jesse Pierce says, but he is of a much older generation. Waste. You can't actually respect this dude. A lot of political opinions in general. You can't possibly actually agree. Sorry, political opinions in general, sure. Yeah, that makes sense. If you're conservative, you agree, and he says conservative things, that's fine, right? I'm talking about sex in particular, right? Like, Waste, thanks for being here. Nice to have you. Hit the follow button, you haven't done so yet. But you can't possibly agree with the sex part. He doesn't understand. And he's not like he's giving me totally horrible advice ever. Are these guys against oral sex or just any sex? I think they're just, Toby, I think they're against all sex in particular. I don't think they just I think they're just Christian conservatives. And they pretend, oh yeah, I'm not into blowjobs. No thanks. No thanks, man. You're a whore if you give a blowjob. Right? Like, oh my god, these guys are the worst fucking freaks. Just because he happens to stumble upon a few right opinions does not make him a good advice giver. Indeed. Oral sex, it's been a while since I've talked about Clinton. Good, indeed. They don't generally orgasm. It's just through penetrative sex, scientifically speaking. Just to, yeah. I mean, yeah, it's less likely to people are orgasming through penetrative sex. I like the exact political stance you agree with. Wait says I voted for Trump as well, but I don't agree with a lot of the antics and mannerisms. Okay. Chris Hammer says Jesse Lee Peterson's more known for. Okay, yeah, I read that before. How do you make a woman come? Who cares? Hey, finger. Respect says I'm pretty happy with these guys being. Okay. I feel like between them and the people. Okay, I read that. One of these guys had J Lo's name behind him. Looked like he probably works for him or JLP's. Yeah, probably. Not J Lo. I just read think someone's. Just looking at your comments, and we'll get right back to the topic at hand. I thought I was around 30%. I'm gay, as though, so I don't know. Only time I had sex with a chick, she fell asleep. No joke. Oh God. Fair enough, man. I appreciate the honesty. Shout out to you. I suspect gay men could be better at making women come than men if they wanted to. The straight men. When reporting what kind of simulation women. Okay, all right. Interesting. My success rate with fingers is like 100% versus maybe 2% with intercourse. Is that where you get your name, finger? Seriously, is that it? Okay. Okay. I'm redacting what I said. New study. Okay. So I guess it's the end. But that was one hell of a side quest. Sorry guys. I didn't know we would go that far down that hole. But we went a lot further than expected. Okay. Let's just move on with our lives and let's just try to pick up the pieces of what's happening here. Okay, a lot of you guys I knew you guys are just coming in, right? So the reason why we're watching this is because it interests me, obviously. But this is a channel. We're gonna be all right. That's the name of the channel. And the title of the video is "These guys are really into the D in DEI, mean diversity, right?" But like this is focusing on Jesse Lee Peterson, right? And where he was saying, like, it started off talking about how Jesse Lee Peterson is for a White History Month, that he created a White History Month. Oh, and you missed the quote if you're just joining us, right? Jesse Lee Peterson, because he says he invented White History Month and he placed it on July, right? And why July? Because according to him, July just feels white. It just feels more white. Okay. Anyway, so you're caught up, right? So go back just a little bit, and then we'll just be acquainted with what's happening here, and then we'll keep going.
It was one of you two. Someone fess up.
They're hanging up. Him and his producer hung up after admitting that doing so would make it seem like they ran. To be clear,
because Jesse Lee Peterson's Twitter account liked a gay porn, a clip of gay porn, and they were asking, Ethan Klein was asking about that. That's what that was about.
It's okay for Jesse Lee Peterson to be gay. It's okay for Jesse and or his producer to like gay porn. It's not okay how they treat openly gay people. Whether or not this anti-gay man is closeted, just know that he believes women climaxing is them becoming like a man.
That's a tangent.
Chronically online commentator Destiny, who's openly bisexual, quote, "I don't understand the purpose of putting that out there. People are going to judge you. They're going to look down on you." So it's not the reality of his sexual orientation, but people's awareness of it. Plus, he said this about former mayor and former Secretary of Transportation, Pete Buttigieg. You have a homosexual, a radical homosexual, running for president, and no one seems to care. No one is rebuking him, and he even flaunts his so-called husband with no shame, kissing him in public, and people applaud like it's real. They call a man a husband like it's real. It's shocking. Speaking of, a certain group thinks about gay sex a lot. Pete Buttigieg woke up this morning and got effed in the A by his husband. I'm not even going to read the rest of that post from Joey Manorino on this platform, who is, from what I can tell, a professional Pete sex thinker about her. There's so much content from Manorino about Buttigieg's love life. Joey Manorino recently got divorced. He and his ex-wife have asked for privacy at this time. And I would respect that, but see, he had so much to say about someone else's divorce and then thought he was doing something with this "if you can only date liberal men, you'll never feel satisfaction again" thing. Like, there aren't legit questions about his ability to consummate his own marriage. But this ain't coming from me, though. I'm not gonna come for a black woman like that.
Joey Manorino, white guy, posted this. I am a true black American and I've been black all my life. I was born black and I will die black. My mommy black, my daddy black. I will never cast a ballot for that Kamala Harris woman as long as I live. Trump all the way, all day, every day.
Here's the tweet. Joey Manorino tried to delete it and tried to explain it away when saying a tweet posted earlier from my account was the result of my account being logged in on a friend's device. Clearly,
Bullshit.
I am not a black woman. Unlike the Democrat nominee for president, I don't spend my time pretending to be a black woman to garner votes under false pretense. So
obviously this dude has a Smurf account. He's one of them, because you see those accounts on Twitter, right, where it's a black conservatives, you know, like saying this is nonsense. I'm a black guy, and I hate whatever is happening here. The woke, it bothers me. I'm black, right? Yeah, a lot of white people doing that. Not all, right? The black conservatives exist. Is what we were talking about much earlier in the stream. They exist, right? But yeah, this is one of those motherfuckers right here. That's his face. That's that type of guy, right? He just logged into the wrong Twitter account to do this. What a surprise.
So he's either so chronically online that he used a friend's phone to post one of the 13,000 tweets of his, which is an indication in and of itself that there's no way he's ever without his phone, or he has a burner account. I don't know which is worse. Yet, Laverne Spicer, who I think is in this picture, said that it's true, that he didn't log out of her phone, so there's that. I guess neither of them are tech savvy enough to be aware of whose account is whose. I'm clearly pointing out some of the inherent contradictions, hypocrisies, and inconsistencies of American conservatism. If you roll with me to this point in the video, what I have outlined is a feature with liberals and the left, but comes standard with conservatives. After all, there wouldn't be much of a need to hide one's sexual orientation around leftists, or to pretend to be a black woman. There's a side of the aisle that lacks diversity yet clamors for it while claiming they don't care about race, even though they're definitely obsessed with skin color. They'll post stuff like this, which further lets me know what kind of groupthink is at play. The United States, MAGA, and the American Christian Church uphold whiteness. The point is, when you're on the right, no matter what you look like or what your ideas and values are, you're just repeating what white people say.
When Americans see deportations or repatriations happen, they're going to be like, thank you. When they see the border closed, they're going to say, this is what I voted for. When they see peace starting to break out again around the world, they're going to be like, this is the stability that we were asking for. Daddy's back. And that's what you're going to see.
U.S. Representative out of Florida, Byron Donalds. Now, before we get back to Donalds behaving as if he has already given Trump permission to claim him on his taxes, even though he only comes around every other Thanksgiving, you should know that Byron was born to a single mother and raised in Brooklyn. So, if his biological father was still around in the 70s and went to, say, Manhattan to look for a place to live, Fred Trump and his son Donald wouldn't have let him rent from their properties. They would have marked his application with a C. C for colored. This is who Byron called Daddy. And yes, it's different when Charlie Kirk does it. Very submissive of you, Charlie. Good boy. And when Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene does it, she would call someone else's husband daddy. Byron Donalds has aligned himself with Tom McDonald and Roseanne Barr. Tread on me, please, dear super rich daddy.
Weird. Hold on. I'm not. I'm guessing the manga didn't actually come up with that one, but still, the daddy part. It's super weird that they keep saying that daddy's home. It's super fucking weird. That's a weird thing, right? Like, we don't do that on the left. That's a weird thing. But it's this demand for hierarchy, right? And order, and respect for authority. And so this seems like fun to them. Daddy is home. It's a weird thing, conservatives. I'm sorry. I don't know what to tell you.
And this is where that Daddy Trump thing came from.
And when Dad gets home, you know what he says? You've been a bad girl.
Oh, God, I don't
You've
listen
been
to
a
this guy.
bad little girl, and you're getting a vigorous spanking right now.
In context, Tucker Carlson was
Ew.
describing a 14-year-old girl. He could have used any demographic as an example. He chose to speak on a teen girl to be spanked by a man who was like this with his own teen girl. Oh my gosh. What group of people are going
Perverts.
to give Byron Donalds pats on the head for doing their bidding?
And when Trump came on stage, as you can see speaking behind me, they started screaming and chanting, "Daddy's home" and "Daddy dogs."
You know, it's like Daddy arrived and he's taking his belt off, you know?
So Daddy's home. And they may be pissed, but America couldn't be happier.
It's to liken it to an old parable that you hear, Daddy's home.
I just love you. No, that's why he's a great politician.
The term groupthink was inspired by George Orwell's 1984, which used the idea of doublethink for highly suggestive ideas or expressions. First used in an article by William White in Fortune magazine 20 years before Irving Janis. Bringing about something Orwellian might actually be an accusation lobbed by both sides to the other equally. Janis's 1972 work discussed groupthink in relation to decision-making within politics and business. It describes several symptoms of groupthink, including a group's overestimation of its power, demand for uniformity, and closed-mindedness. Go back to that image I showed a few minutes ago. The antecedent conditions of groupthink, external threat, group insulation, homogenous social backgrounds and ideologies, a lack of impartial leadership, and a lack of decision-making procedures saturated the development of the 1970s, 1980s group Weather Underground. Also, do you remember Gamergate? How can a leader prevent groupthink? 1. Include group members who have diverse points of view. 2. Ask members to play devil's advocate, but name the devil, says Sun Michaud. 3. Remove time constraints. And 4. Minimize your leader's influence on the decision. With all of that being said, and with the Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. in mind, and Black History Month being all year, we are judging y'all by the content of your character. Notice I said we, not just me. I mean, Android users.
You know what? People like to talk shit about that green text bubble, but I'm starting to think that Android users know what the fuck is up. They are onto something. They're on a different plane than the rest of us. I actually think that might be the first step to opening your third eye, is getting an Android. I want to be one. I don't think you get it. Like, I want to be an Android user, but at this point, it's like, do I even have what it takes? I don't know.
We gonna be all right.
A cult language technique called the thought terminating cliche. And this is something where once you understand what it is, you won't be able to unhear it. And it shows up in a lot of really destructive cults where it's this sort of stock expression that's easily memorized, easily repeated, and aimed at shutting down any type of pushback or questioning. This phrase was coined in the early 1960s by a psychologist named Robert J. Lifton. Whenever anybody, would clock a red flag or experience some cognitive dissonance, I really want to believe in this group, but I feel like something is amiss and I want to be able to talk about that. One of these zingy expressions will be served to you by someone with power in that group to shut you down and end the conversation and allow that person to remain in power. So in QAnon, for example, a thought terminating cliche might sound like, well, you need to do your research, or dismissing valid concerns about COVID by saying, don't let yourself be ruled by fear. That's a limiting belief.
That's fun. Nice way of ending that. I like the way he ends his videos with those statements. But okay. Let's. So those are the two videos that distracted me from the real video that I actually did want to watch. You see this video, how to erase a people? It's on the lower right hand corner here. I did want to see that as well. I was thinking about looking at this video, but that's like completely different from like what we've been talking about before. So the other thing I was going to talk about, like this, so this is the original video that I wanted to go through. I think it's an hour and a half, and we have already been at this for a bit, but I think it might continue. Guys, hit the follow button on the channel, and if you haven't done so yet, thank you, Oros Buns. I don't know how. Oro. I'm just gonna go with Oro. Thank you for following the channel earlier. First time chat says Casey Boomer says Trump's uptick in support with African Americans and Hispanics tells us what that global people come in all colors and not just white. Well, I have thoughts on that one. A lot of other people respond to that one, but interesting thoughts. But orange is a color too. A vigorous spanking. It was so weird. I'm sorry. Finger, so fucking weird. So weird. As an Android user, I feel how she feels about Linux users. Finger, actually, yeah. I've used Linux in the past, but like you're like, you feel like I kind of want to be one of those. Like, it seems like you guys got something going on. 100%. Oh my God. Like, Finger, you just hit like the nail on the head, right? I feel like, yeah, those guys must have something going on. I've tried to go with a Linux in the past, but it's just like, it's a whole thing. It's a whole struggle to like switch to Linux. It's a whole struggle, right? I've just used Linux for very specific tasks. But it's a whole fucking struggle bus to be a Linux user. But it feels like, man, these guys, like, they've unplugged, from Microsoft, Apple, duopoly, and now they're not ruled by corporate power anymore. So yeah, it is like that. I want to have Brianna Joy Gray. Thank you for the follow, K Martinez 915. Nice to have you here. No phone gang. I have scrambled. Do you have a kid? I don't have a kid. Oh, daddy thing sends me some pretty dysfunctional red flags, to be honest. Parasocial relationships are uncomfortable to witness as fuck. Yeah, it's so weird. It's so weird. It's weird. But all right, we continue on with our lives, okay? We'll continue on with our lives. All right, so let's watch this. We'll see how far we can get through it. It's not that the fact that it's an hour and a half is not a problem for me. I'll be here for an hour and a half. The fact is how many times will I interrupt? But might as well not waste any time.
And to still have the messaging be, he just can't do anything. It's not his fault. He just can't do anything. At a certain point, fine, I'm convinced. Democrats in power can't do anything. We have a lot that we want to do on the left. Right. So then how do you get that done? And we now know, because 2 years later, Republicans did the exact force the vote strategy and were able to get a number of concessions, that this strategy would have worked. There are these people who have mixed politics. Like, you can say a little bit of this thing that's been on your mind that you can't say in polite company on the left. And I'm grateful for never having been indoctrinated in the idea that the Democratic Party was some kind of like home or team sport for me that I had to defend despite the illogic of how they operated.
Welcome to Doomscroll. I'm your host, Joshua Citarella. My guest is Brianna Joy Gray, a lawyer and political consultant. In 2020, she served as the National Press Secretary for the Bernie Sanders campaign. She is the host of the Bad Faith podcast.
The idea that there was going to be an ability to take over the Democratic Party, to use traditional political means to reform the party, to pull it back to the left, was really undermined by what we saw and how the Bernie campaigns in 2016 and 2020 played out. And I'm not someone who I think jumped prematurely to these kinds of conclusions. It's part of why I sometimes become frustrated when people might want to write me off as a bad actor or someone who is, I don't know, is part of her grift is to have a pessimistic read of politics. To the contrary, I worked for the Bernie campaign in 2020. Right. I like to say I gave that man the best years of my 30s. And for what, right? Like I was really committed to the project. I'm someone who only, left the law and entered into politics precisely because of how much I believed in the project in 2016 and because I felt compelled to start writing and begin a journalism career precisely because of the media institutions, of journalists' unwillingness to engage substantively and accurately with what the movement and the spirit of the movement was all about. So I feel like I have given myself in many, many ways and made some sacrifices in order to try that particular path. But I think I had an up-close view, and many other people had less proximate views of how the Democratic Party is willing to organize itself very effectively and efficiently to defeat a left insurgency in a way that it seems not to have the same appetite to actually defeat the right. And when you see over the course of years opportunities that were available to the small number of people who did get elected into Congress, who were progressives, who were the Justice Democrats candidates that did support Bernie Sanders and ostensibly espouse his values, the unwillingness to actually be adversarial with the Democratic Party demonstrated that the Democratic Party changes you. It's not the other way around.
So to be clear, this is a bad freeze frame. Hold on. It's just such a bad freeze frame on her face. I don't want it's really bad. Like I was saying earlier in the stream, I don't align myself as a Democrat, right? I don't call myself a Democrat. I usually vote for Democrats because a lesser of two evils. And what Brianna Joy Gray really is talking about. So like the title of the video is Democrats Can't Do Anything. She's talking about Democrats have said to us, can't do anything. They can't provide us with anything. And this is in general, speaking in general to their base, right? Like she's just taking them at their word, and she's like been saying like, hey, we got to be concentrating on third parties. So that's what a lot of this video is going to be about, right? So like I did watch like a half hour of this previously, maybe a little bit more, and that's what most of this is about. Like, hey, like we're told that we can't break out of this duopoly, that we have no choice, but we do have a choice. I haven't gone down the Green Party route. That's what she'll be advocating for here. I haven't gone down that route, but like I have gone down the right. The Democrats are damn near useless. Damn near useless, especially as even opposition, right? People vote for them. A lot of Democratic voters don't even have faith in the Democratic Party, but they vote for them out of fear of the Republicans and as an act of resistance to whatever the Republicans are horrible thing the Republicans are going to do. Because the Republicans are going to do something horrible. We see them doing horrible things right now. We see the Trump agenda and how it's failing and hurting Americans, right? And so they vote for Democrats to avoid that happening. But part of the point of what Brianna has been saying, and for a while now, is that like, well, at some point, right? Like the party, like. We are what we're gaining from voting for them is less than what we're losing by not exploring other options. And look, it's becoming more and more convincing to me as time goes on. So let's go on. There's a lot here. So let's let her speak a bit more.
That the Democratic Party demonstrated that the Democratic Party changes you. It's not the other way around. And the Biden administration in particular, seeing 4 years of what it meant to have, or at least 2 years of what it meant to have all of Congress and the White House, and to still have the messaging be, he just can't do anything. It's not his fault. He just can't do anything. At a certain point, fine, I'm convinced. Democrats in power can't do anything. We have a lot that we want to do on the left. Right. So then how do you get that done? And it simply doesn't seem to me that it's possible to do it by electing enough AOCs. Because we've seen in really recent history some pretty bad examples of how AOC is willing to bend the knee and completely undermine her own political project.
Did anyone blame you for Trump's victory because you voted for Jill Stein this time?
I mean, it's like white noise. People are always going to say that sort of thing. First of all, I live in DC, so it's a laughable proposition that anybody I voted for mattered in any way.
Sure.
But I think particularly given the stakes of this election and the existence of a genocide happening in the background, I think really complicated the lesser of two evil arguments that were being made, at least within the left community. Of course, you know, vote blue no matter who Democrats are going to say what they're going to say. There's that classic video of people leaving the DNC laughing and jeering and rolling their eyes at pro-Palestine activists and protesters. That was so disgusting and demoralizing to watch. But within the left community, whereas in 2020, I think I got a lot more pushback for voting Green, or even in 2016, voting for Jill Stein in that election. This time around, I think most people on the left were so frustrated with the options available to them, felt like it was such a personally, ethically troubling situation for themselves to vote for Kamala Harris, that I didn't get as much of that, to be honest.
Right.
And I think the numbers show that a lot of folks, for whatever reason, ended up staying home because they were similarly demoralized by the options on the table.
Yeah, they were demoralized, myself included. I didn't vote for Harris. Right, I didn't vote for Trump because that'd be insane. Why would I do that? No way. But of course not. Like, he's not the better option, right? But if the Democrats are promising, like Harris promised, she promised she would continue the genocide, that she would sponsor the genocide. There would be no change in policy. She said up and down. I waited. I was at first going to be a voter for her. I was excited. I was like, oh, maybe there might be a change here. Once there was Joe Biden's decrepit ass finally stepped away from the ticket. Thought maybe there might be a change, but there was no change, right? Like, I was at first, I mean, you like, hey, I streaming all of this, right? So like, you could see my opinion changing in real time. I was excited. I was cautiously optimistic that there might be a change here, but there wasn't. There wasn't. And if you're promising that you're going to continue a genocide, then I promise you I'm not going to vote for you. I promise you, you haven't earned my vote. And look, what I'm about to say is going to come up for thank you. Oh, never mind. That's someone else. But what I'm about to say is going to come up, more during this conversation, right? But the thing that I'm like really grappling with, that I really didn't really internalize properly before, and it's my own fault, right? Is that Democrats, meaning liberals mostly, have no connection to any revolutionary politics. They have none. They have no connection. They have no loyalty to any revolutionary politics, right? They are team sports players, right? They have team politics, and that they're voting for blue, right? They're voting for the institution, and that's all they're trying to protect. They have to protect the team, protect the institutions. That's more important than anything else, right? And because of that, you have to accept what the institution gives you, right? Institution might be good or might be bad, doesn't matter, right? We just protect the institution. We protect the institution over anything else. I keep seeing this, right? And I kept running against my wall, my head against the wall, right? Because people who are nominally on the left, right, push back against me when I talk about my disgust for a genocide that's been sponsored. Now, even if you don't want to call it genocide, well, you're being dishonest about the case. But even if you don't want to call it genocide, we can call it murder on a mass scale, right? Tens of thousands dead. Murder on a mass scale, right? Maybe hundreds of thousands dead. We'll find out. We're just finding the mass graves now, as Palestinians are trying to pick up the pieces, but they're finding mass graves. That's a thing, right? Holocaust-style mass graves. Yeah, I said it. If you understand, there's been mass murder, right? Not a genocide, not mass murder. Then you can see that, hey, man, isn't it weird that our government is sponsoring this, right? A war more brutal than the ones, the direct deaths that we've been responsible for usually, right? During our previous conflicts. But shouldn't we ask for better? Shouldn't we ask for better? I'm just asking for better, right? And all I'm asking them is to follow U.S. law. Hey, invoke the Leahy Act. They're committing war crimes, right? There's law, precedent, an easy lever for Biden to pull. Not like Biden didn't know what people in the space were feeling, right? Many people, the Democrats, right, within the space, let him know what was happening. Harris, right? People protested her. She shut them down very condescendingly. She did that. She shut them down. She understood what many in the base were feeling, and she ignored it because she thought, well, I'm the only choice, right? Because, again, being a liberal, well, I'm playing team politics. I just happen to be the head of the team. I'm at the head of the party, and so you'll vote for me. That's all you have. You protect the institution, you protect me, because I'm in power now, right? I'm at the head. So what else are you going to vote for? You have no other options. So you'll fucking vote for me. So I don't have to be responsive to your actual desires. I'm responsive to the billionaires who paid for the DNC, right? Where my campaign took in more money from billionaires than maybe ever before, more than Donald Trump did, right? She raised more money from billionaires than Donald Trump. She was responsive to their demands, but not the base of the people. No, you'll fucking vote for me. You'll vote for me. I don't care if you like it or not. You're going to vote for me. Guess what? We didn't vote for her. We didn't vote for her. Because not everyone's playing team sports. And at some point, you are required to earn the vote, right? That is not automatically given to you. You're required to provide something for the audience. And all I particularly wanted, and a lot of people like me, was just to say, hey, yeah, we changed things up in Gaza. Maybe we're gonna like restrict the weapons, right? Maybe we'll take a new route. Like, not that like you guys are going to support Palestinians through and through. We're realistic in our understanding of what the situation is. Israel is in charge of America. Let's not get that straight, get that twisted, right? That Israel's in charge, sure, understood, right? But still, we could say that America won't help them continue with this genocide. That you'd break with Biden on this. Stop sending the weapons. If they want to continue the genocide, let them do that with their own weapons. But they can't, because it's a tiny fucking country with a tiny GDP that can't actually prosecute the war by themselves. Yeah, that's what we were hoping for, or anything. Just give us a clue. Not even if it felt like you couldn't go all in during the campaign. That's okay, right? But give us something. But she assured us like she would do the other. So then, if you're providing us nothing, then why should we vote for you? So sorry, I did actually go hard into a bit of a tangent there. My point is that on the other side, there's revolutionary politics, where people are hoping to overturn right, these settler colonial institutions, the status quos, to liberate oppressed people. The Palestinians are an oppressed people. And so when okay, maybe I'm taking too long to talk about this, right? I maybe should save this for another day. But it's like liberals will pay lip service to these causes when it's easy for them, but in the end, all they care about is that you vote for the team. If you don't vote for the team, then you'll find out they didn't give a fuck about any of this. They didn't give a fuck about any of this. Fuck those liberals. You know who you are. You fucking disgust me. All right, before I start up the thing again, let me just like scroll through the comments just very quickly. We're getting a lot of responses, so it's pretty cool. Orlo says, I'm not from USA. I can't understand left people that being loud about LGBT rights in the States. No one can take freedom from anyone. Also, can't understand right people that are very much interested in who fuck who. Yeah, I don't understand that either. And there are plenty of bullshitters on left and right. Trump's uptick in support. Okay, I already read that before. I don't actually know. Okay. I'm just scrolling down. You guys are just having conversations between yourselves. So the current timeline is 100% the fault of people that refuse to vote for Kamala, fully knowing convicted felon Trump it would be far worse for Gaza, much less what the rapist is doing for our country. So cheesecake. And then also, Casey Boomer says, yeah, but anyone with a brain knew that Trump would be far worse for Palestine. Now we have Trump and we're losing our entire democracy. I give my left nut for the so-called status quo right now. Yeah. So let me address this, right? Let me address this directly, right? I've been thinking, how do I properly express this? I've been trying to express this multiple times to people, but it never seems to get across, right? Palestine is my issue, but my problem, right? That's like my focus, right? But my problem is with the Democratic Party's performance and their continuous lack of delivering anything, of deliverables, right? Of their continuous scorning of their base. They have not earned my vote. My vote has to be earned. It can't simply be the case that at all points in time that it must be that, well, the Republicans are worse, and that's what you vote for. And that's it, right? Because that's all the Democrats offer. They'll come through every 4 years and they'll say, well, look at the other side. They're crazy, and they are crazy. That's absolutely the case. So, Donald Trump is worse than Kamala Harris. If you think that people who didn't vote for her didn't understand that, well, then you have no idea what they were actually feeling. It's that they feel this person did not earn their vote. You have minimum requirements. Like, my vote is not, like, Kamala Harris does not get my vote by default. Right? Democratic Party doesn't get my vote by default. Right? I don't have to participate at all. Right? Now, I think everyone should. I'm a political person. I've always voted in every election, and I voted in the last election. I just didn't vote for president. I vote in every election because I think it's important, right? But my vote needs to be earned at some point. There is a minimum level of criteria to earn my vote, and if not performing a genocide isn't the minimum, isn't your minimum, then I don't understand, right? Then what it sounds like is what I've been saying this entire time. What it sounds like is that you are for team politics, right? So for you, was it Chibahawk? Chibahawk? I don't know how I pronounce the name, right? Was it Casey Boomer? Yeah, like, I'm sorry, you're engaging in team politics. If you expect nothing, literally nothing, right? If the Democrats aren't delivering $15 minimum wage, right? If they're not doing that. They're not delivering real health care reform, right? Other than a Republican plan, which is Obamacare, right? That's what they gave you. And there was a fervor in this country to have to radically reform healthcare. Obama delivered a Republican plan, and then the best Biden can do is say, "Oh yeah, we can just negotiate. Medicare can negotiate 10 drugs, right? That's the best I can do." When at all points in time, when they promise that they're going to do pro-working class reforms, right? Like the PRO Act, right? To empower unions. When they continue to promise that election after election, but literally never give it to you, then what are we doing? Right? If all you can say that, like, hey, Trump is worse, you're correct. You are correct. Trump is worse. But at some point, it's not enough. And it wasn't enough for all the rest. So you guys can get mad at me. You can say how stupid you are and how dumb your decisions are. Right? Like, you can have that opinion, right? But guess what? That's not going to win you the next election. It's not going to win you the next election. That alone won't do it. Sorry, it didn't work out this time. Right? So you can bitch, you can moan about it, or, right, rather than blaming the voters, you can, and this, I know it's crazy, it's strange, it's out there, it's a completely alien idea, right? You could instead demand that the Democrats do better, that your politicians do better, rather than scorning voters for not voting for a shitty politician. You could ask that the politician not be shitty. How about that? Could we try that? One time, can we try that? Apparently not, right? We can't do that at all. You can't do that at all. Well, guess what? You lost the vote. You lost the election. So I mean, like, again, we can try to yell, try to scorn, try to shame all the rest of us who didn't vote for Harris, right? Keep doing it. Let's go. I'm sure it'll make you feel better. Guess what? This is the timeline. This is the timeline, right? It's not the voters' fault, right? Because it said the current timeline is 100% the fault of people who used to vote for Kamala Harris. No, fuck that. This is Kamala Harris' fault for being a shitty candidate. Fuck her. Fuck her, is what I say. And fuck Joe Biden too. Genocide Joe. Absolutely. Right? If you can't provide for this, and sorry, that's my issue is, of course, guys, other people had other issues, right? And which is why they didn't vote. Because once again, the Democrats have been failing the working class, the middle class for decades at this point. They've abandoned us. They've abandoned them for the billionaires. For the billionaires. Kamala Harris wasn't even allowed to call Republicans weird. Remember when Tim Walz came into the campaign, right? And he called, he was calling Republicans weird. That was a great tagline. It got like people talking excited, right? Like, yeah, like Republican politicians are weird. Like Republican, like MAGAs and Trump, what they want to do, it's weird shit. It was a great slogan, right? But the billionaire class, right? Her extremely rich, her multimillionaire, like brother-in-law told her, well, that's being mean. It's being mean, so stop it, right? And of course, because Kamala Harris and Joe Biden begs and scrapes at the feet of the rich and the powerful, they say, yes, sir. Sorry, sir. I didn't want to be too mean to the Republicans, sir. We won't do that. No more. Sorry. I was a bad girl. Fuck her. Fuck her. Fuck her. Fuck her. And instead, be better. Be better. I demand I demand better out of my elected officials. So I'll quickly look forward to what you guys have said in response, and then we'll get started with this. I'm so tired of this third party protest for BS really gave us Trump twice. The third parties did not give you Trump twice. The third parties did not take enough votes to give you Trump. No, they didn't. They didn't do that. 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 The Chiyok says, well, you'll be glad to know the status quo has been nuked thanks to your refusal to save our country. My refusal to save our country. Yeah. Right. Again, right? No responsibility over the powerful. The responsibility is on the powerless, right? But the powerful, absolutely, we'll do nothing. We'll ask them of nothing, right? We thank them for whatever they give us, right? The ones that were performing a genocide, right? And we'll say, thank you for doing a slightly kinder genocide, maybe. Whatever. Oh, sorry. Also, I guess you were also talking about in terms of like what's happening to the government. Yeah, it's really unfortunate what's happening to our government right now. It's awful. I wish it wasn't happening. But I wish Kamala Harris was better as well, right? Because even if you had changed my mind, if you scolded me into voting for them, guess what? You wouldn't have scolded the millions of other people who decided to stay home. So don't worry. Like, you can keep doing this, but you're completely going to lose. You're going to lose the next election. If all you can say is the Republicans are worse and offer nothing, you will lose. All right, so let's get started. Let's get back into it. This is why we're 4 minutes in. Oh my god, we'll see how long we can do this. All right, let's continue. See you.
End of the left liberal alliance, as it's been called. It leaves you with rather few options. Generally speaking, what is the state of third parties?
It's tough, you know. The duopoly is what it is, and it's really difficult to surmount. My frustration, I think there's a way that if you acknowledge the reality that you're not going to be able to use the Democratic Party as a vehicle for real reform, then the follow-up that a lot of people offer is, well, we just got to stick with what we know doesn't work because there's no alternatives. The Green Party is insufficiently strong. PSL, Movement for People's Party, whatever else is out there in the ether, is even less likely than the Democratic Party to yield any dividends. And at least there's a real party here, and at least we can make some difference on the margins, and you can elect, an AOC or a Jamal Bowman who at least is going to say the right things sometimes about some big ticket issue. And when a Republican is in office, or willing to say that Medicare for all matters again, and maybe that symbolically means something.
Right.
My feeling is that you have to start trying to build alternatives and not be so put off by the difficulty of it, or how you will in fact lose for a very long time while you're struggling to build something in the alternative, to not try in the first place. And there's this sort of ironic reality that I've observed on the left, where there's a real focus on saying, well, you're not going to be able to achieve successes through electoral politics. That's a sort of superficial, easy, low-hanging fruit way to engage in politics, which I think is completely fair. And they say, well, in the alternative, you have to organize. It's going to take a long time. We have low labor density, all the reasons that we know. But there's an appreciation of the fact that it's going to take time and it's going to take work to build up labor power. That same sort of willingness to not win instantly doesn't seem to attach to building third parties. And it's very confusing to me.
Right. Well, building the labor movement is a generational process at least, right? Like labor density has drifted down from like 30 to 11%. So we know how many decades it took to decline by about 20 points. So we could assume that it'll take at least that much time to rebuild it 20 points or something. But if you're trying to build a third party, it's a little bit of a weird proposal in that, like, you're going to vote to build institutional power for something that maybe your children will see if they're lucky. People seem not so receptive to that.
So what I'll say, like, Brianna says that, like, she doesn't understand why people feel differently about, like, building labor up versus building up a third party. One, I think, like, well, the two-party duopoly has been here for so long, right? People have like no concept really of like what like anything more than that would look like, or just simply replacing a party, right? People have still have a memory of what it was like before when unions were powerful. We don't have a societal memory, a cultural memory of anything but the Democrats and Republicans. So there's that, right? Also, there's immediacy to the threat, right? In each election, Republicans threaten to do something horrible. And we're living through it right now. We're living through the reality of a Trump administration, right? And people want to avoid that, right? Some people in my chat, right, are talking about, well, more than anything, what we have to do is avoid this. So we never have time to build a third party, right? There's an immediacy to the threat of Republicans rather than like, we're already living in the corporate dominated world, right? Of a world where labor unions are disempowered, and not a significant, well, they're barely a significant force, right? In politics, right? So we're already living in that world, and so yeah, it'll take time to dig ourselves out of that world, but we're already there, and it's supposed to be afraid of. But the Republicans bring new, fresh hells every time they show up. Again, we're living through it right now, right? And so it makes sense to me that people will want to avoid that, right? And it terrifies them for good reason, right? Like I hear you, people in the chat, right, and other liberals who are saying like, well, like these people are going to hurt us now, right? You have like Donald Trump is going to attack Medicaid, right? That's going to hurt a lot of people in the immediate. And so like, it's hard for them to hear like, well, we got to build a third party. No, it's like, I got to win. Here's the problem, right? And I think they actually mentioned this later on in the video. Like it's impossible for Democrats to win always. Yeah, right? Even the best case scenario, right? That there wasn't an uncommitted movement against Kamala and Joe Biden previously, right? Where the base was fully on board. Maybe he would have won. Maybe. Yeah, there's a good chance. Maybe he could have won that race. In fact, yeah, I think we could say he would have won. Would have won that race. But does he win the next time? Because just looking at history, right, is that it swings from Democrat to Republican each and every time. And the next time around, Republicans are going to be just as dangerous. Do you think Project 2025 was going to disappear? Once the year 2025 goes by, right? Well, then that plan gets us rotten, right? It's expired, and we can't use this plan, right? We can't just rename it Project 2029. We can't just do that and just like change the number and reissue the copies, guys. Project 2029, right? And do that. This was coming one way or the other, right? The way to protect against that, right, is not assuming the Democrats will win in perpetuity, which was never going to happen. You guys realize that, right? That the thing that you guys are freaking out, Project 2025, that the things that are happening right now, that could still have happened in the future. Unlikely to have happened. Because the Republican base wants that to happen. At least they think they want that to happen. They don't want that to happen, but, most of them don't. But we'll find out. So what do we do, right? Like, Democrats need to empower workers, right? Empower us economically and financially, right? Deliver on the things that that the public needs to weaken Republicans, right? One, to just weaken them in during the times that they're in power in general, right? To have the institutions to be able to fight back against these things. Like, what if we had, like, for instance, let me give you a more concrete example here. What if we had powerful labor unions at this point in time, right? Well, labor unions are weak now. Well, we have powerful labor unions. What if we could have a general strike right now? What if Democrats, because they were on the side of worker unions, right? What if, instead of specifically ignoring them for decades, right, and then bending and scraping and sucking up to the billionaire class, what if instead of that, they had empowered unions, and so union destiny had rapidly rise? In this moment, right, where you guys, all the complaints, right, I'm seeing in chat, these people telling me about, like, well, this is the future that you wanted, right? This is the future. Look at what Trump is doing. Right? We could actually have institutions, organizations that could fight back. If the Democrats have been fighting, right, for years to protect unions, to grow them, unions could fight for us now. They could have a general strike right now. That's the thing that could do. That happens in other countries, right? General strikes happen in other countries, and they fight back when radical shit like this happens. This is in the older country where crazy shit has happened, where democracy is being dismantled around their ears, right? Other countries deal with exactly this issue, right? And what's one of the biggest bulwarks against that? Labor unions. Democrats abandoned the unions. And then now, after they left us defenseless, right? They'll say, well, you got to vote for us in perpetuity or else this is going to happen. Literally impossible. And we're always going to end up in this timeline. We're going to end up in this timeline. There's no reason to believe that. So let's say Trump doesn't, let's say Trump had lost this election, right? And, next election, 2028. There's no reason to think that the MAGA base wouldn't have wanted another MAGA leader who would have wanted the same thing. I hope you guys can realize that we literally cannot win in perpetuity. The Republicans are going to get in power. What do you do about that? You build counterpower. The Democrats have not done that. Please understand this. Please understand this. But I feel like when I'm talking to liberals, I'm sorry. I feel like when I'm talking to liberals is that you guys just refuse to hear that. Refuse to hear that. Look for a better world. This is why I'm saying that you're just like looking, hold on to a diminishing status quo with diminishing returns. That's all you're grasping onto. But you have less and less. And eventually you'll lose it all, right? Even if everyone votes for Democrats. Or sorry, all Democrats vote for Democrats. All left-leaning individuals vote for Democrats. Eventually you're still going to lose it all because the Democratic Party has been giving it away. Giving away all their power to the billionaire class. At some point, you have to demand better. All right. Okay. So we have, all right. I'll just have to move on from there. But yeah, this is a little hot.
Well, look, one, I think it's less hard to organize a party than it is to organize an entire country with millions and millions of workers. I mean, that's just the reality of the situation. I'm not saying it's easy, but one of the dreams, for instance, of the Bernie movement was that he would take the enormous amount of not just attention and support that he got from voters, but dollars in terms of small dollar donations, out fundraising everybody else in that very, very crowded field in 2020, and say, I have demonstrated a capacity to raise millions of dollars without having to be beholden to these corporate interests.
Right.
And I'm going to use that power and the faith that all of these minimum wage workers put in me, giving them what amounts to an hour's salary, half a day's salary, and these, a third of a day's salary in these $27 average donations, to commit to a real political project that is willing sincerely to be adversarial to the Democratic Party. But what we saw in contrast was a very quick and ready capitulation and bending the knee to Joe Biden. I will never forget being on quarantine in my studio apartment in DuPont Circle after the campaign, watching him on a Zoom call with Joe Biden, asking him just, please, sir, can we have a $15 minimum wage, like Oliver Twist style.
Yeah.
And Joe Biden, of course, committing, lying Biden style, that that would be a priority. And at very least, he was going to be bending the knee for something.
Yeah.
And we saw how that went. Immediately in the first months of the Biden administration, we saw the $15 minimum wage get stripped out of the must-pass COVID bill. We had Bernie Sanders trying to get it put back in the bill, but of course it took 60 votes to get it back in. There was a budget reconciliation bill, so it was must-pass and could pass with just 50 in the tie-breaking vote. And as a consequence, you had that whole pageantry where you had Kristen Sinema doing the thumbs down, and the narrative was, oh, well, Dems tried, but there were these outliers, there are these mansions of the world that preclude actual progress, without any interrogation of why it was that Chuck Schumer took the $15 minimum wage out of the bill in the first place and changed it from a 50+1 vote to a 60 vote kind of a question. And those are the kind of machinations that I think, again, over the course, at least of the first 2 years of the Biden presidency, really confirmed for me that the Democratic Party was willing to fight Bernie Sanders and the left, and these, not even left, but basic centrist popular propositions like a $15 minimum wage tooth and nail.
A lot of directions I want to take this, but to stick to the third party question for a moment here, do you have a preferred vehicle? Is the Green Party this assumed vehicle that you would choose to build on? People's Party, like which of these options is most appealing to you?
It seems to me that the party that has, it's not much, but the most and best infrastructure, the most longevity, and the ideals that best map onto, for the sake of argument, what I'll call like the Bernie-style project is the Green Party. If someone had an alternative and said, look, we have all this funding and we have all these people involved that have, all this experience to do this alternative, I would be open to that. When the Movement for the People's Party first launched, before all of the controversy that it ultimately got mired in, I was supportive. I'm a let many flowers bloom kind of gal.
Yeah. No, me too. Yeah.
But for like today, brass tacks, I would say the Green Party seems to be the best option in my view.
And I suppose at the scale you're talking about, the number of people that are going to influx to this thing are just going to disproportionately, whatever the existing values of this organization are, will be proportionally drowned out by the new membership.
Oh, what do you mean by that? The presumption is that
I think the Bernie-style project for social democracy in the United States is at odds with some of the environmentalist wings of the Green Party.
That's interesting. People say that. And, I've talked to Dr. Stein on my own show about this. There's this narrative line that goes, no one will join the Green Party because it sounds green and that sounds crunchy and it's a bunch of sort of white-haired Sierra Club ladies who want to save the wolves or something. And that's just not relatable. That's not like it's not a working class party.
Right.
And I hear people say that, but in my personal experience, the biggest obstacle is that no one knows that the Green Party exists, and that is a vehicle for social change. So if I'm sorry to be this, bourgeois socialist, but when I'm in the back of an Uber and I'm chatting, with the driver, and, I'm soft launching my political spiel, and they say, well, I don't want to vote for Kamala or Biden or Trump, and I'm disgruntled, and I'm not earning enough money, and my health care is expensive, and all of these things. I'm like, well, there's alternatives. And they say, who? And I said, well, I used to work for Bernie. Oh, I loved Bernie. They always loved Bernie.
Yeah,
But Bernie's not running this time. And I say, well, there are third parties. Third parties? There's other parties
Yeah, they
in
don't
America.
know. They literally don't know.
So, like, I'm open to the idea that at some point there needs to be a branding shift on the Green Party.
It's amazing. It's wild to me that people really don't know that third parties even exist. That's wild to me. But like, I mean, I'm a political person, so of course I know. But like, it's wild, honestly. But yeah, that's the level. That's how far they have to climb.
But it seems really premature when they're shut out of debates. They're shut out of any mainstream platform. The only time a New York Times or any mainstream paper is going to even acknowledge their existence is to do some hit piece about how, Jill Stein is an anti-vaxxer or whatever they want to say about someone in any given moment.
A few years ago, we didn't really talk about third parties because we had something called the DSA, which is not a political party, just an organization. But they were going to apply this pressure to the Democrats, run these strategic campaigns, and then slowly pull everybody to the left. It seems like the DSA has kind of not fulfilled a lot of its promises in the last 8 years. Do you have much hope for that organization specifically?
So I was a card-carrying member until, I don't know, I could change credit cards and I forgot to, I don't know, I just forgot. But I was a card-carrying member and
I didn't forget. I just chose to not renew it.
I mean, I felt it was important to stay a member and also join socialist alternatives and alternative and other sorts of organizations where possible. Because I don't like this sort of tendency to critique things in a team sport sort of way instead of trying to just make organizations better if you have the critique. That being said, my frustration is with defining oneself sort of outside of politics and certainly outside of being supporting independent parties. I think it was legitimate to want to try the strategy that was tried, the Justice Democrats strategy. I think it was legitimate to have tried, and I was hopeful for it as well. But I think it became apparent relatively early that it was like a tail wagging the dog situation with AOC and the squad members. That there was so much excitement about the idea that you kind of won by getting folks elected, that the left was somehow more serious because they had gotten these people into Congress and there were real live DSA Congress people in the mix, that there was an unwillingness to be critical of them when they strayed from the values of the organization. And there have been these little skirmishes over the years of the DSA saying they're going to sanction this person or that person for this or that vote. But I think there was a crisis of confidence and trust in what it even meant for them to be DSA candidates if they weren't going to be accountable to the organization. There was no accountability mechanism there. And when you think it's so good for your brand to have AOC that you're unwilling to say what you stand for separate and apart from her, well, then ultimately that's going to have a longer-term negative effect on the very brand that you were trying to protect in the first instance.
A little bit of a detour here, but I promise this will connect in a moment. You supported Force the Vote.
I did.
Alongside Jimmy Dore. You caught a lot of heat for that position.
I did.
Seems to be a recurring theme in the podcast. If you would recap for our listeners what Force the Vote was, in case they don't remember that, and what you hope to accomplish with that.
Sure. I love to point out that I first heard about Force the Vote watching Sam Cedar's show. And knowing about the acrimony between Sam Cedar and Jimmy Dore, when I heard Sam Cedar say that there was a good idea coming from Jimmy Dore, my little ears perked up.
Okay, I'm listening.
Said, how now, brown cow? And I went over and I heard the proposition, which was that because of the narrow margins in the House at the time, that the number of squad members exceeded the margin that Democrats needed. Basically, you needed all of the squad members to be on board for the Democrats to ever win anything in the House. That means that much like Joe Manchin, Kyrsten Sinema, these people that we're told had the Biden administration in a vice grip, the progressives similarly could dictate the agenda of the Democratic Party, or at least hold it up so that nothing happens until there are some concessions that are made. And from my perspective, the real beauty of Force the Vote is that while frequently the argument is made that while the right can play hardball because they don't want good things to happen, they're happy if government doesn't work, they want government to be small, and Democrats want good things to happen, so they can't just be obstructionists. We need to play nice so we can get the ball going. The stakes of Force the Vote weren't some spending package and kids getting health care or anything of the like. It was simply Nancy Pelosi's ability to be Speaker of the House. That's it.
Right.
And we now know, because 2 years later, Republicans did the exact force the vote strategy and were able to get a number of concessions, that this strategy would have worked. At the time, however, while there were many people in support, not just Jimmy Dore, I think it's important to point out, Crystal Ball, Cornel West, Chris Hedges, a lot of people who were frankly held in very high esteem on the left, but whose voices I think were ignored because it was very convenient to say, this is a Jimmy Dore idea, he's a polarizing figure,
Right,
this is an
right.
excuse for me not to buy in.
Yeah.
There was what felt like a really sort of irrational rejection of it that was very personality driven. At the time, I wrote a piece for Current Affairs attempting to lay out the strategy separate and apart from Jimmy Dore. So, okay, fine, you hate his guts. I don't know what happened back in the TYT days. I'm newer on the scene than that. But here's how you can understand this without ever having to click on one of his videos, right?
Yeah.
And in response to that, people were saying a lot of misinformation. Some of the most visceral opponents of it were opposing it on the basis, for example, that Kevin McCarthy would become Speaker of the House if the progressives withheld their vote for Nancy Pelosi, which couldn't happen because you don't need, it's not a bare majority that you would need. You need over 50% of Congress. So unless Democrats voted affirmatively for a Republican speaker would not have defaulted into the position,
Sure.
even if they had gotten more votes than whatever alternative Democratic candidate were in the mix, if that makes sense.
Sure.
And
sure.
again, we saw exactly this play out 2 years later with the Republicans. No matter how many times Kevin McCarthy wasn't speaker, Hakeem Jeffries didn't magically become speaker, right? That's not how it works. And there was historical precedent of this having happened like 100 times back in the early part of the 20th century. This could have been a real opportunity for progressives to show that they do actually have power. We're not looking for some time 20 years in the future where we've gotten 50 more AOCs in Congress. Right now, today, you can demonstrate the value of fighting for more AOCs in Congress because even with 4 or 5 or 6 of them, they can have the Biden administration in a vice grip. And you can show Nancy Pelosi, this woman who's made your life hell, who remember made you cry on the floor over the Iron Dome vote, who whipped you all into shape, who you're cowering around calling Mama Bear because of God knows what she told you behind the scenes. You can demonstrate to her that you have a little bit of power on your own.
So, yeah. I don't know if I had a strong opinion about force of vote at the time. I don't know. I don't think I did. I remember discussing it. But I don't know if I had like a super strong opinion. I guess I was more negative because I was told that it couldn't work. And, from, as it was laid out to me, that like, well, if we have a better plan instead, right? Well, then we'll go with that plan. We didn't have a better plan. We didn't. And it seems like force to vote might have been the way. The Republicans have just proven that they can do that. They can actually force the vote. You can actually put yourself in a position where the Speaker of the House has to, because of circumstances in terms of having a original thin majority in the House, the person wanting to be a Speaker, in this case would have been Nancy Pelosi, that they have to negotiate with you. And I would say I was wrong that force the vote would have been the play. Republicans proved that. Republicans have done that. Exactly that game plan. And the wing of the party that did that, the very small wing of the party that pulled that off, got a bunch of concessions. Progressives got nothing and got no respect for it either. Got no respect. They played along like, hey, we'll be team players with you guys, right? And they got zero. They got run over. Every time their policy agendas came up, right? We got an excuse. Sorry, we can't make it happen. We hit a small hurdle, and so I guess there's nothing we can do, right? Once again, nothing that the Democrats can do. That's the rallying cry, Democrats. There's nothing we can do. And so they were humiliated over and over again. At some point you have to exercise political will, and that was the time to do it. And we didn't. Progressives didn't. And the liberals laughed their way to the bank, right? Well, they laughed their way into, keeping their status quo, but because liberals always fail at fighting fascism, well, here we are. So, yeah, it's unfortunate. I don't know how you guys felt about that. But yeah, I didn't I didn't I felt Cornel West is Cornel West has done some. I was looking at the chat, and Cornel West has done some silly shit. I had more respect for him before he ran for office in this last election cycle. It was actually really bad. I don't think he's an idiot. I wouldn't say that, but like yeah, I think he embarrassed himself seriously. Just putting that out there. The left isn't fighting fascism. That's why they lost. I say liberals, they aren't fighting fascism. The liberals will roll over. Liberals will fail at fighting fascism every single time. Every single time, liberals will fail at fighting fascism. Like, look at history; they've always failed. They'll always, not only it's less than even fail, it's that they don't actually fight it. They will assist it. That's what liberals will do every single time. Every single time, they assist. And we end up here. I could go longer into like what my thoughts are there. All the left, yeah, I disagree with that. A guy doer. The leftists have been warning about this. Have been talking about this the entire time. Have been strategizing as how to fight this. Right? Have been saying that this is going to happen inevitably if you don't meet the material needs of the populace. If you don't give people, if they are economically deprived, right? Then everyone is more open to more authoritarian measures, right? Then you can tell a group of people who's deprived that, oh, well, it's this other marginalized group, they're your problem. That's the issue, right? And I'm just going to go take care of them. I'm going to expel these individuals, and then there won't be an issue. I'm going to take care of them somehow, and then your life will be better. That's what happens when people are economically deprived. And so progressives have been saying, hey, you have to address the needs of these workers. You have to provide for them. And then they that will help inoculate them from these messages. The liberals refuse to do it. They refuse to do it. But I understand you have a different point of view, but we're going to keep going.
And they chose not to do that for various reasons. I think a lot of it was interpersonal. And it was clear, I think, to a lot of us that it was a kind of a once in a, I'm going to say generational opportunity, but it was certainly once in a term style of opportunity.
Yeah. I think this gets at a contradiction that we have in today's left. Maybe it's been there for much longer, but people will say that we need this overwhelming majority to accomplish our goals. And they'll also say that I refuse to share a table with anyone who doesn't share my exact specific beliefs. And there are elements of Jimmy Dore's audience that are ugly, or not people that I may personally want to hang out with. He has a lot of conservative audience, a lot of people with crank ideas, but this seemed like a moment to, scalpel approach, really exert some power in an effective way. But people were, I think, culturally afraid they didn't want to become contaminated by being in a coalition with people that they disagreed with.
It feels it feels very silly to me. You have an entire Democratic Party that in the last election went full bore, we're going to do a genocide and we're going to do right-wing immigration.
Right.
I mean, they fully did fuck them kids in cages. Like they just decided they didn't care anymore.
Yeah.
And everyone went along with it. Half the left went along with it. Oh, Kamala's working tirelessly for a ceasefire. And you're telling me that one rather bombastic podcaster on YouTube is enough to dissuade you from even listening to an idea? Fine, you don't like Jimmy Dore. Do not have respect for Chris Hedges all of a sudden? Do not have respect for Cornel West all of a sudden? Crystal Ball is as close as we've got to like a straight shooting professional news personality on the left. You couldn't hear it from her mouth?
Yeah.
What am I, chopped liver? I mean, like, really, there were no shortage of alternative voices. Kyle Kalinske, no shortage of alternative voices who you could have listened to if you wanted to. And moreover, Katie Halper, we had live streams with all of these voices coming through, along with people who had personally suffered from the vagaries of our healthcare system, giving testimonials about their children or their parents who have lost their lives because of premium lapses and the like. We were doing cold calls over Thanksgiving and Christmas leading up to the Force the Vote deadline in January. doing Slack trees to call Congress members to try to organize them to pay attention to what we were doing. Medicare for All rallies were organized in the beginning of the following year, which Jimmy Dore offered a lot of support for organizationally and I believe financially to try to get people out and capitalize on this moment where, remember, this was during the pandemic. This was before vaccines. And this was when people were very scared and dying at very high numbers. 15 million people had just lost their health insurance because we have an employer-based health insurance system and people were being laid off. There were shutdowns. And at this moment, when healthcare should have been front of mind, when Bernie lost for the second time and we knew Joe Biden basically ran and campaigned on, even if Medicare for All somehow passed the House and the Senate, I would veto it, there was an unwillingness to try to use this moment to push it back into the foreground. Because of Jimmy Dore? There used to be columns, right? And if you were progressive and lefty or liberal or whatever, then there was a certain kind of style that you liked. You were into health, you were into technology. All of these things were like liberal coded. And they were very sort of like bourgeois and sophisticated and elite. And all of that came in a package. And then it was like all of these beer drinking, cowboy hat wearing, unsophisticated yokels. This is the Bush era. Like this is what I was used to growing up. But there's a realignment that has happened, that is happening, I think, where suddenly you have a Kennedy from Hollywood who is into health and wellness, but also kind of rugged and has that car that smells like dogs and, has a little bit of this Camelot mystique, but also is willing to go there with some of these social issues that maybe have jumped the shark a little bit. There are a lot of people who are panicking about, can my adult white son get into college these days with all this competitiveness, and the pie is getting smaller, and can he really achieve, and what's gonna happen if my baby boy doesn't get into Brown with all of these immigrants coming over, or these hardworking Chinese American kids. And this panic is not, isn't a real opportunity for it to spill out in culturally sanctioned ways on the left. It's not polite to talk about those kinds of things.
Right.
We care about racial equity. We can't talk about what is fundamentally a panic about late capitalist scarcity, but that is a conversation that's not allowed to happen. So it becomes these whispered conversations about, well, the world is changing too fast. I'm losing the grip on the opportunities I used to have. And is it because of this minority, or is it because of this trans kid, or is it because of whatever? And RFK Jr. and Jimmy Dore's audience, and I don't want to make it about Jimmy Dore, but people are looking for outlets for that. And you see it, I think, in a lot of these bro podcasts as well. There are these people who have mixed politics. Theo Von, he's funny.
Yeah.
And he's saying things that feel like it's like a release valve. Like you can say a little bit of this thing that's been on your mind that you can't say in polite company on the left. And he doesn't seem like really hateful or anything. You can just kind of have a chuckle and laugh and have an open conversation. Joe Rogan.
Yeah.
We can just chat for 3 hours and not have to be so precise about what we say. And,
I seem to remember a certain candidate he might have supported a few years back also. Yeah.
Right.
Huh.
Right. I think that's the problem. There's just not an outlet for that. And that's not to say that I, personally validate or affirm every one of the beliefs that comes out of these spaces. But I think you have to be attendant to and not just try to ignore and press down the reality that people are seeking out. Jimmy Dore didn't just snap his fingers and create these people.
Yeah.
There are folks that are looking for a realigned sort of politics and to find all of that cluster of news and that cluster of approach to life in one spot.
That's why I keep digging on this issue, because I'm interested in this particular cohort you're describing and what the coalition that makes up this third party might be. How do you see these different groups coming together?
The PNC libs are in the Democratic Party,
right.
And that's where they're going to stay. The question is what happens to the Bernie coalition was never that.
No.
What is going to happen to them? If the options are Kamala Harris, who's lived up the wazoo, and they're already, sorry, they're already talking about her for 2028. There's, Jonathan Chait are doing like, I'm not a corn cob, I'm not a corn cob. Like I was right the whole time. Actually, it was Tim Walz's fault for being too left. I mean, the cope that's happening.
If they do that, they deserve it. On these topics of political realignment and coalitions, what is the role of alternative media in this space?
So I don't think people should vote for Trump. And the reason is that to the extent that...
As an accelerationist.
As an accelerationist, yeah. To the extent that there is a a media battle that's going to ensue. And you have to make the case for why Harris's loss should force folks to move left and embrace more left politics. Voting for Donald Trump is not that. They're going to make the argument that Donald Trump is popular. We've got to rally around Donald Trump. The Democratic Party has to be more like Donald Trump to get those voters back. I mean, that's the ratchet effect that we've been seeing.
Yeah.
To me, the value of third parties is to create a landing pad. You need to create a political alternative that you can point to that says, if you wanted these votes, these are the politics you have to adopt. And staying at home creates too much of a void, right? Like people who just don't vote at all, they can be weaponized. Jonathan Chait can make whatever claim he wants to make that is convenient to him about what could have gotten them to the polls. Oh, it was sexism or racism with Kamala Harris. You know, they can make those arguments unless you have them voting, say, hypothetically, for Jill Stein, and then at very least you can't say that it was a sexism argument, right? Like there's a there there.
Right.
I also think there's some practical realities to it, getting to 5% of the vote, getting federal matching funds, getting automatic ballot access. So much of what
Just pausing there, I would agree that, like these are the arguments we have. Like, why didn't people vote? Like, what were they looking for? There's arguments as to like why Kamala lost, and so someone earlier had said it's because of the third parties. It's not. Third parties didn't do this. Unfortunately, they didn't do this, right? What she's saying is that, like, well, let's say they were powerful, right? Let's say all these uncommitted people, like myself, instead of not voting for president, you voted for Jill Stein. Right? We had thrown our support there, right? Well, then there's no question then, right? Like of the Green Party, as far as I know, was pretty clear about their support for Palestine, right? Like, okay, well, these votes could have been gotten then. They were left-leaning votes. They could have been gotten. You can make a statement that what these people wanted was this, right? You lost because of this. And if you want to like change, whether either it's Palestine or maybe like a $15 minimum wage, or there's a whole list of lefty things that the Green Party will like, right? Well, the way to attract those voters in the future Democrat Party is to actually adopt these things, and not just adopt them, actually try to deliver them, right? Rather than, like immediately give up, right? Be the party of immediate defeat every time, right? The party of utter weakness. Actually put some backbone, like make people believe that you're the party of working class again. And then yes, you will attract more of them back, right? But as an uncommitted voter, well, then anyone can say anything about like my vote, right? Well, this is what they actually want. This demographic, we could just write an op-ed about it and claim anything we want, right? And we can have dueling op-eds, like all saying the different things, rather than, oh, well, you wouldn't have voted for the Green Party if not for this and this and this. And so if we want to do that to get you back, then we need to do this and this and this. So I think that's a really good point from Brianna.
Just for the listeners, what happens at 5%?
So you get federal matching funds. The Green Party has almost no money, and they spend most of their money trying to get ballot access. States are constantly ratcheting up the hoops that you have to jump through in order just to be able to be on the ballot. And the Democratic Party spends millions and millions of dollars ensuring that they won't be.
Right.
So to the extent that they can even fundraise at all, if you want to send your $7 to Jill Stein, it's like in one door, out the other, because all they can really do with it. They're not doing ads. They're not hiring up staff. They have no money. The idea that it's a grift to work for the Green Party is laughable. Jill Stein doesn't take a salary for running. Everyone on the campaign, as I understood it, earned the same modest, very modest salary. And it's all they can do just to keep the wheels on the car. Mm-hmm. So if they could at very least not have to fight those ballot access battles and additionally get a little bit of a boost in federal matching funds, it would be meaningful for the party. I'm not saying then tomorrow we have a Green Party president, but it's a meaningful building toward what we need to happen.
I mean, if you asked me a few years ago, I felt like I had a certain strategy for this. Part of my job is to like show the optimism or the light at the end of the tunnel, imagine the alternative, all these things. But I think right now in this particular period, I just feel less confident than I have in the last few years. So I was very opposed to a third party a few years ago. I'm open to a lot more things than I was before. I just think, I mean, it was a catastrophic failure. This is like, it's so bad that they can't even win the popular vote, you know? They're losing margins with every demographic, all the people that they claim to represent, like young people, people of color.
So, look, I was arguing with people in the chat. Right? They're saying, well, it's your fault for not voting for Kamala for this and this reason. Like they're saying, they're losing ground on all these demographics, right? On so many fronts. They lost the popular vote. It was that bad. It was that bad. Such a failure that they lost the popular vote. Again, you can wag your finger at these people, right? You can spend the next 4 years wagging your finger and saying you should have voted for them, right? And okay, next election, you better vote for the Democrat, right? Or else. Well, they'll take the or else. They did that. That's what they did. They took the or else. Like the Democrats were so short. Like fucking Kamala Harris. And I need to find that quote again because she literally said this, right? Like who else? She said something along the lines of when asked about I think it was the Palestine movement, but it might have been something else. Like who else are they going to vote for? Right? She had that same Hillary Clinton idea that it's my turn. And I'm going to be anointed. So of course, peasants, you will vote for me. That was her attitude. That's the attitude of the Democratic Party in general. But of course you will. What other choice do you have? You're going to vote for Republicans? You know what the Republicans will do to you. Yeah, we do. Right? Or at least I do. I do. A lot of other people actually even don't, right? But they still felt the Democratic Party gave them. So that's another side of it. So there's people like me who definitely did know what the Republicans were going to do, right? I knew all this was coming. The Republicans were very clear about what was going to happen. So I knew, right? You can yell at me. But a lot of people don't know. They don't know. But they do know that the Democratic Party hasn't shown up for them. And the way to get them to run, to vote, again, isn't saying, saying again, Republicans are worse. They heard that part. They heard that Democrats say that, right? Maybe they didn't understand what that meant, but they heard them say it. But the reason why they didn't vote is because they feel the Democrats aren't doing anything for them. So again, finger wagging's not going to do it. Scolding is not going to do it. I know it makes you feel good, right? Like when the news of Trump's latest depravities come through, right? You can say, "I told you so." You can say that, right? But then you're going to get another Republican in 4 years. You're going to get another Republican. If that's what you want, okay. Or you can start to listen to these people and say, okay, how can we reach these people? How can we provide for them? And so they'll show up for us. What can we do to show that we're in their corner, right? Either you can start blaming the voters all the time, or you can start blaming the quality of candidates that's been putting forth and demanding better candidates. The choice is yours. The choice is yours, right? But I mean, I'll be around. Maybe next time after the next election, you can yell at me and make you feel good, right? You could do that. But then you'll have another 4 years, probably another 8 years of Republican rule. Choice is yours.
Or working people, I wrote a piece about this recently, that the Democrats and Republicans represent different aspects of the ruling class. Labor's interests are just completely de-aligned from political representation. The most comfortable that I feel is telling people to read Damage magazine. That's the extent of, I don't have a political prescription right now, but there's some good articles in that magazine. That's about as confident as I feel right now. But I am also somewhat of a student of neoliberalism. 1980s we think of as this big moment in which they just came out of nowhere and took power, remade the world, remade political common sense. If you trace that back, 1947, the meeting of the Mont Pelerin Society in Switzerland, there's this gathering of intellectuals. There's 30 years of lobbying institutions. It even goes further back than that to the 1930s. And that's when a lot of these ideas were first formulated, theorized, and so on. So if you're pursuing politics with, let's say, a 50-year time horizon, things become pretty different, and maybe it's 5% of the vote, in 4 years from now. Maybe it's 10% in 8 years or something like that. That's a little optimistic, but approaching these things as an intergenerational political project is maybe a wise way to consider some of these issues now.
Take the RFK Jr. example. I wouldn't have thought that he would necessarily. No, obviously his poll share dropped off significantly, and I think there were reasons for that, including his commitment to the Zionist project. I think a lot of his base, if we're talking about who these people are who are looking for an alternative, they were either sort of America First protectionists or people with actual moral commitments to not wanting to pursue a genocide, who saw the obvious inconsistency between his position on Ukraine and his position on Israel. And I think a lot of the enthusiasm fell off. Dennis Kucinich, who I admire as a Cleveland girly, left his campaign. And I don't think he's ever expressly said it. It was because of that particular issue, but I can't imagine that didn't create tensions there.
Sure.
But all that being said, there was a moment in time where RFK Jr. came out of left field and was polling at 20%. If he can do it, and it's some combination of name recognition, having a lot of money, picking a VP who herself is a billionaire and can fund your Super Bowl campaign, all of those things being said, what that says to me, that if you have a famous political celebrity and a billionaire backer, this is not what I would prescribe for the left for obvious reasons, but that there is a world where that sort of thing at least can get you on the map.
Yeah.
And having certain kind of politics and being willing to talk about certain kind of third rail issues, some of which I think are good to talk about, some of which aren't my politics, but hey, can get you the kind of notice that gets you in the playing field. So while I agree that historically these things have had a long time horizon, et cetera, I also wouldn't take off the table different kinds of strategies that have shown some glimmers of successes in the shorter term. What would it have looked like if Bernie had done a dirty break? What would it have looked like if at the end of 2020, Bernie Sanders says, look, I appreciate the commitment of this political revolution. We've got 30% of the Democratic Party that's still behind me. You deserve better than Joe Biden. We're in the middle of a pandemic and this man is talking about nothing.
Yeah.
You deserve more. And if this is what your politics are, we're going to build something together. This isn't over. This is a long-term political project. And when you trusted me with half a day's salary, I'm going to put it to good use and not just funnel it back into the Democratic Party. What would that have looked like?
It certainly couldn't be worse than it is right now.
Certainly could not.
Yeah.
Well, this is as far as I had previously listened to. So all this will be next. All the rest will be new to me. But I think it's an interesting idea. It's an interesting idea. What it would look like if Bernie had backed something brand new at this political capital at a time where people were very hungry for it, right? A percentage of the Democratic Party was hungry for it. Obviously, not all of them. I think that would have been better. But he had said subsumed himself under Biden. He ran cover for Biden during this genocide, right? That Bernie doesn't agree with, right? I mean, and he won't call it a genocide too. Right? He ran cover for Joe Biden. I believe in my friend. Fuck him and his friends. Holy shit. That he just can't attack other people, right? He thinks Joe Biden give a fuck about him. Joe Biden laughed at him. Joe Biden, right? The guy whose brain was fucking melting, humiliated Bernie Sanders over and over and over and over again. Bernie Sanders kept coming back for more, right? I love Bernie Sanders, but it's got to be said. It's got to be said, right? A lot of people went fully the opposite direction and decided to burn it all down. Said, okay, no, we're going to back either the Green Party or another party or something, creating a party, and this is what we're going to do, right? This is the money that you gave me. I'm going to put this towards building a new political revolution, right? And I like what they're talking about in terms of time horizons, and that I don't get to see this. I die before this comes to fruition. Well, yeah, looking at it at a 50 year time scale, the things are different, right? Then you're not worried so much about the immediacy. The one thing that's different, I think, because we're comparing this to the neoliberal movement and how long it took for them to come into power, right? And they are in power. The neoliberals, I mean, Democrats are Joe Biden, neoliberal, right? Kamala Harris, neoliberal. Hillary Clinton, definitely neoliberal, 100% neoliberal. And then the neoliberal ideas are triumphant on the right side as well, right? There's a lot of neoliberals around. Okay, but if you're looking at it for a decades-long thing, um, like then it becomes more manageable. But the other thing I was going to say is that neoliberals have money behind them, right? This is a rich man's uh effort, right? And capital is always around, right? Capital is patient. Capital loses battles, and capital understands, well, we'll come back. Capital will reapply itself, right? In a way that has a level of continuity that like people power doesn't, which is the one thing, right? Like I'm for people power, I'm for labor power all the time, right? Every time. But it doesn't give you continuity in the same way that capital has. Where capital's interest, it just has the resources, patiently wait, build, right? Build organizations, build networks, right? Build up capacity in a way that just doesn't happen on the left. Or sorry, well, sorry, not well on the left, but specifically people power in general, right? Even any people's movement, just doesn't have that kind of staying power. So there's that. But still, I like the idea. I like the idea.
Did you catch this flip with RFK also, that when he was really polling well, he was doing this big podcast circuit, right? He was making these quantitatively really big appearances, huge numbers on these podcasts, and people said like, yeah, he's not going to stand a chance because he's only doing alt media. He's not getting really the important visibility. And then once Trump got elected and did that like bro populism podcast circuit, people are like, it's the podcast. That's how they're reaching people. This is so important. And the exact same people who said RFK is not significant because he's reaching people through alt media. Complete narrative flip on these guys.
Yeah, I mean, I think you lose enough and eventually you have to come to terms with it. Like eventually you have to save face or something. I think the fact is that alternative media is where people are getting their media consumption. No one's turning on CNN unless you're in a dentist's office or an airport. Certainly nobody in our generational cohort or younger.
They seem to be selling MSNBC for parts right now.
And who can blame them?
Good riddance.
I mean, the observation is, I mean, many people, you know, meme accounts, hippo accounts, and all of the funny people on Twitter predicted that as soon as Inauguration Day rolled around, you were going to get a bunch of mea culpas and Chris Hayes talking about how terrible things are in Palestine, and suddenly you have permission to do it. And that kind of lack of confidence, the willingness to talk about the true thing only when it doesn't matter anymore, whether it's about Gaza or it's about some of these COVID policy concerns, created a crisis of confidence in traditional media. And people see the revolving door of the former Biden administration.
I gotta go to the bathroom, but I'm just gonna keep it running. I can still hear, so I'm gonna just keep the thing running, and we can comment later on.
Talking heads that go and then get your TV show where you never say anything negative about Biden, and you spent 2 years acting like the man wasn't senile when we all could see with our eyes what was happening. And like, what do you expect from people? Not to mention that it's dry and it's boring. And if I wanted to watch a never Trump Republican blather on sitting next to a lib, like why am I watching Michael Steele on MSNBC? Why am I watching Bush's comms woman have a primetime show on what is ostensibly the liberal left representative channel? Nobody wants this. And their politics don't represent anybody. It is this PMC, it is this decorum and politeness vibe of politics that doesn't actually attach to anybody's political ideology. It is the PMC world. And that's what people are rejecting. That's why I'm not concerned about what's going to happen to the PMCs. Is the alternative media structure going to be too PMC based? No, the PMCs aren't thriving in alternative media.
It is a class in decline. Yeah, that's important to remember.
Moreover, I think I've had a little bit of I adore Catherine Liu. We've had this debate a little bit on my show and elsewhere. I think her analysis is spot on and so important. I would add to it, however, that this thing is happening where they're like PMCs are going extinct because fewer and fewer people have resources. I was talking to a friend recently. I formerly was a lawyer. I have a lot of friends who are lawyers, many of whom were public interest lawyers, who are in a panic because they don't know if their 10-year public interest loan forgiveness, which is all for my age cohort coming to fruition, if they're actually going to have their loans forgiven. And hell hath no fury, like a lawyer scorned, who now suddenly is being told that they got to pay this debt that's been accruing interest for the last 10 years of their life. All of the treats that were historically given to PMCs to make them feel like they had a legitimate bargain in the social contract, that they were better, even if they were an adjunct professor making $50,000 a year, that at least they had their little knit J. Crew tie and, you know, they knew how to make reservations at wherever.
Right.
And they hung their PhD on the wall. Like those benefits are running out. The same way on the other side in conservatives, the wages of whiteness in that analysis, people are feeling like it's not enough. There's a longevity crisis. People aren't living as long as their parents. Some astronomical percentage of people under the age of 30 are still living at home. Nobody in my generational cohort is meeting their cultural milestones. We're having no kids are being born, and the white supremacists on Twitter are losing their minds about it.
Yeah.
And there's no one that's offering a real prescription of how to solve any of these kinds of problems.
I don't know why he like shows like this random doc. I don't know why he does. I don't know. Oh, I guess it's a thing he does in the show, but it's like kind of feels kind of random. But I don't know. Maybe it's like a blue collar thing. I don't know. Whatever.
Followed your work for a long time. I'm curious about how you got politicized and some of your background in this field, because I hear you talk about events that are in the news cycle, but where does the story start for you?
I was just talking about this again with some of my friends, and how different it felt when we were in college. The political space felt very different. There was this broad, like, Bush is bad, Jon Stewart is good kind of vibe, but it was very binary. Like, that was it. Bush is bad and dumb. Jon Stewart is good and funny and wholesome. War is bad.
Being anti-war.
Right.
Yeah.
And then I graduated college in 2007 and started law school like a week before Lehman went under, which I remember because my boyfriend at the time worked for Lehman, and my college boyfriend. And it suddenly felt like a very different sort of a world where the stakes were sort of different, and the expectations that we had as very privileged recent graduates from elite institutions were suddenly the things that we were promised were not assured to us. And I think it forced a more substantive reckoning. And this is obviously a very niche, this is, a very narrow cohort that I'm talking about here. A different kind of reckoning. I was talking to a friend from law school last night, and we were sort of joking about how at no point in our undergrad or legal education was there a serious conversation about the ethics of the kinds of jobs that were dangled out in front of us as what the smart people got and what you should be doing. We were talking about how much everyone wanted to work for Facebook, how much everybody wanted to work for one of these tech companies, and how it was perceived as virtuous and good. And after jumping through all these hurdles and doing all the standardized tests and, excelling in debate club and doing all of the things, the next ring that you were supposed to be reaching for after graduation was to work for a tech company or to work for McKinsey.
These things, well, maybe not McKinsey, but the tech platforms at the time, just for, Zoomers who watch the show who don't have the historical memory of this, this was not yet a like right-wing coded thing or like disinformation or fact checkers or whatever. That we'll definitely talk about some of that later. But the idea at that time was that social media was going to give everyone a voice and that it was a liberatory project, right? That you were going to kind of unleash this democratic energy. And we saw that in the Arab Spring and Occupy Wall Street and this kind of disorganized, leaderless mass protest that, surprise, surprise, was a catastrophic failure precisely because it was leaderless and disorganized. But there was a very kind of progressive excitement about working for social media companies specifically.
Yes. And I wish there had been more engagement politically with what it meant to go work for me. Like, I'm telling you, the ethics of McKinsey, like, it's embarrassing to admit, almost never came up. I will say that in my own household, there was, I think, some more pushback.
Yeah.
My mother is someone who was raised by a kind of a radical Nation of Islam father who had very anti-establishment politics, to say the least.
You can say the most also. We have a long time for the podcast.
I mean, I'll leave it to her to do the biography of old Ronald X. But, she talks about having been sort of indoctrinated in a certain kind of Black liberatory politics prior to going to college at Howard and knowing everything and having read everything because of her father before she ever got to campus. Um, you know, playing Gil Scott Heron records, the white man has a God complex. I mean, that's how she was raised. And she talks about how, she thought like he was being a bit much, as a teenager, like relaxed dad. But I think life validated his politics in certain sorts of ways, particularly his skepticism in the Democratic Party and traditional politics. And growing up, it wasn't so front of mind. It wasn't so constantly articulated in the household. But my mother said, she's someone who never voted for a Democrat except until Obama, voted Green, voted third party, with the exception of Barack Obama, which we all now feel some sort of way about.
Right.
And I think there was a real openness to political alternatives. And I'm grateful for never having been indoctrinated in the idea that the Democratic Party was some kind of like home or team sport for me that I had to defend despite the illogic of how they operated.
So I think this is super interesting. Making some progress. We're like almost at the just about at the halfway point of this. I think it's super interesting that like I started at the start, like you get your politics from your parents, right? Like that tends to be the case. And she got a bit more different politics than what I think almost anyone who is currently watching, the few people who are watching. I think her background is a bit more different than all others, right? So yeah, it makes more sense. She's open to third parties because her parents voted third parties. That tends to be how that works, right? But yeah, I like what she was talking about in terms of like Black liberatory politics, right? I guess that's liberatory is probably a better way, a better phrase than revolutionary, which is what I was saying previously. I mean, revolutionary like sort of fits, but liberatory politics, right? Like if you're on the left, the way I am, a leftist, right? Not a liberal, a leftist. Yeah, there is a certain level of liberatory politics that goes that's involved. And those liberatory politics tells you that the way that we treat Native Americans is not right. It says that we need to dismantle white supremacy, and what that looks like is a reformatting of all of major institutions. And it also says that the combining of those last two things, right? Native Americans and then battling white supremacy, right? Both of those combined, right? Which is set of colonialism, white supremacy. That's Israel, right? That's Israel. That's what Israel's doing. That's like that is included in the liberatory politics perspective, and fighting, and we can see how different that is from what liberals have, right? This institutionalist perspective that I'm going to protect the people in power. That's what they do. Liberals will always just protect people in power. We see in chat, right? We see people who don't want to question the leaders, right? They'll question the voters instead. They'll say it's the voters' fault. It's your fault. But never the leaders. We won't look at the leaders. Damn you for questioning Joe Biden and Kamala Harris, especially in an election, right? Why during an election would you care about like the actions, the promises, and the future perspectives, right? Of your leaders, right? Instead, it's time to get in line, right? Time to do as you're told. This is what you'll get from liberals, right? This is the team sports politics. Okay, well, sure, we can argue later on, but now the team needs you, right? Whether the team has actually done anything for you, right? The team needs you at this point, and so you'll do as you're told, right? And if you don't do that, well, then you're the problem, rather than looking at, well, what can we do? Like, how can we deliver for the people? just a different perspective. Different perspective. And that's what she's I mean, it's part of what she's talking about here. Is that like in her family, they had been exposed to a different view. And so like once your eyes are open to that, yeah, you'll see a lot of this. You'll see a lot of the status quo failing, that the mainstream giving promises that are never kept. The Democrats coming to black people every 4 years and then immediately ignoring them afterwards, having nothing. It doesn't matter their power or not, having nothing to offer again and again. Well, yeah, eventually you get tired of that. Is there anything in chat that I should be looking at? Oh fuck. There is more. Thank you for. Did someone rate me? Someone rated me. I didn't notice it. Thank you, Danger, the Dave Ball, Danger Dave Ball. Hey, I'm sorry for not I'm sorry for not. I must have been when I was going to the bathroom. I'm guessing that. But shout out to Danger Dave Ball for that. I just had to go to the bathroom. I'm sorry. But what do you think the word capitalist means? Incorrect. You see the word capitalism every day. Hey, hit the follow button if you haven't done so yet. Thank you, a enemy stand user. Oh my god, holy crap. Sorry, I wish I had seen that before. An enemy stand user. We got a JoJo fan out there. We love JoJo fans. Big JoJo fan myself. What's your favorite part? My favorite part is part 7, right? Still Ball Run. I can't wait till that gets animated. But an enemy stand user, I love that name. Shout out to you. And shout out to Danger Dave Ball for being kind enough to rate the channel. Really great. Yeah, you think so sorry about that. Forget questioning Joe Biden and Kamala Harris. The two of them should have been rejected from the start. I agree, Mac. I agree. I mean, I agree. But like, I also knew that's what they had at the end. So, at some point we have to push them. I tried pushing them. They didn't respond. We had a movement try pushing them. They didn't respond. And so, they lost the fucking election. And that's their fault. Part 4 is your favorite? Awesome. Diamonds Unbreakable. We love it. We love it. Damn good choice. Damn good choice. But yeah, have a great night, Danger Dave Ball. Thanks for the kindness. Thank you for the raid. We'd love to see you here again. Hit the follow button if you haven't done so yet. Hit the follow button if you're here from Danger Dave's crew. Consider hitting the follow button. We're talking politics, right? So we're talking about like has the Democratic Party failed us? Is the Democratic Party worth it to continue on? Do you are there alternatives that we can explore? Brianna Greyjoy is doing that. Thank you, History Boy, for the follow. Love to see it. Thank you, History Boy, for that follow. Means a lot. Thank you. And glad to have you here. You could buy an apartment building for that much and give your viewers free housing. I'm not sure what you're talking about, but hello, History Boy. And you think part 7 is peak? Love to see it. Yeah, part 7. Oh my god, I love it so much. Can't wait. I'm excited. Part 7. It's gonna be years, literally years, until we see part 7. But you know, it is what it is. But it's gonna be good.
I remember her saying, we moved abroad when I was 8. Basically, the entire Clinton terms, we lived overseas. And she expressed frustration about what that political moment felt like. She says that when Clinton won, it felt sort of like when Biden won, that it was an indictment of a more kind of progressive politics, that neoliberalism won out.
Oh, wow.
And that there wasn't space to ask for more, to want more, to demand more, and that it was a very demoralizing moment for people with more progressive politics. And in terms of my own personal political journey and being able to put words to who I am and what I believe in, I think I had an experience that many people had when Bernie came along, which is that he started saying things matter-of-factly and in a context that was professional and sort of socially validated and politically validated about what we deserved as a society, that normally is relegated to the fringes of some kook on the corner or some Green Party weirdo or what have you. And when he came along and used this very moral language about how healthcare is a human right and how it is not a personal failure for you to be struggling in the way that so many people are struggling, I think there was like a light switch. I think that there, psychically, the entire country has been carrying around the idea that their increasingly degrading quality of life is because of their own personal merit. They didn't work hard enough, they didn't bootstrap enough, that they weren't smart enough. And when someone came along and said, no, there's a systemic problem here, actually, and that we have the richest country in the history of the world, and you're getting so much less than people elsewhere because of policy choices that are being made by both of these parties that I'm willing to criticize, both of them at the same time. That was a kind of a light switch that went off and a genie that you can't quite put back in the bottle. And everybody who was released from that sort of, self-flagellation that they were experiencing before Bernie came along is now like, what do I do next? Do I go support RFK Jr.? Do I go listen to Joe Rogan? Do I stay at home? But they know damn well that the answer isn't Kamala Harris and the Democratic Party.
Well, see, that's important, right? That's important right there, because I think, like, one, it's a praise for Bernie, right? I love the way I actually, like, I'm a big fan of Brianna Joy Gray. I actually am. Like, the more I hear this woman talk, the more I like her, like, a lot. This woman a lot. I think she's just brilliant, honestly, and I just love the way she manages to vocalize her thoughts. But in just that moment, yeah, I love that, like, she showed that, people have bought into this bootstrap mentality that it's you against the world and it's up to your own ingenuity, and if you can't do it right, then it was your fault. And if you see your neighbors doing slightly better, well, I guess they must be slightly better than you, in some ways, right? And then Bernie releasing us from that curse, from releasing us from this idea, and saying, yes, there's systemic issues within our economy that are the problem. Most of us, our lives could be much better, that we can look around the world and see the successes that they're having, right? Why can't we have those same things when we have so much more resources than them? That there is a better world. Now we can literally make it, we can just pass laws, and then these can enrich your life in a way that, like, simply the Democrats aren't offering, right? Instead, all they can say is that, like, we like gay people slightly better than the Republicans can. That's all they can ever offer. They can't, like, they don't, even the $15 minimum wage movement, they had fought that, right? Before it was $12 minimum wage. Now people push $15 minimum wage. It should be higher than that by this time. Because it's been so long since the $15 minimum wage started. It was like a decade ago or something like that. Something like ridiculous like that, like a decade ago. That's when that started. We could probably look it up, actually. But that was so that's outdated, so it should be increased. But the Democratic Party has always been in opposition to that. That's why we still don't have it now. The Democratic Party, we ran into a hurdle, and so we can't try anymore. We tried it the one time, and no more. It's over, right? This extremely popular policy that our base loves and our enemies' bases love, right? Like Republican voters, like, talk about a lot of shit about unions and all that, right? And labor power. They don't like it, but they understand their own paychecks. They understand their own paychecks, and they understand how $15 minimum wage would be helpful, right? Not just to them, but also, like, if you understand it, right? If the minimum wage goes up, right? That means the wages across the income scale go up. At least when we're talking about the worker and middle class, right? Worker class and the middle class, because now then, if you're in a job, right, that wants to attract people, right, like the best people. This is something that happened. This happened to me, right? If you're in a job that wants to attract people, and you're like, the way you do that is through pay, right? You say that we're going to offer you lucrative pay. Well, if you are offering at this level, let's say it was let's say the minimum wage is like $8 an hour. I forget, it's like $7.25 or something. But let's say it's $8 an hour, and then you're offering a wage at $12 an hour as an enticement, right? Well, if the wage goes up to $15 an hour, And if you want to entice, like, not the bare minimum, right? You want the better workers, well, then now you have to pay $19 an hour, right? $20 an hour. That's how that works. It's like an effective accordion, a ripple effect across the income scale. People get that, right? And the Democrats could have been the ones to deliver it. Like, imagine in the world where Democrats had delivered a $15 an hour minimum wage. Joe Biden's, well, maybe not Joe Biden because his brain was falling apart, but at the very least, Kamala Harris is president, right? Kamala Harris is president. If she looking back, like, me and Joe Biden, we delivered. We asked for it, right? Joe Biden promised that he did. That did happen, right? He promised it, and then he delivered on it. Promises made, promises kept. Joe Biden was saying that previously, but he had broken so many fucking promises. Unbelievable, right? But promises made, promises, and one that you directly fill your pocketbook. Directly affects you. Especially like if like the time horizon for when that it started was before the election, right? Like what I mean is that the $15 hour minimum wage effect starts before the election, right? Just before then. Holy shit. Yeah, actually. Kamala Harris is president right now. But once again, imagine that. Just imagine that, right? But once again, we still got people in chat. I see you. Who instead who yell at me, right? Yell at me and other voters for not backing Kamala Harris, right? Rather than ever demanding anything else from them. No, of course we don't demand anything from Kamala Harris. It's your fault for not voting for her, even though she didn't deliver the thing that you desired, that you wanted, right? Even though they broke their promises to you, it's your fault. Rather than say, demand that they be better, right? She wasn't. I don't believe. Actually, I can't remember. I don't remember what her platform was. So I could be wrong about this. I don't think she was promising $15 hour minimum wage increase this next go around. But I could be wrong about that. I can't remember her platform. So to be fair, but if she wasn't, right? Let's just say that she wasn't. If she wasn't, were you still not going to push her on this? This thing that's massively popular in the Democratic base, you got to say no. Vote for her. Vote for her, and then hope that she'll deliver on something that she didn't even promise. Hope that she'll deliver on, not even worry about her breaking a promise. Hope that she'll deliver on something that she never promised. This is what liberals have to offer you, right? Just that the Republicans are worse. That's it. That's the best they can do. The Republicans are worse. And they're correct. The Republicans are worse. But it's not enough. I'm trying to tell you. You won't believe me. It's not enough. Right? Even though you see it with your own eyes because Donald Trump is president, right? Still, all you can do is blame the voters. I think, again, if I just wag my finger even harder at you next time, well, then you'll vote for whatever slop the Democrat puts in front of you. Okay. We can try it again. Amazing.
But they know damn well that the answer isn't Kamala Harris in the Democratic Party.
I mean, the only thing that I would add to it is that we also see that on the right, and Trump around the same time started saying some similar things, populist economics and so on. Yeah, it's very interesting about your mother because a lot of people, I think, are just plainly unaware of Clinton's legacy. Like, I think of him as like completing Reagan's project in the way that he slashed welfare, and people think of him as this like champion of progressive values, and he's doing all this budget cutting and belt tightening. Like, I don't know why that legacy is so prominent now.
No, I like to say it takes a Democrat. It takes a Democrat to cut welfare. It takes a Democrat to really do the thing.
Yeah.
Because there's no opposition when it's a Democrat.
What about your own political education? Like, were there specific writers?
Yeah, I mean, but like, look, our friend, if you watch the Reverie on Mondays, 8 p.m. Eastern, our friend Fabian Liberty Scott likes to say that, Trump is Bill Clinton. What's the difference between him and Bill Clinton, right? At first, I pushed back against that, but I'm like, well, why am I doing that? I know Bill Clinton is a horrible individual, right? I despise Trump more as a human being. But in terms of policy, yeah, actually, there's a lot of similarities. Right? I think, at least in the first term, I think his second term is just so much worse, right now. It's so much worse. It's so much worse, actually. But in this first term, yeah, it was actually a lot of Clinton's policies, a lot of Clintonite stuff. So if you want to hear him argue about that, he has no problem like presenting this argument. But that goes to say that Clinton, not that Trump is left, but saying that Clinton was on the right. That he was a center right Republican, and he did the things right. He did the cuts that the Republicans have always wanted to do, and he did the moralizing and the way that Republicans always love to do. He did it all. He did that stuff, and I think people don't remember his legacy. They don't remember that time period because a lot of them weren't, especially the becoming voters, they weren't born at the time, so it's fine. Right? But they haven't like taken the time to go back and learn about Bill Clinton. He's just like very welcome in the party afterwards, right? Like he makes good speeches, and that's all they might have, right? And their parents, right, who are liberals, are like, yeah, I love them. Bill Clinton was great. My parents loved them too. Like Bill Clinton was great. I can't tell them nothing bad about Bill Clinton, even though he was dog shit. Right. Anyway,
Democrat.
What about your own political education? Like, were there specific writers, theorists, thinkers, like what inspired you to change some of your ideas? Obviously, aside from just history and the lived reality of 2008.
So for me, I might be the only person on earth for whom Harvard Law School was a radicalizing experience to the left. And I think it was precisely because it is such a corporate indoctrination machine that if you have any sense of your own independent values, kind of a human rights framework, you butt up against it in the context of the law. Everything. I mean, what is the law? It's all about values and concretizing those values prescriptively with rules, right? And you can pretend that it's not about that, but that's what it is. It's not.
Is it about that, or is it about private property?
I mean, that's the value. That's the problem.
That is the
value.
I thought you were talking about humanist values or something.
It's not those humanist values, right? And it becomes very clear. So for me, one of the most radicalizing moments was I had this professor named John Hanson, who I talk about ad nauseum. People who listen to my show know this. But I had him for torts 1L year, and then I later took him for corporate law. And he kind of goes under the radar as a sort of Marxist economist, but like no one was using those words to talk about him.
Yeah, no kidding.
And I remember him asking us, like presenting a very like famous case pattern to us, and asking us what we thought should happen. Like we read it, we see what the court said, but given the vulnerabilities at play, a young girl, an immigrant without a parent who is asked to take a vaccine and has a negative and adverse reaction.
Right.
And the court says, well, you were warned. There were signs posted. And she's like, I'm 7 and I don't speak English. And, asking us questions about if you were to design a system that was endeavoring to minimize the harms, not just like litigate who should pay, but a priori, like how will we design this if the goal was to make sure that girl didn't get hurt in the first place? What kind of incentive structures, who would you make responsible for the negative outcome? The little girl or the people who are posting the signs, who maybe should make sure there's a guardian, maybe should give require some kind of oral consent? Like how would you structure the system?
Yeah.
I remember him asking us, who are the most vulnerable quantities in society? And this is in a corporate law class, I think, who the law should be designed to protect ostensibly. Like who's vulnerable? Just raise your hands. Like what's vulnerable? Children, people with, intellectual deficits, animals, the environment, the poor.
Sure.
It's not rocket science. And then you start to learn about what corporate law says is the most vulnerable constituency that requires protection. Shareholders. In most corporate law classes don't have the preamble. They just say, the purpose of corporate law is to protect shareholder value. This is what it is moving forward. Like that's just the indoctrination that you get. And when you have a professor that's willing to suggest that we actually have power to change how the system is and design the system. And that the people who've been designing it forever are, in fact, the shareholders. And that's why we have these priorities written into the law. And when you're going through class after class after class, property law, criminal law, and you're seeing these same patterns emerge, it becomes a deeply radicalizing experience. And then you realize you're at an institution with people who are fully going to be on the Supreme Court and are fully clerking for the Supreme Court and are fully going to be senators and are Vivek Ramaswamy was in my class.
Really?
You know?
Did you pay attention?
I didn't personally know him. I have friends who knew him, but, you know, I didn't personally know him. But, like, you have this sense that the people who are articulating these sometimes asinine beliefs and values in your classes are going to go somewhere and make them law.
You know, this is very weird because I had lunch with someone this week who also went to school with Vivek Ramaswamy and told me this story that his favorite place to get pizza in New York City is in Times Square. And I was like, that is just, of all the other political opinions you have, that is the most deranged thing I've ever heard.
That's actually kind of weird, right? Like a local? Will the locals say that? Like, oh yeah, I go to Times Square. You go to a tourist trap? The tourist trap is where you go to get the best food? Is that ever the case anywhere? Ever? Right? As a tourist, it's fine, right? There's a lot of fun to be had in tourist traps, right? Tourist traps are useful because, you know, are popular because, you know, they're fun. Because they allow a lot of fun experiences. But like would a local say that? Like, think about that. Wherever the tourist trap is in your big city, right? Where you say, oh, that's where I go to get pizza, or the local delicacy, right? That's the best place, or is it some hole in the wall, right? Like, that's a weird thing. That's actually that's quite weird. That's a weird thing. But like what she was saying before, holy crap! I kind of want to like play that for like any lawyers that I know, right? Like, because that's an interesting way of thinking. I kind of want to play with the lactoid, honestly, like in Pisco too. But like I want to, because those are lawyers, in case you guys don't know, in case you're new to the channel, that I happen to know, who are not leftists, who aren't leftists. Pisco's more liberal, and lactoid is a libertarian. But yeah, like, and this, I mean, this tracks for everything that when I talk about systemic change, I'm talking about rethinking the world in such a manner, right? Rethinking who should be the priority. Who, like, what does our government work for? Where do our resources go to? Do they go to the military? An ever increasing amount of our GDP, does it go to the military? Or does it go to making sure that everyone has housing? Or that the housing is available for us all? Or where healthcare is available for us all? Where do we want to put our GDP into? Into the military? Continuously? Endlessly more for the military? Right? Even when it's literally being wasted by the military. There's one thing about like the military using it efficiently, right? It was a lean, mean, efficient military that's actually using it to accomplish a mission, even missions I don't agree with, right? Like, you know, assisting a genocide. But still, like, ignoring that for a second, if there was a lean, mean military that's doing that, but we like literally pay for military hardware that the military doesn't want. We do it for defense contractors, right? We do it to increase their shareholder value. Right? What if we designed our world so that it's for the least of us, people with the least amount of power, right? We prioritize them, the most vulnerable of us. What if we do that? We could do that. We could just rewrite laws, and we could just do that. We have the power to do that. And there are professors just trying to opening their minds to that, and that's how it opened up her mind. I don't even know how I arrived here. I'd have to think about it. But that's a really interesting story, right? And I'm curious how my lawyer friends would react to something like that.
Kind of guy who like fundamentally misunderstands Saved by the Bell and the way that he did. Like, of course he's gonna want to go to Times Square for pizza. Also, about that whole H-1B visa fiasco, I do like the people who pointed out, for people who somehow missed this, I guess a little bit of
I'm just on the edge of my seat with popcorn for this one, yeah.
So obviously, you know, he angered the right by suggesting that there are cultural deficits among white American programmers that make them less competitive to predominantly Indian H-1B
They
visa.
didn't learn violin and so on.
Exactly. And that if American kids watched less Saved by the Bell and did more like mathlete competitions or something on the weekend, then they would be able to compete. And he specifically said that we have too many people wanting to be Zach and not enough people wanting to be Screech.
No, Steve Urkel.
And folks pointed out, well, if you watch the show, Zach was smart. Like, Zach was very smart. He got better SAT scores. Screech was not actually the brainiac on the show. He was just a nerd. Also, I like to point out that the white conservatives who were being victimized by this cultural deficit narrative that is so often applied to Blacks and brown people in the United States of America to justify our own economic non-competitiveness. It was kind of cathartic to watch, I have to confess. But also, fun fact, Zach is a man of mixed white and Asian descent. And this part of the conversation is not happening at all. The actor, his mom, I think, is from the Philippines. Or Indonesian, I think she's
Indonesian,
Indonesian.
they call it. That's the, yeah.
Hapa, yeah.
I didn't actually know that. That's interesting.
If you're asking me what attracts me to my politics, it is fundamentally the underlying morality. And I think this is something. I think this is something that's interesting when I talk to, say, libertarians. You know, until recently, I co-hosted a show with the Libertarian, at Rising with Robbie.
I've got a few questions about that. Yeah.
I mean, had these kind of debates. You know, I interpersonally, I like Robbie, and you know, the cameras would cut, and sometimes he'd be like, "My guy, like, it can't be that a kind of a libertarian value system, devoid of any kind of ethical precepts, is satisfying to you." And it is. I mean, he's a libertarian. It is satisfying to him.
As a person, I mean, again, if you watch the show, right? If you if you watch Monday nights on the Reverie, right, 8 p.m. Eastern, where we have these debates, person who has libertarians on consistently for years, it is frustrating from a leftist perspective to see this lack of care, right? See that void, and to see that, oh yeah, they're happy with it. I mean, but libertarians, right? Like, I know, I feel her. I feel for her dealing with libertarians. I think my libertarians are smarter than Robbie Suave. I'm going to say that. I think they're just better. I think my libertarians are like really well read and really challenging. Right? I think they put up a better challenge to Brianna Joy Gray. Right? I saw her and Robbie Suave. I saw her on that show, battling back and forth. Right? I think the libertarians that I know would have put up a much stronger argument. Better defense, but still, in the end, they would have defended awfulness, right? Awful policies, and that's okay for them. But I understand the frustration. It's all right, just personal thing.
But sometimes you'll find yourself in an argument with a conservative, and or a libertarian, you'll be confronted with this idea that like there's like a ideological investment in small government, for instance. And I'll sit here and I'll tell you, like, if you magically showed me the way that we can have a one-person government and everyone's thriving, I don't give a damn. Like, I'm not ideologically committed to how many people are sitting in buildings on Capitol Hill. Like, I don't care.
Okay.
But that emerges all the time because there's a fundamental prioritization that is not moral on the other side of the aisle. And I don't mean to just paint with a broad brush. There are conservatives that have obviously various moral beliefs that drive them to, oppose abortion or be isolationists or all kinds of things, some of which I agree with and some of which I don't. Folks who I would say have an establishment orientation, whether they're conservative Republicans or liberals, the reason why they're not on the left, despite, I think everyone sits here and says, oh yes, I don't want little girls to be hurt. Yeah, I don't want the air to have pollution in it. Yeah, I don't want to run out of all of our natural resources. Like, people on a vibes-based level agree that sort of,
Sure.
But what you get is, well, but that's not the way the world works. There have to be consequences. Hillary Clinton says, what do you want, ponies? When Bernie Sanders starts talking about healthcare, what do you want, a cookie? When he starts talking about healthcare and not fantastical reality that exists in every other similarly situated country in the world.
Mm-hmm.
And you have to convince them. This is my like Giannis Varoufakis Star Trek Utopia point. Like,
sure.
You have to model for people. You have to convince them because it's like it's like the what do you call it? The just world hypothesis. This is another thing that I got from that law professor. We are uncomfortable with inequity. We don't like walking past homeless people. We don't like seeing people who have less than us. We don't like turning on the TV and the Oxfam commercial and the child with flies on their face. We don't like it. We're uncomfortable with it. But we have cognitive crutches that help us manage that dissonance. We tell ourselves that people to whom bad things happen must not have been working hard or they deserve it in some ways. And when good things befall us, we say it's because we were exceptional in these ways. And the things change, the kind of like theory of change argument is that when the gap between the world as it is and the world as it should be becomes so huge that we can no longer rationalize why we have what we have and others don't, or why we're struggling and others have so much. And as a media actor, I think that part of my responsibility is heightening those contradictions so we get people out of their apathy and get to a point where they feel like they cannot enjoy what they have. I mean, sorry, be a downer, but you cannot enjoy, you cannot persist under the status quo.
Let's discuss, you mentioned your dear libertarian friend. I used to get my news from you from, let's say, like September of 2022 up until, I believe, June 7th of 2024. Did something happen there where you left the show abruptly? Like, seems very curious.
The Hill never actually said why they weren't having me back.
Oh yeah, she got fired from this. The Hill is it's a mostly online. I'm not sure if they might have a paper, like a physical paper. But it's like an online news outlet. She was a host in one of their shows, right? Their most popular show, Rising, the most popular show, and at least at first, I'm not sure if they still even bother with that now, but like had like a liberal versus like a libertarian or a person on the right, and it was fun. It was popular, and they got good views there. She got fired from it, all right. And what she was going to talk to you about is because she was pushing on Gaza. They didn't like it. The people at the Hill, they're liberals, they're Democrats, and it's time to be a team sport player. They don't like that. And so they got rid of her. And I stopped watching after that. I didn't give a fuck after that. Like it's just it's awful. I mean the ratings like crashed, so whatever.
I think the email that I got, I posted on Twitter, and it was very minimal. My name was spelled wrong. Thanks, champs. And it seemed obvious, though, to me that it was because of my coverage of Gaza. There had been a lot of internal pressure over it for, the eight months or so since October 7th, but especially ramping up for probably the 6 months before the end, when there was a complete overhaul in the kind of the show staff.
Right.
A new producer, an exodus of a lot of the old guard, and some others who were fired. So that basically, between January and when I was fired, there was nobody who had been working on the show the previous year except for Robbie.
Oh, wow.
And like my makeup artist.
Yeah.
I miss you, Diana. So, it was very clear that there was internal pressure for Robbie to balance out my takes. As a libertarian, a lot of libertarians are not pro-war in Gaza.
Yeah.
But I think, there was pressure to provide a counterbalance. And I think that put pressure on Robbie, who didn't necessarily want to even be having the conversation at all, who would rather have not talked about it at all, to provide a rather indefensible pushback to straight reporting. So let me be more specific in terms of what the pressure looked like. For one, we were told that our radars, which are our direct camera essays, we had complete editorial control over.
Yeah, it's just a enhance that. If you've never seen the show, Radar is just a segment, right, that they did. They called Your Radar, right? It would have been Brianna's Radar, okay, right? And they'd be looking straight into the camera like this, and then they would just be like reading off. It's like a monologue, right? They would research, like Brianna or whoever was doing it would research a topic, right? Present you facts rather than instead of their usual format, which is like two people sitting, going back and forth, right? Arguing with each other. This is like their time to monologue and get their point out. And then after they were done, they would have a little back and forth. But like that's what she's talking about right now. Like she's saying that like they initially had freedom to like, do whatever you want for your radar. But then that started to change, especially when you're talking about Gaza. They don't like it.
Or direct camera essays, we had complete editorial control over. When there started to be pushback on what we did in segments, and I was told we can do like one Gaza block a day, we did about 8 to 10 blocks. There were like 10 stories you could do about Gaza. And all of the Gaza stories were very well performing as well. So I would have my hobby horses that I would want to talk about from time to time that didn't perform well, and I had to kind of take it on the chin. Okay, we can only talk about this, labor organizing story so many times.
It's a numbers game.
It's a numbers
and,
game.
The ad revenue is like really, that's what pays the bills.
That's
So
what,
doing
I get that.
segments that pay well is kind of important.
I
It's
get
interesting that they wouldn't want to do that.
But Gaza was different, right? Gaza was one that I cared about and also performed well, and I was being told we had to basically get everything in one block. So consequently, I had negotiated out of doing as many radars. I started doing them again because I could have editorial control and talk about Gaza and get as many stories in my radar as I wanted to.
So you could do kind of 2 segments instead of just one.
Exactly. Yeah. At that point, there started to be editorial pressure on my radars, right? And so tensions were heightening. There was also this push to get guests that were pro-Israel guests, which is fine with me. I mean, like, I understand
Searching under the couch cushions for these people?
Yeah, but the problem is, who are these people, right? So the pro-Palestine guest would be a historian, a journalist, people with credibility and insight and knowledge. The pro-Israel guest would be some guy who posts a lot about Israel from Israel, who would just get on and basically call me an anti-Semite and a Hamas lover and not offer anything substantive, and then use the clips to try to mount a month-long hate campaign on Twitter to just kind of exhaust me. And so it was very frustrating, but I always said yes to those guests because I was trying to maintain the peace. And as long as I got to talk about what I wanted to talk about, I was willing to take my licks. Eventually, one of these guests was a sister of a hostage.
I saw this segment.
Volunteered herself for the show, which I thought was a first red flag, editorially, journalistically. And her, I don't want to mischaracterize her. I don't have the email in front of me, but she specifically said she wanted to come on to debate me, basically, to talk to me, which was clearly a red flag.
And she reached out to the producers.
Exactly. And the producer, who I asked, does this seem legitimate to you? There are no other guests you can find? Can you find a Zionist historian, literally anybody who I can ask a question that has some editorial value? But no, she volunteered herself. She came on and very predictably made it personal about me. Okay, I was very happy to talk to her as a human being who misses her sister, about what her sister was like and how horrible it's been for her to miss her as she's been held hostage and what she knows about her health and yada, yada, yada. But at a certain point, she kept politicizing it, right? She kept saying, well, it's shameful, Brianna, that you don't care about the hostages. All right, well, if you're going to bring up the political question, how do you feel about these protests that have been happening in Israel where hostage family victims are very frustrated that Netanyahu isn't prioritizing hostage release? Well, I don't want to talk about it. I don't want to talk about politics. Okay, well, tell me about your sister. What was her favorite food? What did she love to do? I'm happy to talk about that. But eventually it got personalized, and I was feeling very frustrated with our producer, who doesn't step in, who very predictably knew this was going to happen. And at the end of the interview, when she calls me a rape apologist or whatever it was, I don't remember, and I roll my eyes, that was my frustration with the situation being exactly what everybody could have predicted it was, and that I was working at an institution that not only wasn't protecting me, was setting me up, frankly.
Right.
It had done so more than once. At the same time that there was all this pressure behind the scenes to basically not talk about Gaza at all. And then I got an email the next day saying that my services were no longer needed.
Yeah, so she rolls her eyes, and then this clip is taken out context, like, oh, you're a rape apologist or something like that, on these lines of accusing her like of supporting rape. One, like, okay, I'll leave it to Brianna Joy Gray. I'm not even discuss the rape thing because the rape is crazy. The rape allegations are crazy. Okay, we're just gonna leave that alone for now. The point is that um this woman, right? And again, she's like remember, like, put yourself in this position, right? Like, the person that you have to deal with is like a victim, like, in herself, because like her sister's a victim. Her sister's taking a hostage, and it so victimizes the entire family. Okay, fair enough, right? But like, what can you, a person who disagrees with like them politically on the issue that they're upset about, right? What can you mainly say to them that doesn't look callous, right? It's a fucking setup. Just like she said, it was a fucking setup, right? From the Zionist, pro-Zionist forces within Hill, right? By that I mean liberals, just liberals, right? I just mean liberals, because liberals are pro-Zionist, because Biden said he was pro-Zionist, and well, they are team players, and so Biden says it, then we got to do it. It's as simple as that. There's no question. Don't you dare question the leader, right? Not when it's up for team sports. Any case, so it's just like, it's an impossible situation. And then at the end, right after like calling you out, saying all kinds of bullshit to you the entire time, at the end, it's literally at the end of the segment, right? Like, you know how in YouTube videos, like at the end, like the other videos pop up, right, around you, right? Like, it was hard to see. If I remember correctly, I think it was hard to see Brianna Joy Gray because the other stuff popped up, right? But like, still, like, it was at the very end of the segment, and right, she knows it is at the end. It's not like it was later cut that way. It's just like they have a certain amount of time, and they know that segment is ending now. At the end, she says this, like, about rape apologies, and she rolls her eyes, and then they clip that, and then they start broadcasting. Oh, look, she's an anti-Semite, like a little firestorm, right? And then that's enough. Like, oh, okay, see, clearly, you're a problem, Brianna Joy Gray. You're the problem. And so we got to get rid of you. As a setup. Nicely done. Nicely done. But we see you. They're disgusting.
Probably was not too surprising because there was an incident of this before.
Yes.
With Katie Halper.
Yes.
So what they're about to say is that Katie Halper, this person is actually, Katie Halper is Jewish. Pretty sure she's Jewish. But she was a guest host there, and she criticized the Israel-Gaza situation, right? She was more pro-Palestinian. They couldn't call her, well, they probably still called her anti-Semitic, whatever. But she did the same thing, and she got tossed as well. So Brianna Joy Gray, this woman, this is the second time. Second time, it was a Gaza segment, right, or proposed Gaza segment, and then all of a sudden, you're not needed anymore, right? So she isn't like just making this up. This literally happened twice.
And I imagine you must have known that to some degree going into the job.
Yeah, so I was at Rising when Katie was, you know, no longer wanted to work with you. You know, however they characterize it. So what was interesting is we were always looking for new hosts, and Katie was being sort of auditioned to be a Friday host. I wanted to work a fewer, less days a week. People go on vacation. You need a deeper roster. And so we were really excited about that. There was also discussion of developing her own show on the program. And what happened with her is that she wrote a radar. It was factual, but the objection was apparently that she had described Israel as an apartheid state, something that is, like, frankly, not that controversial these days because we've pushed the Overton window with October 7th. But editorial had a problem. Higher-ups at the Hill had a problem, and they pulled it. She offered to talk about it and rewrite it a little bit, as I understand, but they were like, no, and also we never want to work with you again.
Wow.
I would not trust the Hill from an editorial perspective. They are fundamentally committed to a pro-Zionist approach to covering this particular issue.
Right.
And to the extent that there are people who are able to get alternative perspectives on the show, know that they're doing it beleaguered every step of the way.
So a media organization like The Hill, there are certain people who are in place that can gatekeep resources, editorial control, things like this. When you're on your own platform, you upload directly onto, I don't know where you do it, YouTube and whatever RSS feed and so on. No one can get in between you and the stuff that you publish. Did anyone try to come after your podcast after that?
Oh, yeah. There was like a spam. I got like hundreds of emails to page. I think they mistakenly emailed me, like my Patreon email address, instead of like Patreon the business. I'm not saying these are the brightest bulbs in the shed. With a form letter that was from a bunch of different like bot name accounts. Like it looked like it was coming from, but it was the same content that basically said Brianna's an anti-Semite and you should deplatform her from Patreon.
Right.
One of these days, that sort of thing might work. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
There was a whole, 2 years ago, there was this whole cycle of people trying to get people kicked off of Substack because of their politics.
Yes. Yeah.
There was the story about, I'm no big fan of his politics, but Kanye West being debanked, and what does that mean for someone because of ideological commitments that you don't agree with, not being able to have a relationship with a financial institution, the Canadian trucker fiasco and some of those payment programs that they weren't being allowed to use in that context. There was the RICO case against the Cop City folks for starting a GoFundMe to get people out of jail whose First Amendment rights had been infringed upon, but they're going after them under RICO charges for a GoFundMe. There are all of these pressure points. There are all of these examples of folks trying to use social media choke points to preclude people from being able to earn a livelihood and to speak. And I think it's very dangerous. And I think it's probably a matter of time before they are more successful than they happen to be in the instance of me.
What do you think about this issue of Meta getting rid of fact checkers? Because you've been one of the people on the left who's kind of led the charge, I would say, in this question of free speech. You've devoted a lot of time in reporting to it. And that seems to be a rather uncomfortable position for some people, particularly in reference to certain people who are platformed on Substack, things they might say, regrettable, ugly things on social media, so on.
Look, so the way that this has been framed as a partisan issue is really interesting. Honestly, Robbie has kind of a good take on this, which is that there has been, in the sort of Elon Musk era of Twitter, a lot of focus with the Twitter files, et cetera, on the fact checking itself and the sort of partisan leaning of it, when the focus should be on the.
Thank you, Off-World Colonist, for following the channel. I missed you from previously, but thank you, Off-World Colonist, for following the channel. If you've been enjoying the content, we still got a little bit left in this 20 minutes. We just got 20 minutes left. But if you've been enjoying the content, consider supporting the channel. By subbing to the channel, gifting bits or gifting subs if you found any value here. If you've liked what I was adding, consider helping out. Kind of do more of these React type things. You guys seem to be responding in chat, so if you want more of that, consider helping out. If you're on YouTube, of course, the super chat, or it could be a membership, anything like that. Pay for a YouTube membership, but consider supporting the channel in any way that you can. I really appreciate those who do. If you have Amazon Prime, says Prime Gaming, consider using that here. All right, but we'll continue on. You get app reviewing and access to our emotes, so consider helping us out.
Sort of partisan leaning of it, when the focus should be on why it is that whatever government institution is putting all this pressure on these independent media organizations to moderate content in the way that the administration ideologically wants it to. So is it that you're really that mad at Facebook or Twitter, whoever happens to be in charge, or should the pressure point be, why is our government using its three-letter agencies to try to suppress or boost certain kinds of content on the social media platforms? The historical problem is going to be that without transparency as to how the fact-checking is being done and what metrics are being used, there's ample opportunity for abuse. And while I understand the discomfort with it being a sort of no man's land, I am inclined to side with those that would rather there be a no man's land in lieu of a really transparent standard that is being uniformly applied than me just trusting in the ideological bearings of the Trump administration, the Biden administration, or Mark Zuckerberg as a human being.
There are people who write on Substack that are not monetized but are given a platform. And I've heard you use this phrase before that daylight is the best disinfectant. There's some kind of utility to allowing people to express these hideous views so that we do in fact know that they exist rather than concealing their politics and us having to kind of guess what's behind the curtain. They're not monetized on these platforms because they're privately owned, but there are examples in the past. I can think of maybe Father Coughlin as like the original Twitch streamer, where people would use the United States Postal Service to mail in dollar bills to support his radio program. And that was, his First Amendment rights on the media communication network of the time. Should these people be demonetized, even if they are indeed hosted, but should they be demonetized on the platforms themselves?
I think I'm inclined toward platform neutrality. I don't think that that's the problem. To your point,
Demonetization.
yeah, I think to your point, people can figure out how to get paid the way they want to get paid. Something really interesting is happening right now where, again, I could be wrong, but it feels like the politics of Twitter, which is where I live. I can't speak as much to the other platforms, but the politics of Twitter, the sort of unsettledness, the obviousness of Elon Musk's political agenda and the open race science and skull measuring that's happening on that app, it's getting to a point that it's jumping the shark, right? It feels like even your run-of-the-mill conservative Republican populist, not even like mainstream Republican, is like, oh, well, I kind of don't want our tax dollars going to Ukraine, but I don't know that I support skull measuring and saying that everyone who is not a white male who should be sent back to Africa. Like that. I don't know that that's quite the agenda that I bought into. We live in a pluralistic society. I have a, Latino stepdaughter. Like, I don't know that this is the vibe.
Yeah.
And I do wonder, to the sunlight is the best disinfectant point, if there's something of a heel turn that we're going to experience precisely because they've gotten over their skis. Do you remember back in the first Trump campaign when the discourse was like, what does this secret Pepe mean? Like all of this, it was stuff that was happening out of sight. You're like, is this a white supremacist signal?
Right.
Like,
yeah.
there was this idea that there was that Trump was unexpected because a conversation was happening on Reddit that wasn't happening in real life, or 4chan, or
Definitely 4chan. Yeah, not Reddit. But
sorry,
yes.
sorry. Yeah. I was a very normie lawyer girl who wasn't paying that much attention to any of that back then, especially.
Probably better off for it.
But who knows? Time will tell. But I think there's an argument that at least now we have a better sense of what we're contending with. And I think it's good that people are doing it on these bro podcasts and everyone can make an assessment about where the lines are and what kind of lines are actually being transgressed in real life. I think liberals for a long time were so alarmist about like the Joe Rogan stuff.
Yeah.
And conflating it with some of the actual dark stuff.
Right.
That they lost some credibility. But now I think everyone's in a little bit of a better position to say, okay, Theo Vaughn and Joe Rogan aren't necessarily going to be the end of the world. Although Joe Rogan is taking a bit of a turn, but that's neither here nor there. They're not going to be the end of the world. But there is some really gross stuff that I think is the Elons getting over their skis that might result in a little bit of a course correction.
Exploring these questions of free speech, there was a famous example that were hotly contested debates back on Facebook, allowing Holocaust deniers to post their beliefs, which is grotesque, but it's not illegal in the United States. Should we support something like that from a left freedom of speech position?
What's the alternative?
Appoint somebody to be the fact checker, have moderation,
Here's what I'll say, tie into the conversation we were having about the Hill. When I tried to have Norm Finkelstein on, I was told we could not have him as a guest because he is a Holocaust denier.
What? That isn't
Norm
right.
Finkelstein, whose parents survived the Warsaw Ghetto, is a Holocaust denier. Now, the argument is, as I understand it, that he wrote this book um, that I think in part talks about how like the Holocaust industry, people who like will weaponize the horror of the Holocaust for Zionism or other kinds of objectives that are incongruent morally, et cetera. Or something along those lines. And any conversation about what the numbers of people who were killed are, not denying obviously the enormity of it, gets characterized as Holocaust denial in that book, right? But the argument that was presented to me when I say, can I have the foremost scholar on Gaza on our show who happens to be a Jewish man whose parents were victims of the Holocaust or survivors of the Holocaust, is that he is a Holocaust denier. So yeah, I am skeptical of how that gets policed, to say the least.
Yeah. What about not in the United States, but in a country like Germany, where saying something like that is illegal? Should we allow people to post those things on social media?
I think Germany is exactly the example of why this kind of a policy is so dangerous. You're having Jewish pro-Palestine professors, journalists, activists rounded up in the streets because their advocacy for Palestine is being characterized as anti-Semitic. I had a really compelling guest on at some point last year who was the head of the BDS's focus on weapons embargoes. And his partner had been arrested for social media posts, if I recall correctly, that were pro-Palestine. Is that what we want America to look like? Are we really trusting in this media environment, in this political environment, where the priority of our Congress in a bipartisan way is to sanction people like and censor people like Rashida Tlaib as agenda number one, and to adopt the Zionism, anti-Zionism, anti-Semitism definition of anti-Semitism? That's the country we live in, and we want those kinds of folks to be policing what it means to be anti-Semitic? We look at the Twitter policies as they're being implemented currently. And, how many times have you seen someone tweet, something inward, and then you reply, well, shut up, honky, or whatever. And the honky part gets, censored, or, and the inward part doesn't. I mean, like, all of this is so subjective. So I'm sorry, like, the sensitivity of this conversation is that if you say something shouldn't be censored, that is obviously objectionable, you sound like you're condoning the underlying premise. But I'm sorry, I have 0 degree of trust in the ability of people in the systems that we have, whether it's our political system or these social media companies, to do any kind of censorship or regulation in a way that is consistent, transparent, and fair. I don't. None. We're having this conversation in the shadow of a pending TikTok ban.
Right.
The cause of that ban is not obscure.
It's published in the Wall Street Journal, which is fucking crazy that they said it.
They're
Even
just
if that was the case, they just told them themselves.
He admitted it.
Oh,
It's
come
the
on.
meme,
Just be like, oh yeah, we lobbied really hard for this. We made the case and convinced people. They're just like, well, Palestine posts are 70-1. That's all. They just fucking said
We're
it.
losing. We're big
Crazy.
losers. So let's cancel the app. Like, it's pathetic, but here we are, and they have the power to do it. So yeah, I'm like.
Well, TikTok was blindsided by a U.S. bill that could ban it. Executives of the app thought they had fended off attacks. Behind the scenes, lawmakers and Biden officials were working to force its ban for sale. I mean, Zionists, right? Pro-Zionists, being the fascist side, like they brook no argument, right? Like they will always question you. They will always take every opportunity to stamp out any speech. So it is what it is. But yeah, like I mean, look, the Zionists are just more powerful. Like within our halls of government, Joe Biden, a pro-Zionist extraordinaire, right? Genocide Joe. Um, he did more than Israel ever thought they could get away with. And then he just, and then even then, they insulted him on the way out the door by making it like Trump was the reason why they had the ceasefire. Oh, I don't want to. I guess there's no point getting distracted with that. But the TikTok ban, I think is interesting. But yeah, it's a lot because of Gaza, right? It's because of that. Yeah, Mitt Romney said it. Mitt Romney said it. He was like, "Yeah, like this was a problem. Like, why is Israel, who's usually in charge of the narrative because they have access to mainstream news outlets, right? Who will always parrot exactly what they say. I mean, we saw exactly that earlier with Brianna Joy Gray, right? Who are in charge of the mainstream news outlets like The Hill, and like CNN, like MSNBC, right? They're able to shape the conversation always, and they're like, well, why are they losing? Right? And they're like, oh, it's TikTok. That's why you're losing. Not just TikTok, but other forms of social media. TikTok wasn't the only one. I don't know why TikTok is like a focus of this, but like it's literally not the only way that this message has been getting out. But it is what it is, right? And yeah, TikTok gets banned. Like the pro Zionist power levels not to be underestimated. Right? They're strong with here. What they lack in numbers is always a fascist. They make up with like pure raw political power. That's what it is.
And this is a double-edged sword, right? Like, because this is the argument about the utility of kind of independent media for revolutionary change. Yeah, like they'll let you have it until you're effective. They'll let you talk until you're actually making a difference. When I was fired from Rising, I was happy. Like, I'm not gonna, I didn't hate the paycheck, but like I knew it was coming. I knew because of Katie, it was a matter of time. When Katie was fired, I said this on my show. We talked about it together, and I said it on Rising because a condition of me staying was being allowed to do a radar that addressed it.
Yeah.
That I did not believe the Hill's reasoning that it was a ideologically neutral decision. I said that's BS. That's clearly not true.
Of course.
That being said, I am going to test this premise, and I will be talking about this particular issue without restraint, and we will see if I get fired or not. And of course, it took a little bit of time. No one could have predicted that October 7th was going to come in the mix there and really foreground the issue in that way. But the writing's on the wall. So yeah, I was allowed to have that platform until it became too inconvenient. Our political circumstances changed, and somebody somewhere didn't want me saying those things and advocating for Palestine persuasively with the reach that I had on that show to a bipartisan audience that had a very healthy appetite for a more kind of protectionist foreign policy.
Yeah.
They didn't want it, so they stopped it. And I think that if you're not getting fired, if you're not under some real pressure, then maybe your politics aren't as revolutionary as you think that they are.
Yeah.
If AOC is getting the cover of whatever magazine hugged up with Mama Bear, maybe that starts to be an indicator of the threat level she does or does not pose.
Okay, love this for a second. I'm gonna pause here for a second. Okay, like again, if you don't know what she, this is the second time she mentioned Mama Bear, right? If you've been sticking with us throughout this night, this long stream, right? If you're sticking with us, this is the second time she mentioned Mama Bear. The reason why she's saying it, right, is because AOC on The View, or The View talk show, right? In case you're outside the U.S., it's a talk show called The View. It's very daytime TV type stuff, but quite influential. Which bothers me to no fucking end, but whatever. The point is, AOC goes on the show and she calls, Nancy Pelosi Mama Bear, right? What would she say? Like Mama Bear is going to attack or protect her. No, she said Nancy Pelosi is Mama Bear, and that like she was like protective or something, or fierce. I forget what it is. But she says this, right? When Nancy Pelosi has been the op, right? She's been the enemy. She is your political enemy. She don't like you, AOC, right? She said this in like an endearing manner. But like, Nancy Pelosi doesn't like you. She can't stand you. And she wants to sabotage you in every which way, right? And what happened when AOC was up to be the chair of whatever subcommittee she's on, I forget which one. He's up to do it, right? The leaving member vacates, and I think he even the leaving member like is supportive of her. If I remember understanding like the story correctly, the member who is leaving, right, that chair, right. So there was a subcommittee was chaired by a certain individual, right, and they liked AOC, and so they created a special position that didn't previously exist within that subcommittee just to give her leadership experience, right. Now this person leaves for whatever reason, I forget why. And anyway, the like the Democrats are now in the minority, so like she'd be like the minority chair, within the House, right? But she'd still be on subcommittee. She'd be in a position of leadership there, and so she's running for that. And then Nancy Pelosi, who happens to be in the hospital because she fell down the stairs, right? And she's an old person, right? And she's like fucked up over it, like she's hurt, like really, right? From the hospital bed, sabotages her bid to become to get into leadership. Like instead, not Nancy, it can't be AOC. It has to be this other Democrat who is 70 plus years old, right, and dying from cancer. I believe it's stage 4 cancer. I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure it's stage 4. He's got throat cancer. This guy's they go for this guy instead of AOC. You mean the young, vibrant individual who constantly gets media attention, draws eyeballs into whatever she happens to be talking about, who could be like is clearly going to be a leader in this party going forward, right? Nancy Pelosi is like, you'll have to take that power out of my cold dead hands, right? That's what Nancy Pelosi did. And this is, of course, like years after AOC called her mama bear. Yeah, because she didn't fucking like you. So it doesn't matter how much you cozy up to her. They don't like you. And like she's saying, I haven't seen this cover, right? Apparently there's some sort of cover with the two of them. Her, AOC, and Mama Bear being Nancy Pelosi together. Some sort of magazine cover. I haven't seen that. But I can believe it, right? That, yeah, you could just put them next to each other. And why did Nancy Pelosi agree with that? Because she had tamed AOC, right? AOC was just a pet, right? A pet that she didn't really like, right? A pet that she really wanted to kick, that she wanted to abuse. But just a pet, not a threat. Right? Would Nancy Pelosi do that with an actual political rival that was testing her? No. No. Of course not. She'd do that for AOC. He's not pushing her. AOC's not testing her. AOC says she's Mama Bear. It's fine. No opposition. She just doesn't like her. Pelosi just can't stand this woman. And yeah, Brianna is criticizing that. Back.
She is getting the cover of whatever magazine hugged up with Mama Bear. Maybe that starts to be an indicator of the threat level she does or does not pose. If the Democratic Party for the first time runs a commercial against Jill Stein, maybe that should tell you a little bit something about the upward pressure that they're facing and how close their margins are and how panicked they are about the election and where some of the votes that they need are actually going. I welcome their hatred.
You mentioned TikTok before. Do you think that having TikTok in the US was ever a sustainable premise?
What do you mean, sustainable?
Well, I mean, as soon as it came in, people were talking about banning it for one reason or another. I mean, my sense is that Israel-Gaza is like the excuse to do this thing that they had been trying to do for a long while.
My experience with that argument has largely been establishment actors upset that true things that are being said that happen to be critical of the establishment, that are also being said by a foreign actor. They're like, well, you're listening to Russia. I'm like, well, is the underlying thing true? So let me be specific. There was this moment during the Bernie campaign, I got a little trouble because some journalist asked me when I was National Press Secretary how I felt about all of the Russian bots that were targeting Black Americans, arguing that America was racist. I was like, I don't know that we needed a Russian bot to tell us this, but like, And
Yeah.
one way to get to the bottom of that is like to not be racist,
Mhm.
to deal with the structural problems that people are complaining about. I
Right.
don't know that Russia, to the extent that there is somebody trying to exploit a reality, I got a quick solve for you.
Yeah.
Not a quick solve, but a solve.
Sure.
Of course, right? Like they can't exploit a weakness that isn't there. Russia is looking for divisions and explaining that this happened during the Cold War, right? When, oh no, not the Cold War. But before then, right? In terms of no, it was the Cold War. Yeah, it was the Cold War, right? Yeah. In terms of like the Jim Crow laws and how America was treating everyone, like everyone, black individuals. They're like, how can you criticize us when you treat like so much of your population the way you do? Not that the Russians like really gave a damn about black people in that same way. Maybe they did back then in the Soviet days, but like certainly not today. But in any case, right? Like that was a division that they could easily exploit. But like they don't bother like sending that attack on a thing. Like they don't bother like sending bots out, Russian bots, to say to deliver messages that aren't divisive, right? The point is to find things that are divisive. If it's divisive, that means there's a divide there, right? So if you want to not have that divide, you have to just stop being racist. That's how that works.
Sure. Yeah, I mean, I think it's similar to RT in that this was amplifying narratives that would make rigorous arguments. In some cases, they would say true things, but in an attempt to narrow the parameters of the Overton window, they just got rid of RT on all of the Google platforms, YouTube, Meta, you name it. RT is still on TikTok today, actually, but I think they're going to take down TikTok as just a whole platform because it has this problem of expanding the Overton window. Right now, it's to the left, but it could be to the right in different cases. And similar to RT, just amplifying, dissident narratives within a country. This just seems like a kind of plausible, useful strategy.
Governments have been using cultural products to affect cultural, political attitudes since time immemorial.
Like Hollywood.
Doing color revolutions, amplifying abstract art over representational worker-based art, co-opting jazz musicians and giving them funding to have less radical music and go on these America is equal racial pluralistic society here, go on a tour of Africa and prove how not racist America is, doing these sorts of things always. The thing about social media is that there's a little bit of an opportunity for gumshoe randoms to do the same thing back, to have a little bit of influence, to start a hashtag, to do a Black Lives Matter, to tell people to meet in Ducati Park. Like there's a little bit of equalizing. Now I don't want to overstate that because again, ultimately the power lies in the people who control these platforms, and we see, we won on Palestine on TikTok and they shut down TikTok. It's limited, but it is hard for me to shake a stick at. It is hard for me not to be, positive about there being a little bit of democracy and a little bit of an ability to world build for the regular people who don't have access to the CIA. Like, I can't hate it. I can't knock it. I wouldn't overinvest in it. I wouldn't say you can depend on TikTok to shepherd in the revolution, but like, it's a tool. And while it's at our disposal, I'm happy it exists, I guess.
I love that there because people again we shouldn't be tech utopianist. Utopianist. I think that okay. Anyway, we shouldn't think that there is a tech utopia coming, right? And that TikTok is a tool. I mean, we understand that Facebook is bullshit and Twitter is bullshit, right? Right wing, and then YouTube, Google, right? That we have all these biases, not even like right wing, just corporate biases, really, honestly. And that they'll do anything to protect the status quo, and then say, well, TikTok is better because TikTok happens to be on our side. No, TikTok is just the same like all the others. Once the their business interests change, their alignments change, like their positions change, then they'll change how they operate as well. These aren't our saviors. There will be no tech savior. Certainly not fucking Elon Musk, but there will be no tech savior. Instead, right, like use them for as much utility as you can get out of them for as long as we have them, and then be prepared to drop them. Instead, like use those things with the time that available to build up something that's more sustainable. And what's more sustainable are like real life organizations, right? Where you're bringing people together, you're organizing in real life, you're accomplishing something, right? You're trying to lobby your neighbor, your local politicians, right? To make real lasting political change. TikTok in and of itself will not save us. It is not the progressive answer, right? Or it's not the conservative answer either, right? It's not like if you're a conservative Christian and you're thinking this is because there's a lot of conservative content there on TikTok, right? This is your answer. No, right? You'll have that platform and those tools available for as long as it doesn't challenge the people who actually own that platform. Simple as that. If you become inconvenient, they'll get rid of you. So
Yeah, for now. For now, I think it's very
for
useful.
now.
I'm a little bit of a pessimist that its days may be numbered. Perhaps even by the time this podcast
I can
comes
tell.
out.
We're having a little bit of a cat dog, optimist, pessimist situation. I'm trying so hard not to ask
I'm
you your sign,
pessimaxing.
Josh.
I'm pessimaxing. I'm a neurotopilled, pessimaxed, I don't know, whatever J-Reg said on the podcast. I'm that. Going to spare core, something like that. Whatever he said. Speaking of pessimaxing, being on the left is a very frustrating experience. We are going through a pretty bad period now, and for the foreseeable future, we have a long road ahead of us, very much an uphill battle. What do you think is possible to achieve within our lifetimes? What do you think are realistic goals that you hope to accomplish? What keeps you motivated to do it?
I know what I'm supposed to say. I'm supposed to say that the arc of history is long and it bends toward justice if we bend it. And I think that anything that's going to happen in the short term is deeply naive, and it discounts the sort of work and investment that people need to put in.
It doesn't bend towards justice. That's...
I believe, from like an ideological perspective, that you have to have optimism. I believe that you have to aspire to a shorter term horizon, even if practically speaking, you're building blocks for a longer term window. I think that in 2014, I could not have fathomed the existence of Bernie Sanders as a viable presidential candidate.
Right.
And I certainly couldn't have fathomed that he won, 44% of the votes or whatever he got in 2016 with a campaign that he didn't even believe in the beginning. And would not have imagined that 2020 would go the way that it went, with the heart attack and the comeback and the rally and Queen. Like there were these moments where we seemed so close. I wouldn't have imagined that something like Medicare for All would have an 88% approval rate within the Democratic Party and like a 60 whatever percent overall, with almost, I think, 49% of Republicans supporting it. I wouldn't have imagined that October 7th would have happened, and within months, the public opinion on the state of Israel would swing so radically in a way that was like a death knell, frankly, for Zionism as an ideological project. I couldn't.
At least within the Democratic Party, like I said previously, like they are strong, but like Zionism, right? Pro-Zionism is not long for this world within the Democratic Party. It really isn't. It really isn't. Even this party that I've been saying how much I hate, and it's completely unresponsive to the people. I think a lot of people can read the numbers and understand what just happened in terms of Kamala Harris's loss, right? Even they don't want to admit it, right? Especially the ones on TV, because they have to maintain, oh my God, right? They're still getting paid by Israel, right? They're still Israel still has power, right, by pro-Israeli groups. Still have power within everywhere, institutions, right? But I think a lot of people understand this. Their days are just numbered. Their days are just numbered. And we can't go back. People aren't going to unsee the dead kids. They're not going to unsee that. Not going to happen, right? So the next time Israel's trying to run its marketing campaign about how it just has to brutalize these people because they're just such monsters, yeah, it's not going to work. It's not going to work. That part is done. Right? At least within the Democratic Party, within the Republican Party. Good luck. I mean, there is some movement within the base. It's true, right? But like, good luck. I don't know what to say, but like the uniparty, two-party consensus, right, of this issue is over because one of them, the Democratic base, it's just not going to maintain. It simply can't. It can't do that, right? They're still strong now because, like, you know, like none of the Democratic leadership has actually changed over, right? They're all still there. And the same people who were there before and who lost us this last election are still there now, except for Genocide Joe and Ethnic Cleansing Harris, right? Like, except for them, everyone else is still the same. So, like, that's why you still hear the rhetoric that you do, but, like, it's dead. Dead in a way that just, like, can't be recovered. Sorry, Israel. Shouldn't have been so fucking brutal. Fascist piece of shit state.
Never imagine that Katie got fired from the Hill for basically saying Israel is an apartheid state, and now we're having regular open debates about whether Israel does have a right to exist. So it is hard for me, given that reality, to sit here and be like, I think I'm going to die, hopefully a very long time from now, and we're going to be constructively where we are currently. I cannot believe that. I don't see the social utility in believing that. I was raised in a secular household. I have been attracted to arguments of late about the role of spirituality on the left, whether or not it's necessary for us to kind of take the sorts of leaps and make the sorts of commitments that are necessary, I think, for us not to be desensitized into the status quo or to commit ourselves to a longer horizon that is necessarily even necessary, and to withhold ourselves from exploiting possibilities when they spring up, like a Bernie Sanders campaign. I am concerned that if another kind of historical figure like that were to emerge, that the left would just be infighting over whether or not they had some bad take in 2003 because they're so doomer-pilled and depressed over having believed in something once or twice and that project having failed. And they're embarrassed about it. They're embarrassed about having had that faith at one time. And I think that's very, very sad. So yeah, I end my show saying keep the faith, even though half the time I am truly spiraling in the context of my own podcast, because I think that that's a commitment that we have to make. And I would rather die naively hoping that we could have done something better and that we were going to achieve my Star Trek utopia than have been resigned to not having achieved anything at all or not having achieved much at all.
Thank you so much.
It's my pleasure. Thank
Your
you for
work is
having
an
me.
inspiration.
Really, it's great to be in conversation with you.
That was great. I liked it a lot. Took us a while to get through that. That's my fault. Also, it's an hour and a half. But I enjoyed that. I hope you guys did too. Let's see. Thank you for following the channel. Oh my god, why does it have this green tint? I don't know why it does this. I don't know why it does that. I guess I have to turn the camera. No, it goes back to the green tint. You see that? Whatever, it's fine. I'm green. I want to be a Ninja Turtle. See how I see? Like now you can see I'm brown again. I gotta, whatever. Let's move on with our lives. Thank you following the channel of Fenna Mori. I really appreciate you doing so. Was it Degenerate Maximus Prime Kai? Are you standing behind your Atticus Destiny in his time of allegations? Okay, Atticus Finch. So, like, I'm guessing this is Destiny? And you're asking me about Destiny? I don't know. I'm extremely critical of Destiny. If that's what you're referring to. I'm extremely critical of Destiny and in this moment, and I wish he was better. I wish he was a better person. Really do. Um, my position softened after hearing his side of the story. Honestly, like heard him discuss the situation, and like I'm a bit more. I understand that these situations are more messy, right? They're a lot more messy than you expect them to be. Um, People just want a good guy and a bad guy, but I'm telling you, these things get super messy in really uncomfortable ways. That doesn't mean I think I'm like trying to cape for Destiny. I'm absolutely not, right? I'm actually extremely critical. I've got a big fucking problem with how he's been operating. And I think in the end, this is all his fault. In the end, this is still all his fault. But I don't I think a lot of stupidity was happening. A lot of stupidity was happening. And I want this to be adjudicated, right? I want to see this be adjudicated. It's going to go to court when usually these things don't, right? There's usually a lot of he said, she said. So it's going to court, and we'll see. So I'm just, I hope that answers your question. Okay. Any which way, thanks those who came through. We got a few new follows, so I hope you guys stick around in the future. I'm going to head out. Let's see if I can send you off to somewhere fun or someone cute. What I usually do. Did I rate this person? Um, um, let's see who to raid. Um, this woman is a little she's a little she feels anxious because she doesn't have makeup on and her hair is messy and she has acne. And so she's having anxiety, right? Now is the time to raid her channel. Let's be kind to her, right? Her name is Malik. Let's all be kind to her. And yeah, just be great people. I don't know who this one person is. But she looks wonderful. So shout out to her. And just waiting to say